Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the biggest part of it all is being aware, because when these type of things happen, it happens based off the autopilot. You know what I'm saying? Based off of those automatic responses.
Yeah.
The way I figure I'm going to deal with these conjunctions that Kristen talked about yesterday and the 27th is by sleeping a lot. Because
Yeah.
even if you're neutralized, you still got the rest of humanity to deal with.
Yeah. That's
Might not be the best way, but that's how I'm gonna handle it.
that's a that's a good way. Yeah, it's
You know,
happening in my house.
which one?
11th, and I just pulled out the cards too. It says accomplishments, supporters, passions, prosperity, older siblings, allies, fulfillment, recognition, and perfection.
Hmm. So did you notice
Yeah.
anything?
Yeah, I mean, some shit happened with my brother, but I don't think I'm gonna say it on the live.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah. Um, and then definitely, I mean, like passions, and also because it's a Mars Uranus conjunction.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I think passion has been a big thing because for the clip off class I'm taking with Ravana Noon, um, the first path working for Nama, like a lot of my like sexual like energy and passions and all that shit came up. So I've been dealing with that too.
Hmm. That's cool, man. I love how the more precise you can get with these details, the more you can kind of pinpoint exactly where it's taking place. So even though it happened in the sky for all of us, it affected you differently and me differently. Same type of energy, but the channel that it's coming through is different. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I didn't know it was older siblings. That shit shocked me right now. Cause
That's
like
yeah.
the fact that that shit had like some shit happened with my brother. So it's like, damn.
It's not. Yeah, yeah. That's great. No floating rocks. It's literally a science. If you just pay attention to what
Yeah.
aspects are in play. So cool.
It, man, it's and like even like the whole like allies um like on social media over just 3 days. Like before I was messaging maybe like two people, and then in the past 3 days it's been like five, six people. And I'm just like just connecting through like social media and like the whole major society and all
Yeah.
that. And then like also like Ramona Noon's class. So I'm just like, what the fuck? Like I've never been like responding to this many like messages before.
Hell yeah. You said that was your 11th house that it happened in?
Yeah. And my 11th house is in Aries.
And your 11th
So
house is in Aries.
it has that like I could definitely see that playing out too.
So it happened in Aquarius, didn't it? Well, there was that in Aquarius, and then there were no. I think I'm mistaken. The Saturn and the Sun is in Aquarius.
Uh, for yeah. Well for Western, right?
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah. Then there's that to take into consideration.
The Saturn's in Aquarius for yeah, it's for the old yeah. I mean for Western there it's in Aquarius, but for Vedic they're all in Capricorn still.
Okay. Okay. Oh,
I got a question. How accurate of a natal chart reading can I get without knowing my time of birth?
I don't think it would be that like because a lot of shit changes hella quick.
Especially if we're dealing with the Vedic astrology. A lot of it is based on the moon, and the moon is what moves the fastest. So you got, you know, all the 27 nakshatras. So Western astrology is, you know, 12 slices, where
Right.
with the Vedic you got those 27 or 28 slices. So with the moon moving so fast, I think it's every 2 minutes some things might change.
Yeah, that's what Krysten said. Like the shock change every like 2.5 minutes or something like that.
So you could get an accurate reading, yes, for sure. But if you want that supreme accuracy, you're gonna have to have the birth time. Um, and there is a way that you can go. There's a certain place that you can go to get it if you don't have it currently.
Yeah, I would need alternative sources to that.
Oh shit! So we're broadcasting, but we're not live. Live. Um, do you want to mention what happened, or do you want to save that for later, if at all?
Maybe on Sunday, because I don't know the everything yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on live.
Because I haven't even really talked to him about it yet. So it's like,
Ah.
yeah.
Okay. Hope that cut that feedback.
Playlist, category, public. Hi, hi, hi. One day I think I'll have a tech assistant. That would make things so much easier.
Man. I mean, shit, by then it'll be more than just a tech assistant.
Oh man. Okay, I think it's good now. Greetings, YouTube.
YouTube.
What's good, YouTube?
What you sipping on good, Mr. Majors?
Oh, this is some Javelia brand coffee. No creamer this time.
Ooh, I'm stuck with that plain old Colombian.
I've been looking into the Ayurvedic stuff and I've been trying to adjust my diet. As much as I love spicy foods, like I used to pile cayenne pepper and hot sauce and red pepper and all that shit all over everything. Apparently, that's not the best for my constitution. It's not the best for the pitta types because we already generate a lot of fire and that would only increase the fire. So
Yeah.
I've been weaning myself off of that spicy stuff. Also, I'm not supposed to be having coffee, but I didn't have any yesterday. So
I
apparently, salt isn't good for me either.
Yeah, you about to name everything at this point.
A lot of the other stuff that I take is fine. You know, I eat a lot of rice and I like to add a lot of turmeric to things. That's really good. Of course, greens are great for everyone.
Yeah, I'm about to get back into the books this weekend because for the past like week or two, I took a break basically to let everything like marinate and like let like basically to do start like all the practice stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna get back into it this weekend, like that. The both the Ayurvedic books that came in.
Okay.
That one that you had, this one, and
Yeah.
then other one's supposed to be coming in. Oh, it did come in already. The one by the same author of the Agora book I had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you started reading that one?
Yeah.
Prakriti?
That's the one that I flipped through to just to kind of see what exactly was best and not best for my type.
Oh, bet.
I was just kind of flipping through it, and I'm saying, reading chunks that looked interesting, but I didn't start from the beginning yet.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Prakriti.
Yeah, I love how just the name of it literally ties into some Kaya Darshan and taught with Shruti and everything.
Yeah.
Like right when I saw the name, I was like, oh fuck, like everything
Right.
is literally intertwined.
That's what got me to buy it, honestly, because I was in the midst of studying the Samkhya Darshan on the Prakriti chapter, and then I saw you post that book, and I went to go Agora. I went to go look at it, and then I saw that he wrote a book called Prakriti,
All the Prakriti, yeah. That's
and it tied into the thoughts that I'm having right now. Because I don't know what it was, but Samkhya started to generate a lot of theories in my head that I want to prove. One of them being about karma, and about karma being in the flesh, in the body, in matter, and just different ways of working with that. But I've always seen, like, you could even see, like, some of my older videos, I would talk about it, how I'd always used to see matter as one thing, right? All of this tangible, objective reality as one entity, not separated. And I was just elated to see them talk about Prakriti in that way.
yeah.
Been trying to compare this to the tree of life, trying to see how it all fits in. And it really looks like Kether itself might be, let me say that over. I think that the whole tree of life is pretty much Prakriti. It's
Prakriti.
not clean cut like what we're reading right now. I think that everything from from Chakma on down is Prakriti. That's the way it seems. Or maybe even Shakti. Maybe Prakriti would be Tifereth, because the way that I've always seen Tifereth from what I've been reading is Tifereth is the entire culmination of everything, every tangible.
Yeah. Like I know in Mystical Kabbalah, she basically says that for us, Tiferet is Kether.
Mm-hmm.
Like while we're down here, then Tiferet is gonna be Kether.
Yeah. For us, Tiferet is Kether. At least that's the highest that we can conceive. That's like the highest we can see,
Yeah.
with Yasad being somewhat of a mediator. So just where it stands for me right now, that's what it looks like. Tifereth being Purusha. Is that right? No, Prakriti. Tifereth
Yeah.
being Prakriti. And I think that up there in the Chakma realm is where Purusha starts.
So where would like have you thought about where any of like the Kaliph would fall into this?
Hmm. I think for me, I'm still trying to reconcile whether the clip off is simultaneous with the tree, just say maybe behind it, so to speak. I think
Yeah.
it exists simultaneously right next to it, or if it's actually under it, like a lower vibration of the tree itself. Kind of like how they've got the four worlds, and it might be the
Yeah.
fifth world. I guess for me, I'm still trying to see evidence as far as which of those.
Yeah.
What about
'Cause
you? What you've been learning?
I mean, just me like actually going through it now. That's why I just like. That's actually why I wanted to do the Kaliph class too, was because like I hear people talk about it, but I don't have any experience with it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And last year I was like the Eternal Black Flame, his whole Patreon thing and everything. I was in it last year, but then um when we started doing it, it the whole obstacles manifested as me like not having enough like money to keep on going with the payments.
Mm-hmm.
And then now I do have enough. So basically to finish what I started back then and like not run away from it. Cause I mean a lot of shit is coming up. Like intense shit that I buried. Um but not just like it coming up, but also like showing me like the root of where it started and why it started. And then like now it's up to me to like correct that.
Yeah, the root of
Yeah.
where it started and why it started.
Yeah. I guess before I was too like I wasn't willing to like face myself and like just be brutally honest with myself and where like what exactly happened and why it happened, and like take responsibility. I think that's like half of the battle of the shit that's coming up, is just owning it and taking responsibility for it.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a very difficult part of the battle too. Owning
Yeah.
it, taking responsibility for it. Just looking at people who have had things happen to them where it can easily make you feel like a victim, like where something happens to you that you didn't really have any say over. It's that's probably one of the most difficult situations to take ownership, because it's so easy to want to, it's because of that thing, it's because of that
Yeah.
person, it's because of you. Like, the emotions make it so easy to stay there. It's almost an insult for somebody to tell you take ownership of something like that,
Yeah, I mean, shit, it was before. That's how I know that it's like basically like patting myself on the back too. And like I feel like that goes for like everyone on this path. Like we have to take into consideration like where we were at and how much we've grown. Because I think that if we actually look at like just where, for me, like where I was a year and a half ago, like halfway through 2019, I was listening to a reading I got from Santos.
Mm-hmm.
And this is when I was kind of like first getting into like metaphysics and all this, or I thought it was I'm just getting into it. And I was asking him shit like, oh, like what's the ascendant? And like, oh, like I don't know what like this sign means. And then like a year and a half, 2 years later, it's like I definitely know what the fucking ascendant is and more.
Right.
So yeah. So just like giving ourselves a pat on the back too, but also like knowing there's still more work to be done.
Always work to be done. But yeah, like you said, patting yourself on the back, congratulating yourself. I think that should be done with equality, as much as, like homie was just saying, how you feel like there's still so much to learn, or I'm not quite there yet. I think those have to be balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like knowing where you're at and where you came, or like what you overcame, but then also like still seeing what you have to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I was going through something similar. My mom got sick earlier this week. Um, right before that, I started going into some heart chakra meditation and work, and just just her being sick reminded me of stuff that I had that I didn't even know I had. So it's crazy this week that I was like, I need to work on my heart chakra. I'm doing all this other work, and you know what I'm saying. I need to give myself a pat on the back and a little bit of healing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just crazy synchronicities, man. So that just let me know I'm on the right path.
No, hell yeah. I mean, and look at that. Just like you realizing that like you being able to perceive that you like needed heart chakra work, like that's a big step too.
Being able to diagnose yourself. I mean, how could you be able to do that if you weren't, in that process of paying attention, knowing thyself?
Right, right.
Yeah.
And like I said, since I didn't have that book knowledge, like I don't give myself enough credit. I feel like I really don't. But I turned 30 in this past October. Like, thankful. You know what I'm saying? 30, that's major. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes. How should
Yeah.
we address you?
Oh, my bad.
Well, my initials is SG, but I think I like the name Yuri. URI. I think that's probably what's best. You know what I'm saying? But Mashar Yuri is is my is my name moving forward in this chapter in my life.
Yuri, it is.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to
Yeah.
cut you off, Amar. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say like just like more synchronicities, because that was something that came up with the whole like path working, was that I had to give myself like credit where it's due, like simultaneously with the owning responsibility for shit that I haven't, like, I was too scared to face. So it's like it's not like one over the other, like how you were saying, like keep it at a balance. That's facts.
But I feel like I think the reason why I don't give myself enough credit or I don't want to praise myself because I feel like I got a lot more work to do. And I feel like once you start, you know, I just didn't want to, I was afraid of being egotistic.
Yeah,
Nah. So I'm trying to reincorporate the ego, you know what I'm saying? And still keeping it on the leash instead of it keeping me on the leash.
Right.
yeah,
Interesting about that ego. I think that ego is one of those buzzwords that we lack definition of. I think that, and I'm not talking about you, of course, you know that, but people in general, whenever we see the word ego, and I've been avoiding typing that thing on Facebook, but whenever it seems that when someone's talking about ego, it's almost like everyone has this assumption that ego means, hubris and
yeah,
being like super almost mixed in with the definition of pride, the negative definition of
yeah,
pride, full of self, or maybe even narcissistic. I think when people hear ego, that's what they think it means.
yeah,
Yeah,
But that
exactly.
word it's so much more than that.
It is.
yeah.
But for some reason, we focus on negative connotations of words. We do that with a lot of words. I don't know why, but I had to learn that the ego is separate from who I really am. You know what I'm saying? Doing some studying and whatnot. It's much more than just, oh, I'm handsome or I'm pretty or I'm this, I'm that. It's literally, what you like, what you don't like. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot deeper than it's stuff that we don't even know why we like it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We don't know why we don't like it.
And these are the
It
kind of
all
things that I'd like to dig into with this collective experience that we've got going on.
yes, sir.
Like most everything else, so far what I'm seeing, that term and phrase and concept of ego comes from this Vedic stuff as well. A lot of people will point to say, oh, well, ego comes from Freud and psychology and psychotherapy. Well, where do you think they got their shit from? These early spiritual scientists would discuss ego, and that's where the concept of ego came from them. And the way that they describe ego is basically, basically the slice of consciousness that perceives itself separate from the all. That's it. But everything that comes with that now, sure, that negative stuff comes with it. That slice where you think that you are something separate from the all, that comes with the self-preservation and I'm better and I'm great and this, that, and the third. But it also comes with what you just said, the stuff that we don't even know or realize consciously. Why you like what you like. People say, oh, I do what I want. Well, where does that come from? What makes you want the things that you do? Do you have a different definition or concept of ego? Or maybe more to flesh that out?
No, I'm still putting together the pieces, but I just had to separate everything, and it came from separating mind and body.
Yeah.
Um, um, being able to, because sometimes you have a dream and you're hands on in the dream. Then other times you have a dream, it's a fly on the wall. As a fly on the wall. I'm sorry. So that's how that's my quick little, you know, thing on ego is being able to separate and observe yourself, being understanding why do you do things. You know what I'm saying? Asking yourself, is your heart truly in the right place? Is your mind truly in the right place? was it in the right place? Is it going to be in the right place? And once you break down and understand your ego, then you can kind of predict what you're going to do before you do it.
Right. And that's power right there, being able to predict what you're going to do before you do it. That puts you in the driver's seat. That puts you in takes you out of the reactive mode and puts you now in the place
Mm-hmm.
where you can make decisions on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, I don't think most people are there yet. Not, and that's just coming from observation. You know what I'm saying? People act on impulse, on emotion, and wonder why things don't change.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm above or beyond anything or anybody. So I totally understand because I catch myself often, like, judging people and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, hey, step back and observe. And you know what I'm saying? Instead of judging, look for teachable moments. And it don't have to be super in depth. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to read the stars to people. You know what I'm saying? But the ego will guide you to the right place. How you do need to help people. Like
Yeah.
it's multifaceted.
Yeah. The ego will guide you to how you need to help people. So on the negative side, when we talk about ego, it's about the self-preservation and how I'm different and how my difference makes me special. But on the
Yes,
positive
sir.
side of it, the ego helps to show what it is about your particular experience that you are here to delve into, to manifest, you know, your skills, your talents, the things that really bring you passion. If you're able to take those very things and, like you said, use them to help other people, that is more of the positive aspect of ego. That's when
Yes,
it
sir.
becomes a
Because
gift.
yeah, I got wrapped up in so much of the shadow work that we came up with this term, light work for the fungi, like fungus, because you be in the dark in the shadows so much that you almost forget to, you know what I'm saying, come back to the light. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? So light work for the fungi.
I like that. Light work for the fungi.
Put it on the t-shirt, Ernie.
No, yeah, I've just noticed that a lot too. Like the whole ego being taken as hubris and just the like super prideful,
Hmm.
like oh when someone's being egotistical, that's like one of the first things that a lot of people move to for the definition of ego. But it's like everything like what do you do that's not in ego? Because like how the ahankara, the ego, like it like in the Tatwa Shuddhi, like we dissolve the elements into the ego. And that's the elements like make up basically all of what we know here.
Yeah.
So it's
Wait,
like
we
a
talking about ego today?
yeah. Or
What's
like
Lit.
going
that's
on, Irvin?
What's
what
up,
up.
man? That's
Yeah.
crazy. I was thinking about that this week. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was at the end. I was just saying that, yeah, because in the like the elements dissolved into the ego in Tatwa Shuddhi. So how just ego it penetrates into the subtler layers of reality. And it's not just some like someone acting out.
Right.
Yeah.
The definition expands. It's bigger than just that small ass slice that people think of, the Kanye West, the Donald Trump shit. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. It is your whole slice of individuality. Like you said, the elements that compose the entire objective existence, both gross and subtle, all that is wrapped up in ego. It's your slice of reality where you think that you're separate from the divine. That's what it is.
So It's crazy because like I was thinking about ego and I was getting frustrated for the past 2 weeks, but finally an answer I was, hoping for came through this week. And it was like I was getting frustrated at the ego, like, man, I just want to ego death. I just want to go through ego death. Let it go. And it's just like, wait, hold up. In all honesty, a lot of the ego that I have, well, the information that it provided me or even navigated me to actually brought me to where I am. And it helped me a lot, So I look at it as a balanced navigation system in a way, if you can understand it. It's not against you. It's only against you if you allow these elements to take over you, if that makes sense. But yeah, I feel like it's like a little navigation system.
Yeah.
Helping you play out your karma.
Yeah. Ego is very much attached to karma in that sense, helping you to navigate through these elements because that's what it's made of.
A compass, northwest, south, yep, all the elements. That's what I was thinking when he said that, but that's lit.
I think we're on the same page, roughly. I think we're on the same page. I was just earlier making a distinction between how, like what Amar just said. People think that ego means hubris and pride, but I just wanted to kind of talk about it so that we can kind of flesh out and see that it's more to it than that.
Ego actually supplies your confidence. It could be overly or it could be in a subtle way, I believe that. It's like if you didn't have ego, what would you even be confident in doing the things that you're doing?
Yeah.
Believing in the individual self, right? Even though it's all connected to the all, but it just gives you that, that feeling, right?
Yeah. Now on the mental level, but it extends even beyond the mental. It also goes emotional and physical and spiritual because, the whole self-preservation part of us that, anything that starts with I, that's ego. I must eat because I am hungry. I must drink because I am thirsty. I must move out of traffic or this car will hit me. That's ego too.
You sound like a caveman the way you talking.
Well, that's how the human thinks.
I am that I am. That's all.
I am.
I must move Will out of the cave. Like you see how it's... Well, go ahead.
I am that I am. Is that the name of Ahamkara? Eheye, I am that I am. I like this.
I mean, that's how Digimon. That's how it. There's like a Digimon free movie on YouTube, and it starts off with like the whole like the demiurge being the ego and creating a false reality. It literally says that verbatim in the first like 2 minutes of the clip, and it has like an egg, and then it like cracks, and then it goes digital into like the Digiverse. But
interesting.
Yeah.
Dang, it had that type of stuff in Digimon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Oh man, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, fucking Pokemon.
Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon,
Especially
digital monsters.
Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh man, Yu-Gi-Oh was deep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was my
How
shit,
you
bro.
can tap into the pyramid and just boom, just whew.
Yeah.
Look at the diagram that is provided for us, and we see that we've got the 5 sense experience at the bottom, which would be the Sattvic, the Rajasic, and the Tamasic. So now I'm looking at, you can find this diagram anywhere, but in particular, it's on the cover of Samkhya Darshan. It's also in Tatwashuddhi. If either you guys have that book, it's on page 44, 45. But anyways, this diagram, it shows at the very bottom, this is our whole objective experience. Just that little portion at the bottom of this tree of life is the objective experience. Everything else is way beyond. So it's almost as if that's the Malkuth. It's kind of crazy because whenever I see diagrams like that, and I think it was even mentioned in here that objective experience only takes up 10% of our reality, it makes me think of how doctors or people would say, oh, you only use 10% of your brain. I never thought of that as like I'm only using a small compartment of my brain and 90% of its mass I'm not accessing. I always thought of it being more our capability or whatever. But anyways, the way that when I look at the tree of life and this kind of chart here, it seems almost as if the Malkuth level would be that 10%, our objective experience. Because when you think about it, most people don't have a conceptual grasp on those higher levels of self, which would make up that higher 90%. But anyways, what I wanted to say was that objective experience is all up under ahamkara, which is ego. Even intellect is above that. So it's almost as if trusting the intellect, that mental faculty, is moving beyond the objective experience.
I think what's another kind of maybe like a roadblock for like a Western mind into these things is when we think of intellect, we're thinking of left brain. And that's like, nah, because that's like intellect in Vedic doesn't mean left brain or like reasoning and shit like that. Like how you described it in the diagram, it's above the ego. So the ahamkara.
What he says in this book here about the intellect, about Mahat, is that it is not self-aware. And I've been trying to meditate on that for a while. And I mean, I've just been trying to mull it over in my head when, slow times. But he talks about how Mahat or Habuddhi, which is intellect, how it is not self-aware, which got me kind of thinking about how when Dion Fortune talks about the planes above are positive to the planes below. So what he said was Prakriti is, close to what we would call the higher self. Prakriti and Purusha, that would kind of be up there. But it uses the buddhi, the intellect, as an operating system to kind of express itself and receive impulse from ego. So we've got ego, which is self-aware. I am that I am. I think that I'm this, that. I know that I'm not this and that. Then we have the intellect, which isn't self-aware. It's above all that. It's above the I am that I am. So we've got a faculty up here that is a calculating, deciphering, determining, responsible part of the higher self.
Yeah. There's I'll find the diagram right now. In one of the like Vedantic lectures, talking about how will, like we're talking about will, is generated from um that level above ahamkara. Like when they talk about will as in like Vedic will.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's definitely like a difference in meaning to a lot of the words that we use and then how it's used in like Vedic philosophy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think it's really important for those of us who are doing the work to really make sure that we define these words based on their original meanings. Like words like you said, will, intellect, ego, karma. You know what I'm saying? That's another buzzword that nobody knows what the fuck that means. Will would be another one to flesh out.
Melanin. I'm just kidding.
But you want to know something? I think that melanin is Prakriti. More on that.
Oh, snap. I gotta look into that. Hold up.
Can you give what's Prakriti? Let me see what my book at. I ain't right make no notes.
Okay. Which you said you were going to see where your book is at. Which one are you looking for?
Well, the only one I got on that subject matter was the Ayurveda, science of healing. I think did they talk about that? No, Vada, Pita, the Tridosha. Trying to think because it's a glossary in here somewhere, I believe.
Yeah.
Why did I read this before?
Good question.
No, they don't got Prakriti.
That is crazy.
Prakriti? Is that what you said?
Prakriti, yes.
What is that?
Wait. Did they talk about Prakriti and the sutras?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, right?
I mean, they should.
Because I think that's where I seen it. I'm just trying to remember because I just went to look it up to see how to spell the word.
About the three gunas, for sure.
Yeah.
The material energy of which all matter is composed.
Yeah, I mean, it has to. I feel like you can't get away from it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an
Or
essential
people
part
like
of
to
the
say you
philosophy.
like. What were you saying, bro?
I was saying that Prakriti is an essential part of the philosophy. So I'm positive. I didn't see that word in there, but I hadn't finished reading it. I know they talk about the gunas, like Amar said.
I forgot which book I saw it in that I have.
But essentially, if you want to look at Prakriti, maybe a working definition, um, basically, when we talk about Prakriti, it's the entire concept of nature itself and everything tangible, everything objective, matter in all of its states, from gross to subtle, solid, liquid, gas, and beyond. Anything that can be anything, all of manifestation, anything that is changeable, anything that can go through the aspects of generation, of balance, and destruction, right? Anything that is. And I'll take all that in comparison to what's called Purusha, which is pure consciousness, right? So you got mind and matter. You see what I'm saying? Mind is the opposite. Mind doesn't change. Pure consciousness doesn't change. It doesn't go through generation, operation, or destruction. It is all. It's beginning and end.
Yeah.
Doesn't go
Prakriti
through.
is Shakti, basically.
I,
Yes.
Okay,
if that's
cool.
the case, then I believe melanin could be a concentrated form based off of what I'm seeing right here with the elements, the 5 elements and the doshas.
My sperm is Prakriti. Okay.
I guess if you wanted to compare it to that, I think the egg might be Prakriti and the sperm might be the Purusha. If we had to make that comparison, they both are Prakriti, right?
Yeah. Because
Technically.
I'm thinking like, sperm. Like I was being serious too, because I'm thinking like sperm, it's changeable, but the egg, yeah, that too. Yeah.
We talk about the concept, because really what we're describing here are different aspects of the masculine and the feminine, because we know, well, we've heard of Shiva and Shakti. Well, Purusha, Prakriti are a lower, yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's some. Oh yeah, you have a whole joint on that.
Yeah, I knew I
Yeah.
seen it somewhere. I don't know if y'all can make that out because, but
What book is that off of?
Yeah.
that's the Ayurveda Science of Healing, page 17, I believe.
Oh, okay. That's where I heard it from. The conference school I went to. They had that same book.
Wait, which one is it? The red one?
Oh shit! Yeah,
The
you got it.
Science of Healing. Yep.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Yeah, but I get what you were saying, Trav. Like the Shakti and Shiva is just the overall general, over like the top of it basically. That's what governs Prakriti, and Prakriti is just basically like the detailed understanding of Shiva in a way. I mean, not Shiva, Shakti.
So it's almost like the tree of life, and how the tree of life pretty much has the same things, but reflected on a lower scale. It's manifest and is called something a bit differently. Shiva Shakti, Purusha Prakriti are Shiva Shakti on a lower scale. Mind,
Okay.
matter
Mhm.
are those guys on a lower scale. And if you keep going lower, it's basically masculine and feminine. Typically, masculine is meant to masculinity expresses itself as the director, right? The driver of the ship. Masculinity is typically unchanging. It's solid. It's firm. It's supposed to be going in one direction, like a straight line, like the number one. Femininity is the opposite. It's the zero. It's the circle. It's the opening. It is what is directed, right? It is the soil that the seed is planted in. So it develops it, just like Prakriti.
So would you say what you just described about the male aspect and the female aspect is Prakriti's personal's ego? You know what I'm saying? Like in a way.
Prakriti is, ego is a aspect of Prakriti.
Mhm. So like the characteristics that you just broke down, that's what you say. That's what you can like say. Like, okay, the male is this, it likes to be in lead, something like that. That would be the ego of the male Prakritis, right?
In relation to relationships, when a man and a woman is together, or a masculine and feminine person is together, things usually perform more effectively and more fruitfully when someone takes the masculine role of being solid, firm, unchanging. The other is meant to be what is directed. You know, you got the whole dom and sub aspect there. Like it relates.
Balance.
It takes a lot of the guesswork out when you understand the fundamentals, because everything can be related back to this. And this isn't taught with Shooty, page 44. I keep referencing it so much. So 43. But basically it's almost got like this whole tree of life thing going on. The very top, Shiva Shakti. And then below it, you've got the veils that start to create what we call illusion, what we call Maya, right? And these are the parts that serve to separate Shiva Shakti even more. But anyways, in the microcosmos, the bottom level, you got Purusha Prakriti. Now, Purusha, individual soul, which is the consciousness, which directs matter. It tells matter where to go. It is what it is. As you can see, there's nothing under it, because that's what it is. Meanwhile, Prakriti has so many different designations. Right up under Prakriti, what is Prakriti made of? Buddhi, which is intellect. And then Ahamkara, which is ego. And then memory, and then mind. And then, of course,
okay.
the Tan mantras and thought was, those are the elements and how we perceive.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's interesting how high ego is out of those four to me.
I think what you said earlier, right, Trav? You said something about ego is more reactive in a way. So that's why the intellect's above the ego. So you can learn about your karma. Like that's what the ego's there. And that's what I was gonna say earlier. Like let's just say you lash out at somebody. That's what ego will do, to teach you about what your karma is here to do. That's why I say it's like a navigation system. So if you develop the intellect, now you know what to change. If you don't, you're just gonna keep acting out of ego, which is the overly negative side that us humans tend to understand.
I like the way you put that. Especially how the planes above are masculine to the planes below. So if intellect is above ego, then as you said, ego would be reactive. And intellect
It's 9:00.
Thanks, Maxine. Intellect would be what is directing that reactive ego. At least if things were in that place, things would be appropriate. But those who find themselves purely being reacted, they're not in the driver's seat. I hope that came out right.
That's crazy. So some people could be in a battle with just straight intellect and ego all the time until they master that side. Like the intellect's like, don't do that. If the ego's like, nah, fuck that.
Please, isn't that what's always happening though? Haven't you had that battle?
Yeah, I have that battle. I've had that battle. I still do sometimes.
Exactly. Haven't we just had that battle earlier today or whatever?
I was just on that. I was about to say that was me earlier today.
Wow, and it's crazy how even at the lowest part, you can still see within those four phases how energy just moves up from, a negative all the way up to the positive, or just, you know what I'm saying? How do you say it? Like it just grows, whatever. Because I don't want to say negative and positive, but you know what I'm saying. From an ignorant standpoint to a intellectual standpoint, and then to a godly conscious standpoint, whatever. Right. Ever since we started picking these words, man, I've been like, it's hard for me to speak because it's like, man, I don't even give a fuck about what words I'm trying to use. And I'm trying to attach words to something that's so divine sometimes. And it's just, I don't even know how to explain myself. So, you know what I'm saying? I'll be at that point now.
It's a good thing because it's causing you to really say what you mean and mean what you say.
Yeah.
And
So
then
when
we
I use a word now that I'm more harder on myself rather than just saying, like the thing, like I said this week, I was thinking about ego, and everything that I'm breaking down to you now was exactly how I was thinking about it. But, because I was in that battle. I was in that battle with my intellect. And then, like, my ego was telling me I need to kill my ego. My intellect's like, no, the ego's there for a reason.
yeah. Oh goodness.
But the ego do serve purpose. It's just like I said earlier, you got to put a leash on that ego and learn how to train that ego, because if that ego run wild, it can run you into a wall or off a cliff.
Exactly. And that's all tying to your karma. You know what I'm saying? Like, think
Hmm.
about it. Like, if, like, just for me, for example, I just said my ego wanted me to kill my ego. So my ego wanted me to be self-destructive. That's a pattern that I used to have as a kid. Like, but now it's not physical, it's more mental for me now.
Think about it though. If intellect is not self-aware, then intellect couldn't tell you to kill your ego. Only ego could tell you that.
Wait, say that one more time.
If intellect is not self-aware, then who's telling you to kill the ego?
And who's telling you that you need the ego too?
The higher up we go in these levels of consciousness, the less easy it is to grasp or understand. I mean, you can understand it, but the understanding takes place on a level that is not intellectual.
And
It
that's where you got to let go. Ooh.
Yeah,
that's what
because y'all just fucked me up just now.
it's difficult to really, because we as humans, as what we are, we want to sit here and have a grasp on it and easy to understand. Okay, this means this, and this means that, and I feel confident now. That's what we want, but we have to get rid of that because our limited experience can't even contain the necessary. We're not built with the right RAM to process that kind of thing. We have to develop other faculties that aren't exactly under our control, that aren't exactly comfortable to yield and wield. So if the ego is telling us something, it's ego. Now the intellect, goodness gracious.
Okay, so I was right. The ego was the one that told me to kill my ego, right?
Right,
To
right,
cause confusion, to cause the Maya.
right, right, right.
Okay, cool. Because I just said that to you, and then you reset it, and I'm like, hold up, you fucked me up.
Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was explaining it in relation to what I was talking about with intellect being unaware, because intellect couldn't have said that because it is not aware.
Yeah.
But that I wanted to add that the ego can pull from above and below. So you gotta kind of sit back and observe the ego and see what the root of the motivation is that's pushing you. You know what I'm saying? Is it destructive or is it conducive to?
You see, when the ego pulls something from below, I mean, above, this is what I realized. Like, in the information from the intellect, the ego will try to use against you, right?
Mm.
I would realize that before I even react off of it, which is the intellect acting again, I try to see both sides of the situation. Like, where's the middle ground at? You know what I'm saying? Like, if my decision's too left side, it's like, there's a problem. If it's too right side, it's like, oh, nah, that's something. Then I look in the middle, like, okay, is this really gonna benefit? You know what I'm saying? So then I start recognizing, like, okay, I feel like the ego makes something extreme in a way and tries to make you look at it one way.
The ego is being directed. So when you say it's pulling from above or below, it's being directed to do so. By itself, it would never, because it's all about how am I different from everything else? How am I special and unique from everything else? That's its coding. If this was a program, the coding of ego is what makes me different, what makes me stand out, what makes me special, what makes me an individual. That's what ego is built upon. Everything else comes from that. So when it comes to higher knowledge and higher information, it must be directed by that higher intellect. And I'm, like Amar said, it's not left brain logical intellect. It's more of a divine intellect.
The balance of both. And it's crazy that you say, you know, what you said just now about the ego, because like if you apply the Kabbalion information to that, right, it's being directed by something. It makes you want to feel, and it makes you, it's ego's there to make you feel individual. It doesn't matter how it makes you feel individual in a negative aspect or make you feel better than everybody. It's just there to do that. So it could bounce from both. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I realized. It could bounce from both because it's still on that rhythm. It could go from one major extreme, and that's what I meant. That's what I was trying to say. It could go from one major extreme to the next.
Absolutely.
That's crazy. As soon as we hop on, that's the first thing we talk about. And I've been like on this for like all week for real.
Hey, Ruth, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent.
I'm just listening in.
Just what?
Just listening in.
Welcome, welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you.
It's so hard to control when the ego is trying to pull things that's, like that's more of the physical kind of wants and not needs, if that makes sense.
That has everything to do with those the three gunas. Oh my gosh, yeah. The three gunas that make up Prakriti. When you talk about these wants and these needs and desires, each one of those are directly related to the gunas. There's a whole chapter on that. Goodness gracious. I don't remember if it's in the Shamkaya or the Nivritti one. But yeah, if I find
You
it.
said that was the gunas. Can you spell that?
Gunas. The gunas are.
Oh, yeah. That's I read on that too. Where did I see that at? Rishi Samkaya. Where was that at?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they was what is this? Tamaz?
Mm-hmm.
Sound, touch, sight, taste, smell.
So think of tamas as action. Excuse me. No. Rajas, that's action, right? That's action. I need to. We must.
Yep.
Rajas is that. Rajas is activity. Tamas is inertia, not moving, still, comfortable, dying. Sattva, that is balance, that is harmony, that is not going up and not going down. It's balanced. And unless something is sattvic, it cannot really access those higher planes of awareness.
Yeah, so it's relating to the physical. Eyes, ears, tongue, nose.
Those are three states that can be related to anything. Like you said, it can be related to physical, also emotional, mental, and everything dealing with Prakriti at all. Because Prakriti is composed of those three energies. And when one is over the other, that's what causes manifestation and creation.
Okay,
why does that happen?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
No, I just said Raha is a dynamic movement.
Yes.
Tamaz is static, and stability, pure aspect, awakening essence, and light is sattva.
Right. Yeah. Right. And everything that is manifested within Prakriti is under the influence of one.
See, these girls trying to get their fake booties done. They need to get their Prakritis done. You know what I'm saying? And their real booties. The Vedic booties.
I saw something very interesting about the wants and the needs that you spoke of, but I gotta remember which book it was in.
Amar been over there on Naruto heavy lately. What's up with that, Amar?
Heard.
You trying to activate your shotgun gun?
While you look for that, you mind if I read this Sam Kaya Philosophy of Creation?
That'd be
It's
nice.
a small little piece. Purusha is unmanifested, formless, passive, beyond attributes, beyond cause and effect, space and time. Purusha is pure essence. Prakriti is the creative force of action, the source of form, manifestation, attributes, and nature. Maha is the cosmic intelligence or Buddhi. Uh, uh, Ahamkar, how you say
Yo.
that?
Yes. Ahamkara.
Ahamkar is ego, the sense of I am. And then we already went over this, but Sapta is the stability, pure aspect, awakening essence and light. Rajas is dynamic movement. Tamaz is static, and it is potential, energy, inertia, darkness, ignorance, and matter. So you pretty much hit it right on the head, my brother.
Absolutely. So those concepts that you just read from, those would be
Yes, sir.
very important to get lodged in here. Get it from that book and get it from other sources if you can. But those serve as the elementary basic building blocks of the Samkhya philosophy and the Vedic philosophy. Samkhya is a root. You feel me? Samkhya is one of the oldest philosophies ever. Now Buddhism is founded upon it. This Vedic shit is founded upon it. All of our modern spirituality is founded upon it. So if you can understand the root, you don't have to study none of the other shit that came out later because you get in the source code. So like it was saying, the Purusha is all of this that we have. That's matter. That's the third dimension or whatever. Now, what is it composed of? It's called Triguna Matika. It's composed of three things, those gunas, three energies, because they're a substance. And the substance, it manifests differently depending on what is what. But it's Purusha, Prakriti is made of these three things, those three gunas. Okay, now what you were talking about with the wants and the needs.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Jeez Louise. This is some of it. I think there's more of it a bit earlier, but God is a wave. Let's see. Strengths represent the sattvic qualities or positive forces of life. Weaknesses represent the tamasic qualities, the limitations and conditions which you are unable to transcend. Ambitions represent rajasic qualities, the desires which motivate you. Needs are a balance of all three. So keep in mind, we've got rajas, tamas, and sattva. Rajas is the active principle, generator. Rajas in the mind would represent your ambition, right? Things that you're going for. Think about rajas is active, moving towards a thing or moving at all, even if you're moving away from it. You get what I'm saying? Rajas, movement.
Is that the same as karma, action?
Well, all these make karma. All three of these,
Oh, okay. Because I saw something that said karma was action, any
indeed,
action. Okay,
even non-action, which would be tamas, that would
right.
still generate karma.
The stagnant. Okay, okay.
The only way to absolve karma would be to operate through the sattvic principle because it's not generating and it's not destroying. So
Mm,
the weaknesses, strengths represent, ambitions represent the rajasic qualities. Ambition, that's the rajas. Now we talk about the tamas, weaknesses represent the tamas qualities, limitations, and the conditions which you are unable to transcend. So if you're addicted to alcohol, that's a tamasic quality because it's pulling you in. It's almost like a whirlpool that you get stuck in, and it can cause karma too. Now, the strengths of the personality are represented by the sattvic qualities, right? But what I wanted to read was this paragraph. Needs are basic to everyone's life, whether a saint or a sinner. The basic needs are shelter, food, and clothes, which represent the security that every individual requires. Whether you're a saint, a king, or a beggar, you need all three. That's food, shelter, and clothing. Any attempt to fulfill these needs is an indication of the three gunas in a state of harmony. So any attempt to fulfill your basic needs, which is food, shelter, and the clothing, right? That's going to be a sattvic inspired principle. Doesn't incur karma, and it is a type of thing that can get you closer to higher self. However, when you identify with an ambition, you become rajasic. When needs become an ambition, they become rajasic. You feel me? So when those needs turn into an ambition, as far as like, oh, I got to get the name brand, I got to get the best, then it transfers from a need to a want. You need clothing, but when you desire only branded clothes because they're fashionable, that is rajoguna. You need shoes, but when you will only settle for Nike, that is rajoguna. Need is a state of harmony in the gunas, but when ambition becomes attached to it, it becomes rajasic. The four conditions of strength, weakness, ambition, and need cause ripples in the quiet state of the mind and then influence the mind in the form of vrittis. So the first step in the process of mental restraint is to identify them, to recognize them, to realize them, and then manage them.
Yeah, I need to get that. So so basically when you start to embody those. Okay, I got it. I got a question though. So once you study some of the older or the oldest of this knowledge, how easy is it or difficult to plug and play like modern words or words from the English Latin source? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you worry about um the translation being or not the translation, but the do you worry about the meaning get lost a little bit, if that makes sense?
Are you saying that when you're studying it with these older words, is there a way to just transform those older words into modern words?
Yeah, do you should I worry about that? Like losing some value?
Exactly. I would that's why I try to stick with the original meanings, because what happens and what has happened is when we try to translate these words into English, it loses a lot of flavor. It's like when you have a video clip or a picture and you save it in a different file type. Like say you got it at 1080p and in order to upload it, it's got to go down to 480. You're going to lose quality. So that same thing happens when we take these older words and we try to squeeze them into English. The English language itself, it's got its own therapy that it needs to go to a psychologist for. But when you keep the older words, what I've found is that language from ancient times was symbolic. So if even you can look at Chinese, the one character can mean so many different things depending on the context, right? So a character could mean a fly or a pair of pants, depending on the context. With English language, you don't have that so much. English tends to try to make things so limited and restricted, and just the whole way that we process is different from the ancient way because of that. Long story short, I would try to stick with the original terms and try to research all the different vocabulary definitions that word can mean to get a comprehensive picture. Does that make sense? Or was that too many words to
No,
explain?
no, that's fine. No, that's exactly what I was asking.
Okay. I guess to kind of condense that some more, it's a lot like the sigils and the different symbols for magic. Um, Somebody could see the sigil of Lucifer and then just be like, "Oh, that means Lucifer," but you don't get it. you're just comparing that to what you've already got stored in your head. The education aspect comes when you look at all the different possible meanings for it. That way you extend that library. So depending on what context it appears in or you see it, you can apply it better. You know, like the dream dictionary. Oh, I saw an elephant in my dream, so that means I'm gonna be big or whatever. But if you expand on that definition with all the different types of things that an elephant could represent, now you're able to put the pieces together better based on the other symbols and the feelings and the colors.
Yeah, that make a lot of sense. 4, 6.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. I've never ridden on a horse before, so I don't know how much fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
Me neither.
Greetings, people in the chat.
So, what's the most profound information you got from the Purusha, Prakati, all of that Prakriti? I mean, what resonated with you the most? Buzzword.
I think yeah, it's cool though. I understand what you mean. I think what resonates with me the most is I have a lot of work to do as far as defining what I am. Um, Nothing has really made me question my existence more than this. And when I say question my existence, I don't mean like, oh, what if this is all a dream? I mean like, what exactly am I? Because when you start looking at this division between Purusha and Prakriti, or Shakti and Shiva, when you really start looking at it, there's no room for you. There's no room for me. The individual, it doesn't really exist. I'm starting to see that everything that we cling to as what I am and who I am and what makes me important, especially and all that stuff, all of that is literally an illusion. And what do I mean by illusion? I don't mean it's not real. I mean the way that we have seen it is not true. With Prakriti being what it is, all possible objectivity, right? It's matter in every possible combination, but we can only experience it through time, through little slices of change. But when you zoom out, if you can learn how to conceive timelessness, what you'll begin to see is Prakriti in its natural form, which is this massive blob of stuff, right? This big gray matter that can and has been and will be everything possible. But we're inside of that. We're a part of that. We're not anything. We're a part of that. Now, there's another thing called consciousness, which is Purusha. And Purusha is just like this solid beam of pure knowingness, pure beingness. And the book describes it as it being like a magnet. When it gets near Prakriti, Prakriti activates now. When the masculine gets near the feminine responds. Now, what happens is, remember we said that Purusha is composed of those three gunas, but they're in harmony. And it seems that time is the process of all the gunas being every possible thing, but outside, it's not moving because it's in harmony.
Chaos.
It's chaos, yes. When Purusha gets close to it, it pulls like a magnet, like iron fillings. When you put a magnet near it, all the iron comes towards it like that. Just simply Purusha being near Prakriti like that, all of those gunas begin to react and respond. Some come out more, some come out less. But that dance, that reaction is what causes the life that we have here. But the more that you zoom out, the more that you start to see that it never really happened. Only at this lower level that we find ourselves at is it's happening. But the higher up you go in this consciousness, you begin to see that this isn't even happening at all.
Is that when they say so when those buzzwords like we just actors in a story, or we just playing our role? And I know you mentioned that a lot. The
Mythology.
mythology, I think you like to say.
Yeah. Stolen
So
from Krysten.
that
What were you saying?
I
Yeah, I don't. Were you finished? I thought you were going.
oh yeah, no, I was just making the connection because it's one thing for me to understand you, but I remember at one point when I probably didn't understand your explanation. So I try to, you know what I'm saying, try to connect certain dots. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily for me, but it do in return benefit me.
I get you, and that is appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the most profound thing for me is probably so far, just realizing that I don't exist and what the fuck that actually means. Because you
Mhm.
can't just sit with that. You can't, oh, I don't exist and none of this is real. You can't sit with that. You got to really come to terms with what that actually means. Because you can say
Mhm.
that, but not live that. Oh, this is an illusion. I'm not real. But you live as if you think that this illusion is real. You know, if you knew that this was an illusion, then certain things wouldn't matter. Certain things wouldn't bother you. You wouldn't get triggered all the
Mhm.
damn time. Right. So when I say I'm trying to come to terms and trying to grasp that, I'm living as if I understand or am trying to understand this concept. Even looking at what's happening now, like we've got these different, what's it called when two planets come close together?
Conjunction.
Yeah, we got these different conjunctions and lineups and all that shit. It's like a magnet. It pulls certain things up out of people. And it's not too far
Mhm.
fetched to understand when the moon gets full, it pulls some things up out of people. Lunacy, right? We behave differently when that moon is full. So, likewise, all of these cosmic aspects, when they go into different configurations, it pulls different parts of these gunas up out of us. That's on a higher level. That dance of Purusha getting close to Prakriti and pulling them gunas out, that's reflected on a lower level as these planets being in different combinations. And that's reflected on a lower level as our lives going up and down in accordance with the flow of what's going on in astrology. So it's not that Saturn and Mars is a living being that's making you do stuff. It's a symbolic representation of these flows of energy that are reflecting themselves down here. And when I say energy, I mean different possible manifestations of those three gunas.
But
Prakriti is this thing dancing. We're just experiencing this very slice of time of that dance.
I think you hear a lot of first time parents talk about after they have a child, then they really don't matter no more. It's more about, you know what I'm saying, the evolution or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some people, some spiritual people, you might hear them say, it's for the betterment of the planet, or, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, however they want to cut the cookie. But it's just interesting to me how parents, especially like young first time parents, is almost like, especially mothers, it's almost like the death of an ego happens overnight and they really don't matter no more.
Yeah. And look at that, because you begin to, that's like the first time a lot of us are able to see outside of ourselves, to see how things are connected outside of our perspective.
It was funny, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When are we not horny?
That is funny. You know what they say? Sex is just your DNA trying to live on without you.
Never heard that one. Sex is
Yeah.
not live on without you. But shit, sex is that dance of Shiva and Shakti, Purusha and Prakriti.
Yes, sir.
Purusha comes near and arouses her. So she begins to behave in such a way to keep him engaged. And that's what we find happening when those gunas get to stirring. We start attaching our consciousness to them. So now I think I'm a person. I think I have opinions. I think I have likes and dislikes. I think I'm different. I think I'm separate. And that I-ness keeps on going. And we get deeper and deeper until we literally think we are a four-legged beast walking around with clothes on, and we got a reputation to uphold, and I got to do this, and I got to keep it real, and all this other shit. None of that is, that's all the illusion. You don't got to keep nothing real. Memories have no value. Relationships, they have no, none of this has any value. All the stuff that happened in my life up to this point is meaningless, pointless. There's no point.
But I think what you gravitate to, what you put energy into is what makes this experience interesting. But I just think that it depends on the perspective and what you look at it from. Are you are you in it, or is it in you? If that makes sense.
Exactly. Are you in it or is it in you? And I try to stay away from the value judgments, as far as good
Hmm.
or not good, because that helps to cloud the judgment. That helps to keep you attached. The value judgment is that attachment. So, as far as, putting the attention into it to keep it interesting, that may be so, but I have to maintain a certain frame of not going based off of, is it interesting or is it not interesting? Is it good or is it bad? It is. It just is.
I am that I am.
The worst thing could happen to me, but if I truly live what I'm understanding, then it doesn't matter. The best thing could happen to me, but if I truly live what I'm sitting here talking about and studying, still doesn't matter. Nothing will change this consciousness, because that's how consciousness is supposed to be, unchanging. Now, I don't mean ignorant. I mean finding a center of being an observer of matter with an
Hmm.
awareness that matter is nothing but change. That change shouldn't move you. That change should just be as it. I hope that's coming out clear.
No, it's. I think I understand now, because a lot of people kind of, like you said, they me myself and odds, and I got this degree, and I wear a suit, and I drive a BMW, and I'm better than you. I'm your boss, and I'm this, and I'm that, and really, is really not that simple. It's really not that simple. Hmm.
So easy to get caught up in those labels and those identifications. So easy. I'm educated now because I got a degree.
I'm woke.
Trying to keep up with the chat here, but this conversation is engaging.
Anything interesting going on in the chat?
Always. I think I missed a question or two.
What's up, people in the chat? What's going on?
Um, yeah, so somebody asked about books. So just to kind of reference, oh shit, I'll have to come to that in a minute. um, Nuru says detailed and nuanced knowledge are important. Details and nuanced knowledge are important. Simplicity is divinity. True indeed. True indeed.
Yeah, I think that's when you was talking about playing out the mythos. Once you get there, and then you break it down to the simplest form. You are. You just it. I
Yeah.
am that I am.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, Kristen did
True.
send me some messages. I just wanted to let everybody know here. She did mention that she wanted to come on and do and talk about the Saturn return, which is pretty important. I left the link in the email and in the post on YouTube so that you could find the website to do your Saturn return. Um, but for those who did not, I'll post the link in the chat. Did everyone here so far get that link?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yes, and
Okay. It's a page that you go to, you put your dates in. We were looking at it before we ended the last chat.
Tree Marie, how you doing?
Also, get your Vedic Saturn placement if you don't have that already. So, where is your Saturn in your Vedic chart? I'm gonna I'm gonna bookmark the. I'm gonna put that link in the chat. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Okay.
was she gonna go in on the date or like our specific placement?
I think she said that she was going to run through all of them, run through all of the Saturn. It's Saturn, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I think she said something about she was going to tell us what it means, like for everybody. I guess I don't know. I'm ignorant when it comes to the astrology thing.
Oh yeah. Um. Sheesh. Oh. But so far, for those who asked in the chat what reference, um, as far as the Ayurveda book, we were talking about this one here, and it goes into some information about, of course, your health and your body types, and also a little bit about Prakriti, as far as it being composed of those three gunas that we mentioned. Here's another one. If you wanted to go into the same type of information, just from a different author, it's called Prakriti. The author is Robert Svoboda. Both of these so far are pretty good. I haven't finished them, but me not knowing anything about Ayurveda, I have gained a lot of information so far. So if you're interested with that type of thing, with healing and being healthy, getting your body right, and how it relates to Prakriti, these would be two good ones. And also, of course, one of my favorite books of the past however many months, Taught with Shooty. And this one goes into detail on the five elements that compose our objective reality. And there's a very nice chart in here that has the full lineup, page 44, about how, you know, how things line up between Shiva and Shakti. Also in the back, it's got a profoundly amazing ritual to help keep those elements that compose you in balance. All right. Another book that I finished recently that was really good is called The Paths of Pravriti and Nivriti. And basically, this talks about your consciousness, talks about your mind, right? You may have heard me talk about before how you've got these tape cassette loops that are spinning in your head, right? Your mind is never really clear because you got these thoughts on rotation, on repeat. What am I going to buy for dinner? I got to go take a piss. I'm horny. I got to go have sex. All these different thoughts are on rotation constantly. They never stop. Now, there are ways to manage those so that they don't rule your life, so that you can begin to walk a more spiritual path to become more in touch with the more divine and purified essence of yourself. Now, there's two paths. One path is called the path of poverty, and that's where you're able to be in the world but not of the world. That's a path where you're able to manage these different swirlings, those wants, those needs, those impressions, called samskaras, how to manage the ego and how to get to a point where you're operating from a sattvic level. And remember, the sattvic means balanced, as opposed to rajasic, which is super ambitious, and tamasic, which is inertia and destructive. It teaches you how to be on that balanced path. But there's only so far that you can go on the path of pravriti. You can get close, but there's only so far you can go. The other path is called nivriti, and that is the path of, you really trying to get enlightened, right? Nivriti is the path where you really have to do away with the world, where you have to separate from it in such a way that you dedicate your life to the study and the practice of these higher principles. And talks about the purpose of a guru, the purpose of you know study and getting rid of excess baggage. And like I said, we all have these memories, we all have these experiences, but they still have an effect on us. If you're able to come to a point where you truly realize that all those things really hold no value, they don't. We give it value, and in us giving that value, we have attachment to it, and it serves to define who we think we are, and it serves to define everything that we do, really. But anyways, this is a good book on that concept. And then of course, I'm still reading this, almost done. This one's called Samkhya Darshan, and it really goes into that core philosophy that all this stuff is founded upon. And it goes into defining the difference between Prakriti and Purusha, which is what we're talking about tonight, with ego right there in the middle being Ahamkara. All these I would say is worth purchasing and spending your time on. None of this is like fun reading just for shits and giggles. Like, this is all great stuff. So if you can, go out there and get it. If you cannot, then maybe something to look forward to later. If I could pick one of these though, I'd probably say get this one. If I could just pick one, because this one is most applicable to anybody who's serious.
And it comes with the meditation too. With that,
Yeah, it
I
comes
think
with
that's like, I want to kind of like, because I've been doing the Tattva Shuddhi, so like it's like, if I wasn't doing the Tattva Shuddhi, what would have happened type of shit, you know?
yeah. Yeah.
But then again, I don't want to know.
I could definitely see a change in everything after I finished that book and started doing that meditation.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Perfect. Powerful. What's going on, T?
Hey, what's good? What's good?
What's up, T?
How are you guys?
Well, thank you.
Doing pretty fantastic. What about you?
I've been doing all right. Dealing with the death in the family right now, so I haven't really been too much into reading. Helping my mom and family get some arrangements together has really been my week, or my past 2 weeks. So, but other than that, everything is pretty good.
Great. Be strong for those who can't be strong for themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. My mom took it real hard. It was her brother. Um,
Are you all right?
yeah, I think I'm still kind of like in that not really denial phase, but it don't feel real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. But no, I am doing all right. I am just been busy more so than anything. And I have not gotten to the meditation part. I'm a little more than halfway through with Talk to a Shooting.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's pretty exciting. I feel like I'm learning all these new words.
Yeah.
It's definitely something different, but yeah, I like the breakdowns of the energies and what they do and what they represent. It's it's definitely helpful, but I definitely see the benefit of not stopping in reading, because it's kind of like you not really you lose momentum, but it the pace is different,
Mhm.
you know. So yeah, but so far so good. So far it's really good.
Excellent.
Hmm. And I got the Kundalini Tantra too. I haven't even touched that one yet,
Yeah.
but I'm interested to see how that one is. Has anybody read that one?
I've read parts of it.
How is it?
I like how Satyananda talks or like writes.
Uh-huh.
He's really like how the other books are, like super straightforward, practical. Um, but yeah, I've only read like certain chapters that have like specific positions, because like
Uh-huh.
towards the end of the book, he basically just explains the different postures, like the Kriya positions and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I think that's like the latter half of the book.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't opened it up yet. I don't want to be reading too many books at one time.
Mhm.
I think Trav most definitely read more than me on Kundalini Tantra.
It's good because it helped me to come to the understanding that awakening Kundalini isn't like first of all, it's not what any of us thought it was. You know, a lot of people was like, "Oh, my Kundalini is awakened, and I had a dream," but it's almost like an undeniable experience. Once it happens, everything is different. It's like a mushroom trip, you know, a good one. Once it happens, your whole perspective on life is different because you've seen life from a different perspective. And it tells that a lot of these meditation exercises and things like that, they're not necessarily going to make you have your kundalini awakened, but they're going to help lead you closer to it. That's the best you can do, is get closer to it. It's not something that you can activate at will. Now, there are blockages in place that may hamper it and hinder it, but a lot of these meditation exercises help to get your body, your emotions, and your mind in a more receptive state to facilitate a kundalini awakening. And it's not always just one thing. Sometimes it happens at different levels, different percentages, different degrees. But the important thing is, if you implement these practices physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually into your life, you only make it easier for such a thing to happen.
Got it. Makes sense.
But yeah, I haven't finished it because it's pretty big.
Yeah, it is a big book. I wasn't expecting it. I'm like, oh shit.
Your Aunt John's got me spoiled with these small ones.
I know, right?
I actually had a dream about that book.
You did?
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago or something. I was like in the middle of like sleeping and waking, and I was in my dream. I was about to wake up, and my sister was in my room and just like looking on the floor. And I'm like, "What are you looking at?" And the Kundalini Tantra book was on the floor, and that's what she was staring at. And then I don't know what happened after that, but I just woke up, and then like that day I had to buy it.
nice.
That's really. I've been, yeah. These books have appeared in my dreams as well. That's pretty cool. There was a time where I was trying to meditate on. I guess it was like an archetype of the book. So it was just, they all look the same. They all have the square in the middle of the picture and the three stripes across the top and the dot on the side.
Uh,
So I've been trying to visualize like this archetype book where it is a book. The color changes, like that astral color that you see. It's not really a color; it's a bunch of colors that shift.
yeah.
Stripes, and I just will go to sleep meditating on just that because my intention was to have a lucid dream where I can find that book to where it was almost like a master key to all the teachings. And after doing that for like 2 weeks, I finally did have a breakthrough, but it wasn't anything like super profound, but it was good because I know that it's starting to work. I found myself after a crazy car accident that had no effect on me. I found myself in a library and I'm looking for that specific book. I see them all. And like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton walk past. And I don't know, they asked me what I was doing, and I'm like, I will collect them all. It's a very and they're like, yeah, okay. But then I pulled one off the shelf, and yeah, I don't remember what was in it. But it's really interesting that you had a dream about it and went forward and took action.
Yeah. It was weird. Because I usually don't remember my dreams, so I felt like I should.
Are you studying anything specific currently?
Yeah, actually, I've been doing chakra shooting, and I did the first meditation on Sunday, like Sunday morning, and then something like weird happened that day. Like, so Sunday night, my mom or Sunday like night until like Monday morning, my mom comes into my room, and she's like super panicked, and she's like, Ruth, I need you praying with me. I'm like, what? She's like, I need us to pray right now. And I'm like, okay, are you okay? Are you dying? Like, what's happening? And then like we pray, I let her do her thing. And she's like, I had a dream that we were in a house and then you went out to the river. And when you went into the river, a crocodile came and dragged you away. And we're from Sierra Leone, so there that it like represents Mami Wata, like spirits. So basically she was like, yeah, you're going to hell, like um you're being dragged into the underworld, basically.
So
Damn.
she had this dream about you.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we were talking earlier about symbols and having definitions of the symbols and everything to understand dreams and things like that. What do you understand about crocodiles and dreams?
Not actually, I was looking at the Encyclopedia of Spirits, and I was looking at the Mami Waters like spirit, and one of her forms is a crocodile and a snake.
Interesting. And you said she saw Mami Wata in that dream as well, right?
No, she saw the crocodile.
Okay.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about a crocodile, look at its lifestyle. It lives on both underwater and on surface, right?
Yeah.
And typically, what does the ocean or water represent?
The subconscious, right?
So we've got this animal who is very proficient and comfortable in traveling, hunting, surviving, and thriving in both the subconscious and the conscious, the surface world. You said it, and it dragged you away into the water?
Yeah.
I wonder what that could symbolize.
would it be like going deeper into like subconscious mind and I don't know.
Yeah, might be something something to think about.
Okay.
Deeper into those things that make up you in your life, because I said the subconscious mind, the language that it speaks is symbols. So really, it seems like you may be coming into a place where you're going to be understanding a lot of the building blocks of your reality, because all of our reality is built on what we understand the symbols and the words to mean. So it seems like you might even be on a path now to going deeper into that. I think it's pretty interesting that your mother had that dream.
Yeah.
I wonder what mother represents and what's the significance of that.
Okay. I have to really think about that.
Cool beans. I love it. Yori,
Yo,
you deal a lot with reptiles.
somewhat. How may I be of service?
You have any insight possibly on maybe some of the things that reptiles would represent? Maybe even a specific crocodile?
Can I? I want to hear. I want to hear it again because I had some other stuff going on. But one thing I did hear was you said that they was masters of both. But one thing I know for sure is that they are definitely at a disadvantage on land. Although they can operate, but they are a disadvantage. So who was that? That was it T that had that dream? No,
No, that was me.
it was
Ruth.
Ruth. I'm sorry, Ruth. All right, can you go over the dream again, please?
Yeah. I was just it was my mother's dream and we were in a house and then I went down to the river and I guess the river there was a crocodile and then it grabbed me and dragged me down into the water.
And that was it? That's the only thing she told you.
Yeah, that was it.
So, from what I remember about studying some of my own dreams was that when an animal attacks you, that you might want to be look look out for. It might be a warning. Um, and since it was her dream, it would be other stuff that like what she felt, like you know what I'm saying, like what she smelled, what she seen exactly. It's kind of hard to really get through those dreams without that person. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because you be present.
A part that stands out that she did mention though was that her mother was pretty scared by that dream to the point that she had to take her aside and they had to go pray about it. That's also an indication of the energy that was going on there.
uh yeah, no, yeah, but is she Christian or
Yeah, she's very Christian. But she does have like dreams like this a lot. Like her and my grandma and grandma all have kind of like prophetic dreams, you could say, or like dreams with insight. So she
Mm-hmm.
really trusts her dreams and what they tell her.
Um, well, if you think about it in the Bible, um, the snake is not a particularly favored animal in the Bible. Um, so maybe to me, maybe you could be um straying off a path, maybe. So it might not be necessarily dangerous for you, but for somebody who wouldn't understand your life path, it might be seen as, you know, a little bit
Mhm.
outlandish. So
Yeah,
maybe
for
she
sure.
subconsciously, I'm sorry.
No, I agree with that for sure.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that maybe she's subconsciously being relayed a message that you might be on a different path. That's what I think.
That makes
I mean to put the spotlight on you in your dream if that's uncomfortable for you.
sense. No, it's okay.
In the chat,
It
Nuru
really
said,
helped actually.
okay. In the chat, Nuru says the word Messiah is derived from the crocodile, um,
Mm,
and the crocodile being related to Sobek. Sobek and the oil of the Messiah signifies divinity and royal blood.
mm,
Interestingly, Kingsley Cross says mother is an extension of self.
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's your source.
Yeah, I was thinking that mother is also symbolic of subconscious mind as well. So it's almost like, even though it wasn't your dream specifically, the fact that it came from your mother might have just a bit more of a resonance, more of a pin or a tag to the fact that this is dealing with a process that's going on in the parts of your mind that are not on the conscious level.
That's exactly what I
Hmm.
feel.
Okay. So kind of like a bubbling on the unconscious.
Yeah, that's always exciting. Trust that process.
Oh, the crocodile coming out the water, going back in. So with the symbol of strength and everything like that. Mm, yeah, I think it might be related to your path. I don't think that you're going to be in any immediate physical danger.
Hmm. Okay.
Hmm, interesting. It's been a while since I've been able to touch some dream symbology.
Were you guys able to check the data on your Saturn return?
Yeah. Um, I got Capricorn, and that's one of the few signs I don't know much about. So this is interesting. I'm about to do a little work before I you know, see how everything relates.
All right. Well, I don't know when she's going to be on, but just wanted to make sure. I saw her in the chat not
Let
too long
she build in anticipation. That's all.
What
ago.
are you guys looking for?
uh, Kristen said that she wanted to go over the how the Saturn return would be affecting you in your life. But in order to start that process, you'd have to look up your Saturn return.
Where do you look up your Saturn return?
So first question. Give me a minute and I'll post it here.
Okay.
For those of you who are in the YouTube, it's in the chat. I pinned the comment, so it should be at the top. Saturn in Virgo. What the hell is going on between the sheets in my home?
Snoop D or Double Jizzle.
I know that whole part by heart. Sometimes I find myself playing that song and just, if you on YouTube, I think if you press 4, it goes back to the beginning of that part, and I just replay it. Maybe for an hour or two. It's very girl, I'm about to have a fit. Oh, it's about to be some. How did I get into this? Should have never came home with this. I think I have it like fully choreographed and everything. Woman, back to where you come from, but baby, with the weight might hit the streets, your ass is grass. Now, Mr. Big, wait, how you know my name, son? Anyway, I was gonna tell you, ooh, this cat looks real familiar. From somewhere a long time ago. No, I don't think so.
What's more entertaining, that or the R. Kelly saga, Trapped in a Closet? Because that song by itself was very entertaining with Mr. Biggs and his cane and
Yeah.
his house and suit. He was the man.
For me, that one was more entertaining because, like, I remember being a kid and like watching it on damn BET on loop multiple times a day, every day. The other saga, I think I was a little bit older, so I wasn't too interested.
I think after part 4, it was a wrap for me. It just got too weird after that.
Yeah, that too. It kept going.
It took a weird turn. Like,
yeah,
genius
that's
marketing.
crazy.
That was some genius ass marketing.
Not they killed me when a midget came from under the sink.
Yeah, man.
Too much. Much.
Silliness. Pure silliness. But people loved it.
This my thing, y'all. I just found these incense. Tiger's Eye. I didn't know I was that close.
Ganesh.
Yeah, I like it.
Strength.
Yeah, I'm burning this incense, doing that heart chakra work.
It's been a while since I burned some good incense.
What's wrong, TK? What's wrong?
Nah, I just been in these books so much, man. I really don't go out to get nothing.
Challenge accepted.
What was it? Oh, shit, yeah.
Because, I mean, like I said before, most of the time I just study what I feel like is presented to me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if I can challenge myself, I think it'll be a lot more easier to follow some sort of routine or something. Let's see what we got going in the chat.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to be giving you that link. Did I already do it? No, I didn't.
Which one?
I'm supposed to give T the link for the Saturn return.
Oh, I think you pinned it, didn't you?
Meditational state.
I think you pinned it in the chat already. Well, at least in the YouTube.
Yeah.
It's who is that? Tree Marie? Is that the lady with the soaps?
No, that's Krysten. And
Okay, I'm trying to remember who. I'm terrible with names.
no.
Oh, tree. Okay, where your looks like it smells nice. It's different. It got an earthy. Let me go get the pack. It got an earthy, woody smell. It's a strong and bold aroma, patchouli and warm amber. I can definitely catch that amber for sure.
Amber is the color of your energy.
Hey,
You know that one?
no. It's the lady with the familiar name that makes soaps here on YouTube, though. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
How I my name, son.
Yeah, Anubis. It's only the free. I mean, I think we was only focusing on that free one because we were supposed to focus on the Saturn return and the cycles. I think it's like 7 year cycles or something like that. She was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it said that mine's passed when I was 27 or 28, something like that. So I'm interested in see. I don't want to go too far off in googling things. I want to hear what the expert got to say. I'm excited.
Okay, there it is. Oh shit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now I had a dream last night. It just now came to me when Grace joined. I had a dream that we were talking and Grace had a lot to say, and there was a new girl that isn't usually here. Hey Grace.
Hey, how are you? What's going on?
Nothing. Just waiting for you to fulfill the prophecy.
Oh,
And here I am, bam.
What have you been up to so far?
I had an interesting reading today. I had my birth chart reading. A friend who does them.
Mhm.
She went into some detail with my reading and found out just a lot of confirmations that I actually already knew, but I guess I just needed to hear it, that it was there in the stars, mapped out, and I just have to act upon it. So according to my chart in detail, she sent me all the details and everything. I got to listen to it again and write down some notes. But my pretty much my life purpose is to have something to do with either teaching spirituality or something to do with spirituality.
Mhm.
And that was like, that really solidified what I already knew. But I just, like I said, I think I needed the confirmation. She also mentioned, so I don't know if you remember, I had said prior in other conversations that I really vibe with the Hermit card, and I really vibe with the High Priestess card. And I even said to you in our conversation the other day that if I would be like a monk in a monastery surrounded by information and just learning.
Yeah.
She pretty much said that I've already done that in a past life, that I need to let that go because now I have the information. Now I need to pay it forward pretty much and
Yeah.
do what I'm here to do. Which I was like floored when she said that, because I had just talked about that same exact thing to you about being a monk and
Right.
just being learning.
Interesting how that works. It's almost as if you have, you were expressing that desire to do that, but from what she said, that whole desire is in you because it's something that you already did and already mastered.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's what, and she touched upon like me, like tapping into different bits of information, like going from this thing to that thing. Remember, I told you that, like, I feel like I have spiritual ADD because I want to go everywhere.
Yeah.
And she said that is why, because I already know it. I need to pass it on.
Man.
And that my I don't want to call it career, but you know, that I can make a living through that. And that vibes with me so much. Like that has been in the back of my mind for the last 5 years. And I get all these ideas and then I stop at the taking action part because it's like I have the doubt in my head, like, you know, who do you think you are, kind of. And she said the exact same word. It was like freaking crazy how accurate she was.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's so, and okay, so you guys, I came in when you guys were talking about, I think Ruth was talking about her dream or her mom's dream.
Mm-hmm.
And the last week or so, like one night I had a really intense dream that I woke up holding my hand, because in the dream I was talking to somebody and my left hand started getting tight, so tight that I grabbed it and I said I needed to go to the hospital. And I woke up grasping my left hand, holding it tight. I woke up, went back to sleep, and the dream continued. And it was like it was like going up my arm, and I could feel it in my dream that it felt real, that I woke up from it still like grabbing onto my hand. And I don't think it means anything like physical, because those dreams are usually deeper than that. And I think it has something to do with me kind of in an internal struggle with what path I'm on, left or right or middle, because I tend to, like, you know, left is kind of associated with dark side, quote unquote, and then right side is the light side, I guess you want to, you know, say.
Yeah.
And then the middle path is what self-explanatory is, the middle path. So I have really internal conflicts about this, because I'm very much drawn to darkness, but not like in a I don't want to say evil, but, you know, like people associate that with, you know, darkness, but I feel like that's superficial, saying that dark is inherently evil because we come from darkness. So like that's an internal struggle that I'm like dealing with. And then last night I had another dream, and it wasn't me, but it was somebody that I don't even know who it was, but in the dream their right arm like was inflamed. Yeah, it's I guess, I don't know, I'm assuming that it's that internal struggle, that because I have been thinking a lot about the whole left and right hand thing going on.
So another powerful thing about dream interpretation is that on one side you're shown these symbols, and they are entirely dependent on your understanding of those symbols. But at the same time, sometimes we're shown
Right.
symbols that go beyond what we understand. Because it's like at the end of the day, there is essence that is making itself aware to our conscious mind. And what the imagination does is it takes that essence and it transforms it into a symbol, into some type of symbol or scenario that it supposes that our conscious mind will best understand. So
Right.
when it comes to the right hand being on fire, there's so many things to look at. For example, what is fire representing to you?
Well, passion, really. Fire to me is just like really passionate about something. Not necessarily hot, as physical touch, but just passion. Like in the tarot, wands or fire energy, and it's like it's kind of like in your face, go, 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 and that's just what I associate with passion. And then when you say that, I'm thinking about the dream that I had with my left hand, that it was in pain. So
What?
the right arm in the one dream was in the right arm in the one dream. I'm sorry, I'm driving, so if I might cut it in and out. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Fire. Transforming. Yes.
Yeah.
I can't read that little print.
I'm also putting it up for the chat, but transforming, intense, concentrated,
Okay.
hot, focused, clear, burning, illuminating, penetrating, digesting. And this is from that deck that we were talking
Wow.
about.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, so in the one dream, the right arm was inflamed. The dream, the left hand. I don't know if I saw the right arm like physically getting red and inflamed. In the dream with the
This is one of those moments where you cut out.
just felt the intense tightness. So it's almost like to sit with that, but that's because when I look for, which is kind of like concern for self, but the right hand path, you're really concerned for others. I don't know if that's necessarily the correct meaning behind it. Esoterically, I don't know if you've heard different, but that may be the internal struggle that I'm having.
A big part of what you said was cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit a dead zone. I was saying that in the dreams that, it could be because I'm having that internal struggle that I see like the meaning that I've seen, that I've read from left-hand path is associated with like concern for self, and the right-hand path is concern for others. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know if that's interpreted correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, from what you know or from what you've read. Because I'm trying to stay away from that whole good versus bad, right, left, type thing. Because everything it just is. It's. Go ahead.
The definition that you presented there, that will be a good one
Yeah.
to kind of keep in the filing cabinet. Like with these things, there's not really a cut and dry,
Okay.
but you want to kind of have
Yeah.
multiple definitions to really flesh it out. So on one hand, you can say concern for others, right hand path, concern for self, left hand path, but don't limit it to just there. Another way to look at it, or another way to hold on to it, would be finding divinity through worship of the external. That could be considered right hand path. Finding divinity through worship of the internal. That could be considered left hand path. There's lots of ways to look at it, but we're looking really at the
Ah,
dichotomy of objective and subjective. Right hand path could have a lot to do with the objective path, with what's going on out here in the real world. Left hand path could have a lot to do with the subjective realm, what's going on the internal world. So just to put those things together, you can kind of paint a better picture of the dichotomy.
That's dope how you just did
no,
that.
that
'cause-
makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense because in the one dream, it wasn't me who had the arm that was inflamed. It was somebody else. But in the other dream, the left hand,
Yeah.
it was my own that I was feeling the pain.
Okay. See, with having multiple definitions behind these symbols, it helps to give you a better fleshed out picture of what you're dreaming about. Really cool.
And
Right.
and you know what? Just from listening to this too, I'm like, it sounds like the conflict is because you had like you're making yourself pick between one when it's just you should just do the middle.
Mm.
You know, I feel like that's why you're having
Yeah.
that conflict.
Yeah,
Because the left hand you
Yeah.
already probably did just like the
Definitely.
lady told you. The right hand you already did just like the lady told you. You know, you probably had a left hand path where you were just all about yourself in one of your lives, and you probably had a right hand
Yeah.
path where you were just all about humanitarianism and your ideal of what they are. For example, you know, it's just about using both.
Oh my God, that makes so much freaking sense.
Yeah, remain balanced and use
The way you put that. Yeah.
whichever is necessary.
Hell yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Woo! I like that.
Cooking with hot grease tonight.
That's crazy. I'm gonna start using that whenever I
I
have
was just
inner
gonna say.
conflict. Whenever I have inner conflict, I'm gonna start using that as a technique now. Whenever I have inner conflict and I have to decide between one or the other, I'm gonna try to focus on or so I can look past both.
Yes. Or maybe even not
Wow.
making a decision, not out of cowardice, but by realizing that if you remain in a space where you're not forced to make a decision, you can continue to see things from both perspectives. You're able to entertain both without committing to one. And like I said, also not out of fear or not out of, I don't know what to choose, but maybe even an event to let things play out.
Right.
Sometimes when you let it play out,
Right.
sometimes we don't have enough data to make the choice at the moment. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us, we judge shit so fast,
Right.
but we don't have all the data to make an appropriate judgment. Now, if you follow this train of thought naturally, it'll cause you to stop judging altogether because you'll never have enough data to make a judgment on anything. Observer.
Right.
I swear, these books that we're
And this,
reading and all this stuff is just literally telling us shut the fuck up and chill out. Chill out. Just look at
pretty much, yeah. Yeah, right? We make everything a lot harder than what it is.
Yeah, man.
They even tell us which part of us makes
And
everything.
that, and
It's like imagine
yeah,
all the
that
experiences that.
message
Sorry, go ahead.
is for everybody. No, go ahead. I was just saying that message is for everybody.
So imagine Maya, this illusion, is a yarn ball that you have to go in and intertwine everything. So you can see what they're there for, and then you could allow them to intertwine again. Because now you understand each usage and you're not confused, you know? That's
Beautiful.
Yeah, we went in on this in the beginning of our conversation tonight.
Yeah, it has a tendency to do that. Whatever we start the conversation off with, it keeps popping back up, regardless of who comes in.
I'm not the only one that gets excited when like we feel like we got insight, right? I be feeling like a child at a candy store.
That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Yep. Like, damn, my dumbass ain't see that.
Well, just give thanks that you do now.
God. Good evening, Shango.
Shango.
Hari Om Tat Sat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Hey, I know that song.
Hurry home, that's
Party time. Hey, Trav, you got you got the ability to play some binaural beats or something? Get rid of some of that dead space.
Oh,
I mean, it's just a
maybe
question.
I like Dead Space.
Hmm.
Dead Space is a test as well. Most people are
It
made very
is.
uncomfortable by it, and they feel they have to fill it with words. But sometimes, if you just sit through it, you hear what exactly is making you want to fill that space.
So is that the no? No, I'm just playing. I'm just I'm just playing.
He's like, you still ain't answer my questions, but I hear you. I hear the philosophy you're speaking, brother. But you go answer my question.
Oh man, I like the Dead Space because it's either gonna hurt you or help you. It's gonna hurt you because, like I said, most people can't resist that urge to fill the dead space. So it will prompt people to kind of just blurt out things that they may have kept in other circumstances. But on the positive side, dead space gives you a time to calculate what you're going to say and make sure it's meaningful, as opposed to just vocal vomit.
Maybe
So
it's
was
the
that question vocal vomit?
I'm not the one to judge. I think it was a great question because I mean, for me, it gave me an opportunity to express what I expressed. As far as what you think,
No, that was a great insight, man. I just was talking trash.
Ah, as I do, vocal vomiting.
I've been discovering this never ends. I'm I don't want to say, I hate to even say it, but this thing is going into other realms where everything is starting to dissolve. The layers are dissolving. Once you think you found something, you really haven't found anything because there's always something else to be found. So there's always something to be removed and there's always something to be found. So as I'm finding 20 more things is just being discovered. You know, it's like you can't study the four functions of the mind without coming across the 10 senses. And then when you deal with the 10 senses, it's not just about the 10 senses, it's about dealing with the outward and then the outward going and inward coming. And then it's not even dealing like what I'm dealing, I'm on my notes. This stuff is starting to build up to the point where it's so hard to develop. It's so hard to develop off of one thing. Like I said, it just keeps adding more. It's literally the tree of life is what I'm going through. I'm actually seeing the trees, the sephira keep getting smaller. It's a smaller tree, then it keeps going to a sephira, then a smaller tree. It just keeps going smaller and smaller, but more and more and more is added on as it keeps getting smaller. You have the 5 states of the mind, because you know how we always will have an idea, like, like we said, dead space. Who defined who defined that? Who put that into the atmosphere as saying that a pause in the moment, which is a silent thing, is dead space. Is this dead space Brahman?
Mm.
Is this the non-dual reality space that we go into once we, but saying that we don't know what it is because we're looking for some liveliness? We always think it has to be this active liveliness for it to be alive. But the internal state is silence. So the external state of silence will drive people to different levels. But then when you think about it like that, well, what state of mind are you looking at that from? Are you looking at it from Shipta, a disturbed mind, Muda, a dull mind, or Vishipta, a distracted mind? What mind state are you, or do we individuals look at things from that we define all the time? That we perceive. So as we're perceiving, what function is the first to pick up on it? Who's trying to define your sensory input? That's instantly giving a output. What function just defined that whole interaction? Because it wasn't you. Because there is no you. There is no dead space. It's just a moment in time. So the more I'm studying this, I can honestly say that this is more formulas than any Solomon magic grimoire that I've ever read. Because not once did it ever give you the information to break yourself down subatomically. Yourself. And from listening to the yogas, true yoga path is the tougher than any path. Like how when I just came in, you were talking about the left-hand path and the right-hand path. Both of those paths are elementary compared to the path that we chose to go on to study, the path of internal self without no path. Your path is self-discovery. Meaning you supposed to be at war with your own self, disassociated with your opinions of everybody else and how they're dealing with their own self. Because you too busy should be dealing with your own fucking self. So I'm just starting to see as we say, as Curve said a little while ago about Maya. There is no Maya once you come into self-realization. There really was never a Maya. It was only what you were perceiving. Maybe it wasn't an illusion. It was an illusion for you to think it was an illusion. So, you know what I'm saying? This thing is actually going too deep. We're actually breaking down quantum physics and metaphysics of internal self. You can't get no more high science than this. Again, no more fancy words and fancy dialogue. You can't get no more high science than dealing with not just the 5 states of mind. Let's go ahead and go to the 5 efforts now. It keeps going. There's 5 efforts. Shraddha, Vriya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna. This thing doesn't stop. So what I'm seeing now everybody should be like a fucking construction crew working on your own self. It ain't no more excuses. For anybody to feel any insecurity, any doubt, any worry, obviously you, and I'm gonna just keep it real because I think the Swamis would, you're not working hard enough. If you're still in doubt or you haven't figured it out yet, for real, you might as well go ahead and go watch TD Jakes. Maybe TD Jakes can motivate you to get you going. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, man, we didn't discover this. This is a discovery right here. From Durana Darshan, it's a discovery. Because it keep going. From the 5 efforts, you go to the 4 attitudes. Then then you go to the 4 functions of the mind. So as I said before, we're supposed to be breaking ourselves down like an engine, a car. I'm gonna go to the whole car now. I'm gonna go beyond the transmission because the transmission is a part of the car that works in connection with everything else. That's the same thing with us. I don't think that we've ever taken the great opportunity to actually become a spiritual surgeon of self, where you actually performing well, I know I am. I'm actually performing fucking surgery on myself, breaking down my whole anatomy, the mental anatomy, the spiritual anatomy of what I am. So everything that when I say, it's now a mental intention. Everything is bhava, mindful intent. So that's when you take it back to the essence of, see, you can become a great 5%er with this right here. Now you come back as God, and when somebody says God and they say show and prove it, now you proving it with bhava, which is a mindful intent, which is now beyond definition. So the more we strip away definitions, perceptions, you only get your information directly from the pure source. Now you're drinking the purest purified water that you can get. That shit coming straight from the top of the mountain where the snow be melting, and it can come down the mountain, be then filtered through all them lime rocks and all of that shit. That's water that I'm drinking right now. This type of shit, pure shit. So whenever we spit it back, we spit in pure. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm seeing through everything, everybody now. I'm seeing goddesses living through different sisters. I'm seeing the God making this manifest through different people. They don't even know it. They think shit is weird. They're acting weird, but little do they know they're actually being controlled by an inner essence within themselves that has the pattern of a particular deity that was named by the demonstration of the pattern through the human. Yeah, that's how you get designated what crown you wear in Santeria and stuff like that. Once they start doing the ritual or the initiation and they singing, you might start dancing a certain way. So those who've been doing that shit for 30 years already gonna know, oh, you manifesting the energy of Shango. Or you coming back, or Ogun. You picking up the fucking machete, licking that shit and slicing your arm with it, and you not getting cut. They gonna switch that opening initiation song to straight praise to Ogun that made himself manifested through the human form. So that's the type of shit that we on right now. We supposed to be especially with everything that everybody went through collectively, this is probably the only time in our modern history that all the majority of humans went through one particular thing collectively. No matter what racial distinction you was affected somewhat by this COVID-19, whether it was your movements was restricted or you knew somebody that was sick or you got sick. Every human was affected by this. So that means that every human got the opportunity to overcome a situation which builds right knowledge and builds spiritual stamina and strength. And now you can become a fucking living God now. And you had your opportunity last month when the particular Saturn and Jupiter energy was lined up. If you knew nothing about ritualistic portrayal through your human form, then you didn't know what ritual to do. So you missed out on certain shit. You probably, you know what I'm saying? You can't just sit there and just do. Everybody, see the trick too, people be thinking they doing mental magic. People think because they have a good imagination in their mind, they really doing some shit. That's an obstacle in yoga philosophy too. You fucking fooling yourself. So I'm just saying, man. I never paid attention to the mechanics of social media. I pretty much just been interacting with it, but not paying attention to how it actually works. I see that now. Now I even see this whole thing differently now. Based off of how I see myself and how I'm interacting with it and what for. Why am I interacting with this shit?
Right.
Why is it interacting with me? What part of Brahman or the supreme source is this being portrayed to me? Why? And then once you break all that down, you can re-in-turn manipulate it or bend it to your will. And that's not saying it's in some, because even by saying that, I know that struck like a visual picture in somebody's head. When you hear the word manipulate, they may instantly, it may have a negative ring that kind of flows through you. But manipulate meaning that you're changing the form that you're experiencing it in to put it in what form you want. Not by force or brutality, but by motherfucking true and living God essence. Like, this is light work for me to figure this shit out. So now I see it. I see it more clearly now for what it is. And I think that this information is really profound to really give an individual that. So what I'm just saying, because I know motherfucking Sean gonna be talking like a motherfucker on this thing, but what I'm really saying is, right now is everybody's opportunity to study some shit that's really gonna give you something to fucking do that'll work for you. Give up all that other shit for a minute and just sit down, start from a place, start from the Durana Darshan, because it's gonna strike you. And I'm gonna keep it real. I be watching these fucking videos on YouTube of Janananda and all of them, and be going and they be triggering my mind to become really clear to where I'm seeing a whole nother thing. So what I listened to, what he said today, is because we all building a spiritual connection to him and to his guru and going straight back to fucking Patanjali. So we don't even realize that we didn't really. So you know how they say when you fuck with some shit, it's gonna fuck with you back. Like we didn't we didn't did it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling everybody, if you just listening, you're doing yourself an injustice. You actually have to pick up your manuals, read them, and do exactly what the fuck it says. Even if you gotta fight too. That's and I give this suggestion. Don't worry if you're not sitting in the Siddhasana correctly. Don't worry about if your fucking leg, if your knees can't both be sitting on top of each other, how you see yogins do it. That shit don't matter. It's the initial flame that you sit down and if you just sit down on the floor with the intent of saying I'm a sit in silence, you already then fucking destroyed a piece of karma.
Yes.
Because of the effort. Sometimes we too stuck in the form, the formality. Well, the book said we supposed to sit there for 50. Don't give a fuck if you sat there for 3.5 minutes. If that's all you had, you did 3.5 minutes. Good rap, my nigga.
Yo, Shango.
Yo.
Well, what you're saying, everything that you're saying, what they taught me in the Tantra school too, they were saying, because I wanted to sit perfectly and have my freaking knees to the ground, just like how they do, stuff like that. My one knee on top of the next knee. And they're just like, look, just sit that way. Just like you said, the karma will start releasing. As the karma starts releasing, you're going to want to get more information. And as you learn more information, you're going to start seeing, oh, I have to fix my inflammations within my body. I have to release this, release that, just to even get to that position. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. We
There's
got
so
so
much
much
you
a
have to
long
do.
way to go. It's so much more to do. But just like you said and how you know, it's the intention. If you wake up tomorrow morning and say, man, fuck it, let me go walk around the block. And you get up and you really go do it, you didn't fucking, you a master. You've mastered it. Give yourself some credit. But although you got to keep doing it. But give yourself some credit. Say, I got the fuck up 5:30 in the morning. The boy went out there and walked. It was cold as a motherfucker. But you did it. You ain't die. You ain't have. And you go back. You go sit down. Do your Kaya Strahan or whatever else, because that shit was crumbs from what we read in the Rana Darshan. That shit is all nothing but breadcrumb path. That wasn't even the end of it. That was just a piece. Everybody, we all been searching for a particular way of doing things with sacred formula, symbolism, and ritualistic practices, whether esoteric or exoteric. We've been looking for this shit for years. Now you got it in your fucking hands. Don't fuck it up. You on the court, my nigga. If I shoot you off this path, nigga, you better make it. You've been asking for the rock. That's what everybody been doing. Everybody been wanting, come on, put me in, coach. Okay, now here it is. You in, what you gonna really do about it? So when next year come or the summertime come, because right now is the still winter solstice. You know what I'm saying? We still in the underground. We're in the underworld. By the time the summertime come, you should be on some mastery for the coming into fucking. And niggas don't know you can get money from fixing your spiritual self. All of that shit become easy.
Yep.
Money, that's just nothing but that's Maya. If you want to call anything Maya, let's go ahead and put money at the top of the fucking list, man. I'm just saying. And I'll be catching fucking panic now, saying all kind of shit. But now I'm listening to his references to fucking meditation and some of his other videos. It's like, oh shit. But he's not taking a particular path. So that's the whole thing too. You got to look at everybody who inspired you is not going to be the leader of your path. All they were was a light for inspiration. Or there was a fucking lighthouse. You was a boat on some dark ass, choppy, stormy water at nighttime, and you happen to see a fucking lighthouse. So you don't crash your ass all on the fucking rocks. That don't mean you can't, a ship can't even go to the lighthouse. If you make it to where the lighthouse is at and the ship is too late, nigga, you didn't crash the ball on the fucking rocks that the light was trying to warn you not to come over here. Nigga, you see this light? Keep going. You good. Keep going, you know what I'm saying? Following your course. Just don't come over here in this motherfucking light. You don't want the light. So that's why people be wanting to be in the light of somebody else. They be wanting to feel the heat from off their light. Well, you ain't supposed to feel no heat from off no fucking lighthouse. And I done been to a lighthouse. I done been to lighthouses. I'm from Connecticut. So I know what a motherfucking lighthouse do. That shit keep your ass from crashing up on rocks. Them shits is built in choppy areas. So we've been floating around in choppiness of life. So right now, everybody's holding, everybody that's in this chat right now got motherfucking Hori Hanzo samurai swords. You come up for this motherfucker. Maybe some may be able to use it better than others, but everybody who was obtaining the information within this ancient information, and everybody been already tried Kemet. Kemet ain't even give it to us like this. We done been through the chamber of Kemet. Nigga ain't got no time to be fucking. Well, you know how elaborate rituals, comedic rituals got to be, man? You really need to be in a tomb to do some of them shits. It's not happening. That shit's hot. That shit is not even science. That shit is beyond our comprehension at this present earthly moment, man. Leave that shit alone. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny too. Look at how everybody takes the comedic information and they're just stuck at a certain level. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm black, I'm a god, I'm a king. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
It's the whole thing. And everybody wasn't no.
Let them read this. Let them read what we reading. They gonna be like, oh shit.
You gotta perfect yourself. That's the whole thing about becoming a fucking god king. You actually have to. You're not just walking around with the image, nigga.
It's 11 o'clock.
You the image because you the quintessence of it. You're not just the image. You is what it is. Niggas go to Kemet, and there's nothing wrong with that. Cause like I said, we all done been through the chamber of Kemet. We're so happy to wear the Ankh and the Eye of Horus and to know about all set and all of that. You know what I'm saying? See?
So happy.
Now it's about understanding your true internal essence, pranayama, understanding why am I thinking like this? Where is it coming from?
Why am I thinking like this? Where is it coming from? How long has it been? What is my personality? Who am I? What am I built off of? What
the person might not have said, not have said what you heard. It might have came in through your auditory system, funneled over to the manas, and now the manas is not operating correctly out of the full functions. It says I'm making an executive decision. I think the person is trying to be funny with what they said. Let me go ahead and cuss their ass out. Because what they said never got the booty. It never got to the higher intellect where it's going to do so a little bit more, a little bit, wait a minute now. Let me make sure they said what they said before I pop off on them.
Very important point.
We got to know who's operating, man.
My brother used to refer to that as like an A-B thinker. When something happens, you don't go past A to B with your thoughts. You know, you can either just go with the false impulse thought, or you can think a little bit deeper on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to sit with it a minute. But what you were describing as far as those 5 types of thought and those 5 functions and faculties, do you mind sharing what that was from?
The 5 states of mind and the 5 efforts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is from, it's called it's a self-awareness assessment. And it's actually from what's called the Abhyasa Ashram. And it's for the purpose of, like it says, doing the self-awareness based off of the yogic philosophy. And it goes through a whole multiple level of things, like the yogic self-awareness assessment. And you got the 5 states of mind, the 5 efforts, 4 attitudes, 4 functions of mind, the 4 primitive fountains, which is food, sleep, sex, self-preservation. Then it goes into the Janandriyas, then the Karmendriyas, then the 5 Vayus, the 5 Bhutas, the Gunas. It's like I said, this self-assessment goes through everything that we're learning from we have read one book, Tawashuti mentioned something about Smriti. What I've been doing was composing all of these together. Like when it mentions the 4 functions of mind, when you see that that's actually saying the antakarma means the inner machine or the inner component. So the inner component is the atamkara, which is the mind. But now once you get to that part of the car or the body, you take the mind out, and now you got to break that thing into the 4 functions of the mind, the 5 states of the mind, and the 4 attitudes. And so that's now you now break that down from this self-assessment, so you can actually know every minute of your life until it becomes a lifestyle where you don't even do it anymore. You automatically living in the higher awareness. And that's something that we haven't done. We haven't been doing self-awareness assessment. We haven't been assessing ourselves. We too busy assessing everything around us. We assessing whether we're gonna get a fucking raise. We assessing whether I'm gonna have a good and successful relationship. I'm assess if I'm gonna get some of this ass tonight. I'm assess what kind of car. I'm assess this, and we assessing everything else but ourselves. That's why we don't have that's why we never have a firm foundation. We can go from thing to thing to thing to thing. Because it's easy for us to mold ourselves or personify ourselves into one of these external functions, what we, what's in society, whether it be church or job or social interactions. You can do anything that you kind of mold yourself into. So I was trying to remember where I actually got this. Let me look on the back of the page. See, this here sheet doesn't actually give me, because you got to print these out. This is for your own notes, but if you put hold on, the name almost just now came to me. But this is from the Abhyasa Ashram. This is like when you do, as we know, basically it's the Himalayan yogis. This is what how the ones who went there and learned that this is the information that they bring back on how to do it.
Oh shit. These the pink robe guys.
Yeah.
The pink robes.
Like it's so many. Like this where it's from Swami Rama, understanding and practicing the teachings of Swami Rama. This is just so. This information is profound, Trav. This stuff is life changing. If a person is not changing, if they're not, like I said, if their layers are not dissolving, then something is wrong.
Yeah. If you've been rocking with us for this point in time, there should have been some kind of work being done. That just naturally comes with this science.
That's really everything. This is like learning an instrument or learning anything. If you say one day, if a person says they don't know how to ride a bicycle, well, you're gonna have to get actually on a fucking bicycle and learn how to ride it. Mm-hmm. You got to really do it. You can't ride it in your mind. See, that's a trick of the persona, is to think that we're so mentally strong, we doing it so deep in our mind that we don't have to do nothing with our physical self. Like I'm not supposed to get up and do some shit. Like we're not that deep.
It's gonna think happy thoughts.
It just goes to too many levels, man, on this study with understanding the Vedic philosophy is pretty heavy. And now I understand. See, even when you go to Africa, you're really it's very difficult to find any type of system where you can document it and have it in a format like the Vedic information, because it's different teaching styles. You have to basically sit with the tribe, sit with the master, sit with the shaman, and actually learn as through observation. It's not going to be nothing you can write down. Maybe later on, if you can write it down, but you're going to have to actually learn it doing it at the same fucking time. Like if they say you got to go hunt a lion, they're not going to give you a fucking manual on that shit. They're going to put your ass out there with some lion hunters with them big ass sticks they got, and you're going to have to go out there and hunt this motherfucking lion. Because that's the only way you're going to learn. So this the only way we got to learn is to unlearn through my consciousness. What have I really been perceiving? And what I've been perceiving has all been stored up. Mm-hmm. Motherfuckers be broke, physically don't got no cash, but so rich with all kind of garbage thoughts. That bank vault is full of shit inside of there.
Garbage thoughts.
Wells Fargo is motherfucking zero balance, but the mind, that shit can't even give a distinction to how much numbers of shit is inside of there.
And adding more with every passing moment. That's the worst part to me.
Like I said, man, this is so much, man. I was looking at these other. It's like there's so many different concepts that make it easier to understand what our the way that we're actually thinking, I came across these two words. One's called pratyakasha and wait a minute, are these both the same? Pratyakasha, and that means perception. So you have an external pratyakasha and you have an internal pratyakasha. And one, the external involves using the five senses, whereas internal pratyakasha relies on intuition and cognition of remembered feelings such as pain, love, danger, or anger. So a lot of these techniques that we use to concentrate so we could actually experience the information as it comes in real time. We know exactly what sense took to, because it's not just hearing it. Sometimes a thought or something that somebody says may have a taste. Like, you know how somebody says something to what you say, man, that left a bad taste in my mouth, man. Yeah. I ain't like how he said that. That's why we use those. That's why we use those terms. See how we don't even know? That shit is ingrained into our lexicon. Because sometimes a person may say something.
Excuse me.
And it leaves a bad, and it came in through the sense of hearing and taste. So that's why, like I said, there's so much different levels to this here thing that you have to actually really study yourself so hard. Because through this perception, as they explain, split into two types, internal and external, refers to acquiring knowledge based on direct experience. It is important that knowledge acquired through pratyakasha is from your own perception, not having accepted someone else's. That's the only way you're gonna gain self-realization is through this word pratyakasha, which means perception. You're gonna have to become aware of this information. Is it being internalized or externalized? And then how are you acquiring the knowledge based on the direct experience? Then from what perception is coming from, and it has to be only your perception and no one else's. So you might be taught, we're being taught by these swamis and yogins, but it's only up to us to take the information they gave and make it palatable for our individual path.
Yes. And again, how can you make it palatable unless you're actually in the thick of it, mixing it and figuring out what it's saying?
Alchemy. It's technically, truly an alchemy process. And then you have because it goes through the process of, all I'm saying is it's just filtration. So you get to the Narodha mind. The Narodha mind is a fully controlled and restrained mind, obtained through contemplation leading to meditation. This mind state is more than just suppressed thoughts. It's mastery of deep stillness. That's what we're supposed to be. That's what yoga is. Mastery of deep stillness.
Deep stillness, not surface level stillness.
So the word Narodha means cessation or removal. So you're not just suppressing your thoughts. Your thoughts are supposed to be there, but through the process of Narodha, you actually stop the thought process. You freeze frame it. So now you're only within this encapsulated, indifferent Akasha space. That's the having no inputs coming into it, so you can form an opinion about it, and there's nothing going out from it. So that right there is the beginning. It only moves. That's Brahman, the essence of what they, basically the word Brahman means the essence of all that exists. You know, I was thinking about that too. Brahman is Ein Sof, that upper world, and Atman is Keter.
Mm.
Because on the Kemetic tree of life, Keter is Asar. So once Asar comes into manifestation or emanation, that becomes a more denser part of Brahman. So now Brahman has taken form through one. Zero becomes one. That's birth. An egg. So when you have an egg and inside the egg comes out the chick is one. Then once the chick starts living life a little bit, get a little bit of it's be in control of itself somewhat. Now it goes to sphere 2. Get a little understanding.
Greetings, Michael Jordan.
All right.
Greetings. Greetings.
Greetings.
How's everyone tonight?
Magnificent.
I just learned how to change my name on the front thing.
Who's Michael Jordan?
That's what Trav's been calling me.
You be dunking that shit every time. Every time you drop the knowledge, you
Snap.
jumping
MJ on the
slam
line.
dunk.
So I have some, I don't know if the people, if you guys gathered your Saturn return information, did you guys all get your stuff? You guys, anybody get their Saturn return?
Yes.
Stuff? Okay, cool. Anyone else still need to get their Saturn return information? There's a website. I'm sure. Did Trav? Yeah, Trav, you put it up, right? For everybody?
Pinned at the top. It's impossible to miss unless you've missed it. Then you've
Unless
proved
you missed it. That's the website where you can, all you do is you put in your date and you don't need a time of birth or anything. It's just the date. So then you can get your Saturn return information. You're going to take a screenshot of it. So you get all the dates because it's all specific dates and birth ages when these different Saturn positions happen. And then you also want to go to your Vedic chart and see what sign your Saturn is in. And then if you also know what sign your Saturn is in your tropical, that would be good to know too, because it's all pertinent here. It's all important. So,
Did you already explain what it meant?
no, I'm getting into all that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I only did half of it then because I didn't do my Vedic. So I'll do that. I have it somewhere.
Yeah. If you look up your Vedic and find out, all you need to do is know the sign it's in. And then if you know the sign it's in for tropical, that will be helpful because then you'll have even bigger understanding of things. But,
Okay.
So tropical and Vedic for me, my Saturn changes signs from tropical to Vedic. Some people's don't, but most people will change signs. So let's see.
When you're saying tropical, you meaning the
Western.
The Western. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because my sign actually changed once on the on the actual Vedic chart. I went from
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Sagittarius to a Scorpio.
Interesting.
No,
So
actually, wait. I went from well, my sun sign, the sun sign on.
I mean your Saturn. Do you know what sign your Saturn is in? That's what is important to know at the moment.
My Saturn is in retrograde in Taurus.
In Taurus, so fixed. Do you know what sign it's in for tropical or western?
Let me actually pull it. I have it. I just have to just go to my scroll through these pictures.
Okay.
I went too far. Saturn retrograde in Gemini.
Mutable. So you go from fixed to mutable. So that's good to know both. So I'd write that down because you want to hear that. You want to know that later on to take notes because I'm going to tell you what that means. So I'm just giving people a little bit more time to look up their other stuff so then I can start. So I don't want to have to I don't want anyone to be like lost.
Oh, good.
But
to go
yeah,
pee.
go ahead. I'm sorry. What was that?
That gives me a chance to go pee.
Go ahead. Go pee pee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love the horns.
That's what she said.
Yeah. So I'll just give it an overview of what's. Oh, she says my Saturn is in Virgo according to. Okay, just make sure you know it and write it down because you're gonna want to take notes for this.
Oh, that's another thing. Is this Vedic or tropical stuff we're looking at?
Both.
Oh Lord.
It's actually really easy. So this is going to be strongly tropical but still Vedic. It matters on both. It fits for both sides. And that's why I also said to get your Vedic placements. Not your Vedic placements, but your Vedic what is that? What sign it's in? Because even it's still going to be the same times that it's happening in Vedic or tropical. Or Saturn returns will be the same times, the same ages. And it's a 2.5 year period. Some people say the Saturn returns on oppositions and wanings and waxings happen when they come to the exact degrees that they are in our chart and sign. But really, it is when they go into that sign, into your sign, plus, because it goes in there for 2.5 years, plus as soon as they get to that specific degree, then it's like on and popping. But for that whole 2.5 years, you're going to be going through a transition. Like, in fact, right now, go ahead. What was that?
My fault. Like, what type of transition?
Well, I'll explain that in a minute because it differs for each place, for each one, whether it's opposition or a return or a waxing. I'll get into the transitions, but they are. I'm just giving a mild overview until everyone's ready.
Okay.
But what was I saying? I forgot what I'm saying. Hold on a second. Let me see something. I can't remember what I was saying. I lost my train of thought.
I had to start over.
You had to start over? Or did I just start over? Let's see. So I'm trying to remember what I was saying. The Saturn returns happen at specific ages, and it's not just a Saturn return. Like right now, we're all going through. The United States is going through a Saturn return. The world's going through a Saturn return in many respects with the conjunction and everything that's happening. But not everyone's going through an actual Saturn return in their charts. So they could be going through what's called an opposition or a square. It depends on your age. So it's not only about the Saturn return that happens if you're lucky 3 times in your life. but there is a 7-year period. Every 7 years, Saturn affects your chart and it affects you specifically. So I don't want to get going yet into what that means until everyone's ready, because that's like a lead way into everything.
Hey,
But
I had to step away for a moment. Where do I get the other two, the Vedic and the? I got the Saturn return, but I think you were saying about some additional information.
Yes, if you were to go, do you have your Western tropical chart and your Vedic chart? Birth charts? Do you have them?
No, that's what I was asking.
Okay.
Like
If you can,
never,
you can go to indastro.com for your Vedic chart to find out where your Saturn is in, what sign it's in. Indastro.com. It's a Vedic chart website. And then you can also just do your birth chart calculator on Google, your tropical birth chart.
So my problem is I don't know what time I was born.
Oh no.
So that's gonna ruin it.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Do you have?
Tried to be nice about it when you asked earlier.
I'm sorry. What was that? You don't have like an access to a birth certificate?
Mines don't say it. I'm a 90s baby.
Right. No. Okay. Well, there's a way to get it though. That's because you only have a copy. You need to call something called Vital Statistics.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Call Vital Statistics and ask them for a record of live birth. It's different from your birth certificate because, well, it's the real birth certificate as opposed to a copy. And then tell them it needs to have the time on it. And they can send it out to you and then you can get it. If you're lucky enough, you can ask the lady there, say, does that have the time on it? I'm wondering. And she'll say yes or no. Or she'll say, I can't tell you. I got the lady on the phone to tell me everything that was on it. Thank God. So you might not have to pay for it that way. But I'm going to say it's worth the investment getting one, because knowing your charts accurately are going to be very helpful. You could still follow through with what I'm going to talk about, because it'll still hit your ages. You're just not going to know where your Saturn is specifically when it comes to the sign, but you'll be able to know what dates, or not dates, but what ages you'll be going through transitions and what kind of transitions, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
Yeah. I have to say something. Your voice reminds me of somebody that used to have a YouTube channel called Masters of Earth. Do you know who that is?
No.
You got to look him up. But yeah, you guys have a very similar voice. Man, it's amazing how much every planet really has.
I did see this guy. I got familiar with it. He used to clap and sun gaze and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep, that's
I
it.
remember.
Yeah, you guys sound alike. Like, because I used to watch him every day, and when I heard you talking, I was like, oh my God, is that Masters of Earth?
Nah, I got familiar with him when I first started getting into metaphysics a couple of years ago. That's crazy.
Yeah, you guys must share a nakshatra, because your voices are just identical.
I couldn't remember his name for nothing.
I know. I always call him Masters of Earth because I forget his name. Because that's his channel. Yeah.
That's crazy. Tree, he used to be out there working out and everything.
Yeah. He was so bright. He would glow on screen. His skin and his eyes, he would just glow all the time. I'm like, God. Just like the 13th Son, he would glow too. I swear he would glow. Every time I watched him, there was always some weird lights going on around him.
What sun is Saturn? Is Saturn in Aquarius now?
for tropical, but it's actually in Capricorn for Vedic.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you
You
know
know, I have this app, and I kind of thought that this was like a Vedic type of thing, but it always has the wrong. Right, yeah, because
what?
it's showing Saturn and Aquarius, and you said that
That's
tropical.
tropical. Yeah,
So
and that's that's not the true. That's not showing you the true placements.
Yeah, that's
remember I said about the apps.
mixed
You got to
up.
be careful. Yeah, you got to be careful about the apps. It's just showing you the tropical zodiac. So just look for one that's the sidereal zodiac.
Yeah.
I have to say something though. The fact that Saturn is in Aquarius in tropical, that means a lot, because Saturn being in Aquarius is all about the power and danger of knowledge and the light and information. And look what's happening right now. Drowning in information and misinformation. Like so much. And then also there's all this talk about, obstruction of freedom of speech and censorship. So right now there's a lot of danger and power over information going on. But if we look to the Vedic and it being in Capricorn, which is cardinal versus fixed in Aquarius, cardinal, this is all about cardinal signs is all about there's something wrong. It's all about persevering. But it being in Capricorn is fantastic because persevering through the storm to achieve greatness, to reach the top. That's what's happening right now with Saturn. So why it does seem like what's going on right now seems kind of crazy. The outcomes of this 2.5 year period, many people will come out on top. Many people will become wealthy this year. Many people, not even, I'm not talking like billionaires, but they'll be able to be comfortable from now on. They'll be able to have careers and start new things. A lot of things are going to be happening for people.
I really feel that. Like that's something I've never really said that. I never really felt it, but right now it's like I feel like success, like you just said, success. Or I don't know what to label it, but it's gonna be like if you've done the work and you aligned yourself and you're in the proper alignment, it's gonna drop right on you. Some goodness.
And that's exactly it. And that's what's happening. There's like this weird change of awareness towards things. It just doesn't something just feel a little bit off, a little bit weird, not like something's gonna drop on us like at any moment, but it's something good, even though there seems like it's kind of wacky and out of place and a little bit erratic, but something good is coming, whatever it is. It's like you could just feel it. Lots of people can feel they're in this position of perseverance, right? Persevering through all this shit, but something is good is gonna come out of the persevering. Because when the other cardinal signs are all about isolation and hiding and then smothering, but the one Capricorn is all about achieving. And the funny thing is it forces people out of their homes. So that seems strange considering we were forced in our homes. You know what I mean? So this is going to force people to move outward out of their homes, because with Cancer and Aries, it's about isolation and hiding in one's safe place.
What about if you move? What about if you're moving to a new home? Like
yes, exactly.
Would that be considered?
People, yep, absolutely.
And a lot of people are moving.
Lots of people are moving. And what's funny is my fourth house is Capricorn, and it's all about moving and the motherland and home and vehicles. So there's going to be a lot of people moving house or moving land, or just saying enough is enough and going outside, being fed up with being held in. So that is these protests. That is also people probably this year going to be very fed up with COVID restrictions, because they're going to be like, no, this is bullshit. You know, enough is enough. I want to go back to normal. There's going to be a lot of this need to move and go and just achieve what they want to achieve.
Hey, Krysten.
Yeah.
Is there any time that, no, I'm pretty sure of it. I was basically going to say, is there any time where the Vedic skies match the Western skies? Because I'm thinking like, because looking through my chart and stuff like that, I'm thinking like we're just on the Capricorn Aquarius axis, because, you know?
They used to, back before 24 degrees of separation, they used to be exact, but now they have separated, 24 degrees. So they're never in matching, because the Vedic sidereal is always moving, and it keeps moving 1 degree every 72 years or something like that. So it'll never go back. But you mean like the exact placements and everything?
Because like, like how on one's chart, for example, on my chart, Saturn in the Western is in the 6th house in Pisces, but Vedic Saturn is in the 7th house in Aquarius.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like, I'm thinking like it's always like on an axis between, the Eastern and Western skies. It's always like, the next one or something.
Yes. Like the 24 degrees of separation. It's always 24 degrees of separation. Okay. So that's the axis. It goes up. It goes up every 72 years. But as of right now, it's on a 24 degree axis. So 24 apart degrees. So it's not always going to be the sign behind it. Sometimes it'll be the same sign, as long as way further at the end of, let's say it's way at the end of the other sign. It's going to possibly still be in that sign, because there's 30 degrees. So
like 29 to 30th degree of Aquarius, it might be in the 1st degree of Aquarius, or 0, basically.
Yeah. Yes. Like how we've had in the beginning, we were in, when the conjunction happened, people were saying it was 0 degrees of Aquarius, but it was actually like 29 degrees or 28 degrees, I can't remember, of Capricorn, something like that. So it was not 25, 12 or 6 degrees, 6 degrees. It was 6 degrees of Capricorn, but they were saying that it was in 0 degrees of Aquarius. I'm so tired today. Trav's still gone. Went to the bathroom.
Oh no, I'm here. I was just listening to you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought you were gone.
Yeah, I thought that pee turned to a poo. I was like,
aha, you never know. You never know.
Don't poop, man.
You went to go pee, one slipped out.
Yeah. All right. I'll start. And if anybody has questions, we can recap and everything. So the Saturn is, obviously the authority, the father energy, the tough love energy, but he also rules growth cycles. And that's why every 7 years is this so-called growth spurt. Sometimes it's physical, and then it moves over to emotional, and then spiritual. Okay. At or around the first square of Saturn, we are around 7 years of age. Some people could be as young as like 4, but it's usually around 7 years of age for people. Okay. This is the first time there's like a challenge around who your mother is, how you see your mom. There's like this separation that happens all of a sudden. You're no longer the baby. You're no longer getting that nurturing from mom that you have gotten as the baby. And father pulls your attention away from mom during this time. Their father energy or masculine energy pulls, you know, the attention away. So a lot of times, you know, the baby boy, he's close to mom, he's mommy's boy. And at that age, you know, dad wants to play ball all of a sudden. So now he wants to sit with dad instead. He wants to do stuff with dad. Or, you know, there's also, now this is talking about a functional. Now there's also possibilities where there's a dysfunction where dad is pulling you away from mom in a negative sense, in any kind of sense, where there's a masculine energy that comes in and kind of pulls you off the nipple, kind of forces you to have a first, hey, grow up, kid, kind of feeling, where you first start feeling, who am I? What does it mean to be me at 7? You start to see yourself differently. You start to see yourself separate from your mother's baby. So that happens around 7. And then you have your first Saturn opposition around 14 or 15. This is where you look at your family and the roots and your ancestry, and you start to learn about them and get an understanding about them. And you're interested in who you are, where you come from. And then let's say you grow up in like a Catholic family and you start to cultivate these strong beliefs. Sometimes, you know, a kid can kind of rebel against these beliefs and say, you know, I don't believe these kind of things. But this is the first time usually when a child will start to feel into spirituality. That's lots of people say they started witchcraft and Wicca stuff around 13, 14, you know, tarot around that age, or they started questioning things about spirituality around that age because it was very interesting to them. There's an ability there to start making their own decisions about what they believe. And then this is also the last physical growth spurt around this time. So the body is still in control of so-called growth. You're not really to that place of mental growth yet, where it's a lot of physical. Also, this is where outside authority starts to come to play, like teachers, the police, the law, even the government and who they are. What does it mean to be a president? This is why a lot of kids get in trouble with the law around this age, because they're questioning authority. They're questioning all these things. What does it mean? Where do I fit in? Why don't I fit in? And this is where you start to leave the father's energy, where you start to kind of rebel against dad. Whereas you left mom's energy at 7. That doesn't mean you can still love your mom and be a mama's boy or girl. But this is the physical detachment, you know, from I'm no longer a baby. And then when you're 14, 15, that physical detachment of, okay, now I'm a young adult and you can't tell me what to do kind of feeling, you know, I'm my own person starts to come out of this. And then around the age of 21 is your second Saturn square. Your first one was when you were 7. So this is where a lot of people are broken, hurt, feel out of place. They feel they are not ready to grow up, or they don't know their place yet. They don't know what they're going to do yet. And it feels like people are throwing bricks at them, one after the next. They're trying to, maybe I'll do this. Oh, no, not a good idea. Maybe I'll do this. They're testing the waters. They're trying to figure out what it means to be an adult because they still feel like a kid. But now they've been thrusted into this, you're an adult kind of energy. So there is this beginning of mental growth that happens here. And you're still in this place of, I'm not sure what my purpose is. What is my destiny? And what am I supposed to do? So there's a searching that starts at this age. Like, what am I supposed to do? That you're trying new things, trying many jobs or many classes. People are in college now. A lot of people don't finish college, or they take courses they later on hate and wish they never got that job. Because at that age, you're not ready to make a permanent decision for your future, because you will change big time by the end of your 20s. So that 7-year itch between the last Saturn square to your Saturn return is all this growth period where you are going to go through a change. This is your early 20s till your late 20s, like 28, 29. So from 21 to 28, 29, you're going to go through many trials and tribulations where you felt like there were bricks being thrown at you then. Now you feel like the bricks are just being stacked on you. Boom, boom. Here, carry this. And this is all about trying to find one's purpose and establish oneself as their own authority. I'm the boss now. You're not my mom or dad. You're not my boss. You're not my whatever. I'm the boss. So there's this seeking to become one's own source of security. And sometimes that's a little nerve-wracking and can be scary for people, because they can still feel like a child. And this right here, it's not even until this age of 28, 29, till the brain starts to mature. Not at 21. You're not mature at 21 at all. It's not till this age when the brain starts to mature, and it doesn't finish until 32. So people are starting to feel this sense of, my family's not helping me. I can't depend on friends. I have to depend on myself. So I got to get my shit together around this time. So then you get after this is your third Saturn square, which is around the age of 35. Now your third Saturn square and then the second Saturn opposition, which comes right after, kind of go hand in hand. The third Saturn square is when you're 35. And the second Saturn opposition is when you're 42. Now, when you're 35 is when you, no matter if you're male or female, you take on the role of the matriarch. You take on the mother's role. All the things mom has taught you and instilled in you, you have now became. You now started. So now the dinners are at your house. Now you make the cookies for Christmas. Now you set the dinner table for whatever. This is now your job. Now everyone comes to your house for the holidays. You make the plans. It doesn't have to be that black and white, but this is, the correlations here. And then the second Saturn opposition at 42 is when you become your father. So now you take the father's energy. Whether you're a girl or boy, you do both. You become the mother and you become your father. And once you become your father and take full authority, you're breaking of all authority. You no longer look to mom and dad as authority at all. You no longer look to them as, running back to them for help. Although some people do. And when that happens, Saturn makes you pay for it, because Saturn will wipe everything away from you if you don't have your shit together by this time. Saturn will go, no, this is not what was supposed to happen. Oh, you're not ready? You're not ready to grow up? Okay, let's wipe the slate clean, take it all away, and start now. Even though you're 42 years old, we're going to start over, because you have to get this right. You have to find that you are the authority. You are your own savior. So this is when you start to build your new life and your own foundation. This is where you're no longer on the foundation of your parents. Now you build a foundation and your kids depend on you. Okay, so this is all about, establishing security and just becoming the head of the family. And then you have your fourth Saturn square at the age of 49. This is when there's a letting go of children or an end of a career and you're going to be retiring. So letting go of children, like they're moving out of the house or they've graduated or they're getting married, stuff like that. And then there's this, usually talking about saving up for retirement or focusing on retirement or saving for that around that time. You're not in retirement yet until 58. Yeah, this is when you're starting to save towards your retirement. You're starting to get really focused on, okay, I'm going to be retiring soon. I need to make sure I have this, and this planned. And then 51 hits, which is your Saturn waning. And this is the midlife crisis. This is the point where there's the feeling of age has happened. There is no more growth spurts physically. So now it's all mental and spiritually. So now there's a lot of spiritual questions and there's a lot of, what have I done with my life? Where am I going? Oh my God, my life is half over. Oh my God, am I missing out? What I need to do things. There's this feeling of, I need to recap and make sure I'm where I should be. And like I said, Saturn, at that age of 49, Saturn already makes you feel like, if you ain't got your shit together by now, I'm going to wipe it out. It starts at 42 when he does that. By the time you're 42, he's pushing you to get your shit together. And if you fuck up, he will wipe it out and give you another chance. It's like all right, clean it all up. Now here we go again. But it's that tough love. And then you've got your second Saturn return at 58. This is the full maturity. This is where from here on out, it's all spiritual growth. It's all, you get a lot of people who are retired by then or are about to retire who go on spiritual retreats or, they focus on, their belief systems. They work on their spirituality and self-cultivating one's soul. Not everyone does this, but this is what's supposed to be going on around this age. And then if you're even lucky enough to reach your third Saturn return, that's like at 88. But at 58 is your full maturity with Saturn, where Saturn stops fucking with you. You've reached your full maturity. So let me go to, hold on a minute. Now we're going to do the fixed, mutable, and cardinal signs. You know what? I have to go to the bathroom. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'll be right back.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Wash your hands.
As
it's
you
fucked up.
that is very damn. Even that one that you said, the first one where it's time to grow up, kid. You're removed from the tit. That's when I had my youngest brother, and I can recall feeling that way. Like all the attention is on the little one now. Like I remember those feelings. You know how a lot of people, when you're an only child or the oldest or whatever, when you start having siblings, you feel that the loving shift. You feel like you're no longer the favorite. You're no longer number one. I think distinctly, I remember at that time period that you mentioned. That's pretty crazy. But all of that fucking lined up.
For me, it was that time period. It's funny. It's a Saturn ruled person that entered my life, but he manipulated stuff to make me get away. And that's when all right. But at that time, I was in my Saturn dosha also. So I experienced homelessness. So I'm glad I got that out the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's crazy, but it's crazy that I was an Aquarian that a Saturn energy that came and did that to me.
Absolutely. That's how it plays out. Saturn, you'll be surprised, especially because it's your Saturn return or your Saturn opposition. Mm-hmm. Saturn's really doing it to you, and he'll come in all kinds of ways. And it makes sense for him to come in the form of somebody who has Saturn dominance.
Yeah, and my Saturn is my dominant planet in my chart, and it's also in Aquarius in the 7th house in the Vedic chart. So that's why I even find it more funny.
Oh boy.
Yo, Kristen, what did you say the first waning square was?
I think she's still in the bathroom.
Oh,
It's good, KB.
Joe, what's good, Amar? How's everything?
Feeling. Thank you.
Feel you.
Bless
Which one did you say it was? Get down. Get down. What did you ask? The first waning?
Yeah, what's the first waning square?
First waning or square?
The first waning square.
Hold on. Hold on a minute. First. Hold on. Hold on a second.
Huh? Oh, shit.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, you just said the first what? I'm sorry, the first waning square
Yes.
is when you're 21, 22, remember?
Mhm.
You want to know what it was? What it means?
Yeah, what it means.
Hold on a minute. I know I just went over that. So that's usually, okay, so that's when you're feeling all those bricks on you. Remember, I was saying it feels like people are throwing bricks at you, and you're no longer a child, but you're also not an adult. Your brain is still very much a child. You finished your physical growth spurts, so now you're being forced to mentally grow. You're out of place. You're not sure what's what, and you're trying many things. You're trying to figure out what you're going to do, what's your legacy, what does it mean to be you, and what's your purpose. But there's going to be a lot of, this is the beginning of finding who you are. And from this point until your solar return at 28, 29, excuse me, you're going to be going through all kinds of ups and downs, oppositions, working out, not working out, failures, wins, all kinds of things like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's how I feel right now. So,
Okay, so now we're going to go into the fixed, immutable, and the cardinal signs and what they mean when you have Saturn in them. So if Moon, the mother, is our nurturer, Saturn, the father, is tough love. Even though Jupiter is also father, Saturn is still father energy. He's the, like, even grandfather, the head, you know what I mean, over the lesson, the tough love. So when it comes to the fixed signs, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio, that's all about power and danger. Power and danger about love and what it means to be loved. For the mutable signs, Gemini, Virgo, Pisces, and Sagittarius, it's all about fixation and the power and danger in regards to gratification and rewards. Oh, I'm sorry. It was the indulgence was for the fixed. I said power and danger of indulgence and love. And then for mutable, it's fixation and the power and danger of rewards and gratification and the fixation on these things. And for the cardinal, it's all about perseverance, the power and danger of protection and persevering. And those signs are Aries, Cancer, Capricorn, and Libra. Now, hold on a second. For Taurus, Taurus, Saturn people, they are indulgent, or they overindulge in pleasures. And they have, there's a balance there where they can overindulge when they are not feeling like things are enough. But there's a lot of it's about like the power or the benefits and the dangers of seeking pleasures. Like, for example, a Saturn Taurus person who has their opposition can end up being a part of some kind of sex crimes, or sex crimes can be activated, whether it's upon them or in their family or them themselves. Sex crimes could be activated around that time of their opposition. So there is this seeking of pleasures that Taurus is into, but it's not all bad, of course, because it's also luxury and, seeking to have a good time and to have fun and to give others pleasure. So with Aquarius, they are fixated, or not, they're not fixated, excuse me, they are indulgent on knowledge or the light. And right now, we were just talking about earlier, there's all this knowledge and there's so much misinformation. There's so much information that people are being drowned in, but there's no wisdom. And so that's the power and danger of the light or knowledge and what comes with that, and being overindulgent in things that are supposedly informing us. Like, there's people that become obsessed and are like watching everything on YouTube that is like scary and doom and gloom, and they become obsessed with it. And that's something very Aquarius Saturn like, who is imbalanced. So, the indulgence comes in when someone's out of whack. But there's also power in this. The power is there is so much to learn. These people are very quick learners. They are very good at absorbing information. They're very good at taking it in, very good at finding the truth and finding the light and giving wisdom. They just have to be careful not to become obsessive. And then you got Leo, who can be overindulgent in romance, but they can also be very romantic and powerful and very sexual, but it's more of a romantic sexual. Then you have Scorpio, and we obviously know what Scorpio is going to be, right? Sex. So the power and danger of sex are the things that will come upon people that are Scorpio with Saturn, especially when your Saturn moves into Scorpio. So let's say you are a Scorpio Saturn and you move into Taurus. Your Saturn moves into Taurus, right? So now it's going to be learning about the pleasures of sex. Okay? Where if it was moving into a Leo, it could be all about romantic sex and what it means to be romantic over being overly sexual. And if it were to go into Aquarius, you could be wisdom and information about sex, like Tantra study and such things like that. So it's not just that you stay in the Scorpio, because that's your Scorpio, your Saturn's in Scorpio, but as your Capricorn moves through opposition and waning and waxing and such, it moves to these signs. And this is what you'll be learning during those movements. Now, for the mutable Gemini, they are the rewards and dangers of gratification, of winning. I'm sorry, someone just sent me something. Of winning and, rewards. So Gemini is all about the real world and the rewards of things in the real world and what they can gain from reality and how they can merge and create their own realities to, benefit themselves. Then Virgo is all about goals, which I mean, is that even a question? We know Virgo is all about goals and hard work. So they're all about the rewards that come from the goals that they set forward. But they can become fixated. They can become so fixated that all they care about are their goals. They don't care about relationships with other people. They don't care about your fucking feelings. All they care about is winning and doing what they're supposed to do, their goals. Same thing with the Gemini, the real world. They fixate, that's Trump. They fixate on winning. All that matters is winning, and then you get Pisces, who fixates on dreams. Often they, when they're, feeling slighted, they'll talk about what they wanted to do in all their dreams and how they didn't get to play these things out. But when the Pisces moves into the Virgo, then they can start putting their dreams into goals and maybe making some of them come true. And if the Virgo moves into the Pisces, now they can see that, well, maybe they had other dreams besides all these specific. Maybe there's other dreams that they haven't done yet. So you're never just stuck in one position, because you're going to move through your signs. So you learn all the lessons in them. And then, okay, go ahead.
So you'll be able to see that in your transits?
Yeah, well, that's what the Saturn. That's why I said to go get your Saturn snapshot, so you'd see when you go through all your different your Saturn opposition and your Saturn waning and your Saturn return. Yeah.
Hold on, let me get it real fast.
Okay. So Sagittarius is all about finding the philosophical truth, and they become fixated on finding the ultimate truth. What does it mean? No, that's not, I have to find what the truth is. What is the absolute truth? I need to know. I got to know it. So there is gratification that comes from when they think they found it. But what ends up happening is they keep going because they never stop. And then they learn, they haven't found it yet. They got to keep going. It never is enough. The fixations of this is, you never get enough of the information. You never find the truth. You never complete all your goals. So that's the thing with fixation. They talk about one's never enough, one's too many, and 1,000's never enough. That's this right here. All right, now we'll do the cardinal, which is Aries, Cancer, Capricorn, and Libra. So with the cardinal, it's all about perseverance, and something's always wrong. I have to persevere, because if I don't, things are going to fall through. With these cardinal signs here, it's always about I have to guard myself. I have to stay on guard, and because of that, they never live. They often end up losing parts of their life because they were carrying everybody else, or they were carrying so much weight because they were just persevering through. They weren't living life. They were used to the bottoms falling out of things, so they never let up and had any downtime. So with Aries, it's all about persevering and being isolated. This is strange to me, considering that I would think isolation would make more sense with Cancer, because Cancer is hiding. But they say that Aries here with Saturn here is all about isolation. So jails, institutions, rehabs, and also things like ashrams. It's kind of like 12th house. So it's like separating or going off and doing something alone, getting a lot of alone time. This is where they feel safe. They don't want to be around a lot of people. They're introverts. And then you have Cancer, who with Aries, they're isolating because they feel good with being by themselves. Cancer hides from people. Cancer's Saturn is hiding from people. where they're purposely specific. They're just hiding. They're trying to persevere. They're either hiding from themselves, they're hiding from the world. They don't want people to see what they look like. They don't want to see their neighbors. They're hiding from people specifically. It's not that they want to be alone. They're hiding. They're afraid to be judged. They're afraid what people will say. They're afraid how they will feel. There's a lot of hiding that happens. And this is because often of persevering through painful things, through traumas, through, attacks in many different forms, and just emotional disturbances. So there's that fight or flight that always pops up with them, and they choose to hide versus go outward. Where the Capricorn's all about achieving. And Capricorn, like I was saying earlier, brings you out of your house. It brings you out into the world and into the public and into, you got to get shit done and taken care of. You need to achieve. Capricorn is like Virgo in this way with Saturn. They both are all goals and achieve. They're about getting that shit done and facing the fucking facts. So when Saturn moves into Capricorn, they are going to be forced to deal with their shit. So they're not going to always be able to hide. And also, Capricorn, they'll be achieving and being very outspoken, and they'll go into their Cancer and they'll feel a reason that they need to like hide away and take some alone time for whatever reason. It can come up. And then Libra is all about smothering others and being comfortable in relationships. So this is, more like persevering through relationships that might not be the best for us, whether it's smothering mother or you smothering somebody or someone smothering you or controlling relationships. This is all about learning boundaries and learning some balance in your relationships. And then there's also, the danger that comes with this. Like I said, this is all about power and danger. So there's power in relationships and in having balance, and there's danger in becoming obsessive and smothering and controlling and abusive. There's danger in that. But when Libra moves into, Aries, where she starts to isolate, where she realizes you don't look towards people for happiness. You have to look towards yourself, and you need to be alone right now. This is the lessons that will be learned here. So you're always learning your lessons within your own signs. There's like a theme that kind of goes with all of this, with all of them that comes out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, there's always more, but this is, all that I wrote down notes wise.
So which Saturn are we supposed to look at? The Western one or which one is more?
Did you in the group here, Trav put the website you need to go to get your Saturn return information.
Yeah, I got it.
You got that. Okay. So that's all your Saturn return information. And then it should tell you what sign it's in. Whether it should say right there, your Saturn is in sign such and such. But then, what'd you say?
Yeah, so.
Okay. And then, so you got that. But then go to your Vedic chart and just see what house or what sign your Saturn is in.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So then you just write that down. So now you know which signs they are in both, because you want to know both.
Krysten, for the fixed signs, you said the danger of indulgence of love.
Yes, the indulgence is that keyword there, and it's the power and danger of love and indulgence of love. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the mutable is the fixation, and the word is fixation, and that's the power and danger of rewards, gratification, and rewards from authority. So it's not, remember, this is Saturn. So the power and danger of love from an authority figure, from father or authority figure or boss or husband or whoever, even if your wife is an authority figure, because it can be. And then the power and rewards of gratification from authority could be a boss. It could be your father. It can be the government. It could be whatever. But remember, because Saturn is authority, someone with authority or some kind of power over us. Oh, I gotta plug my phone. It's gonna die again. And then the last one is perseverance. Perseverance over, either perseverance through the authority over the authority or becoming the authority ourselves.
That's
now.
the cardinal.
Yeah, that's the cardinal, becoming our own authority and persevering. The king's authority protects us, right? Our daddy protects us, but sometimes our daddy doesn't protect us anymore. And we have to persevere. Or daddy did something he should not have done. And now you have had to persevere your whole life and be your own whatever. And as you grow, these things that happen around authority are going, each time you hit a Saturn marker, you're going to have a growth spurt in this section. So Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio will have a growth spurt over the indulgence, power, and danger of love from the authority figure. And then the mutable will have the growth spurt about their fixation on gaining rewards and gratification from their authority figures. And then the cardinals, they will have growth spurts about, perseverance over the protection from their authority figures, if they were protected or not, because in many times, in many cases, people were not protected when they should have been. So you won't ever be able to escape such things. I'll use an example. My mother, she was abused terribly by her stepfather. And for all her 20s and 30s, she tried to just ignore it, try to sweep it under the rug and not deal with it. Even though, ironically, at her solar return, or her Saturn return, her parents kind of showed up again because she left them when she was like 17 and they came back again. But when her mother died, she was devastated, everything. But this woman was abusive to her and she didn't deal with it then. And she always kept it in. And now she's in her, where is she at? She's going into her second Saturn return right now, right? And she's starting to do this deep shadow work around them. It's starting to come up now. And she's doing working with a psychiatrist and everything. And this is all coming up and you never escape it. You might be able to ignore it for 20 years, but it's going to come up again. These things that we thought we dealt with or we thought we got over, Saturn will go, hey, remember that thing that happened? Remember? Oh, yeah. You see how that makes you feel? You're not done. Now let's fix it. So Saturn likes to make sure that you're getting everything out. So that's why Saturn likes to test us. Like right now, there'll be, I know personally, lots of people are like, man, I was doing so good. And, such and such came back and tempted me, or such and such came back and wanted me to hook up again and all these things. Yeah, because Saturn's asking you, are you sure you're done with that dumb shit? Oh, you're not yet? Okay, here we go. Let's do it again then. So it's really good to know these things about Saturn and when you're going to go through them, because if you can get through it, then get through it and let it go and move on as best as you can. Otherwise, Saturn will bring it back. And if you haven't fixed it and you're still out of whack at a certain, by your 40s, he's going to wipe everything out from you. People think K2 takes shit from you. Saturn can do that too, but Saturn can also give you so much. Like Saturn is the strict parent who is just waiting on you to get your shit together.
Krysten, can I ask a question?
Of course.
I got I'm looking at this the website that Trav told us to go to, and I went down here, and it says the important dates to look out for.
Mm-hmm.
So it has age 44, second opposition.
Mm-hmm.
Then December to December, but then the second waning square, it says 51 through 52, May to February. But what about my age now? Does that mean that I'm 48 and this second opposition began at 44? Am I still in that?
No. Well, it's only every they're only 2.5 years. Okay. So the Saturn transits are 2.5 years, but they only hit your degrees for a certain amount of time. Now, for the 2.5 years, you're going to be going through changes, but there's the specific period of time where it's going to be in your exact degrees in your chart, where it's going to be the real enchilada, where you're going to be really feeling it. So, yeah, you're not there yet. You're out of it because 44, 45, 46. At 46, you were out of it. 46 and a half, almost 47. So you're out of your second opposition. You'll be going into your second waning. Which that's the one, that's that midlife. What am I doing? Am I happy where I'm at? What have I accomplished? It's the taking notes, taking tally. Not everyone has a crisis, a midlife crisis. Some people they take tally. They're like, okay, I've done this. I've done this. I've done this. I haven't done this. I'm ready for this. It's like this list of, okay, I'm literally halfway through my life, at least, if not a little more. What do I have planned for the next part? What am I going to do? And it's that time where you really feel the age, where you feel it. And it's like, okay, well, now I'm in my 50s. So this means something. This means I have accumulated some information, some wisdom, and I have such and such knowledge, and what is my legacy going to be, and what will I leave behind? What am I going to do the next couple of years? And then there's more spirituality comes through here, because then there starts to be questions about death. But death questions usually start really early. But as you get older, you're usually in late 20s, early 30s, there's that whole awakening of spirituality and what does death mean and what would happen if we died. But once we get into our 50s, there's the feeling of, ooh, death is kind of close. Okay, so what does it really mean? And what does life mean? What does it all mean? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I'm doing yogic work now. So when I get to that,
yeah.
I won't be.
You're ahead of the game.
Yeah.
You're way ahead of the game. And that's good. See, this right here, I wanted to do this because if you are ahead of the game with Saturn, if you're on track, Saturn will be easy on you. Saturn will be good to you. Saturn won't be like, okay, you're not ready. All right, whoosh, wipe it all away. Saturn will be like, yay, clapping in the corner. All right, cool. Let me give him a little bit of gratification. Let me give him a little bit of success here. Let me bless him with something. So it's just good to know what's coming. And I could even do this with other planets and see, because we got our, Jupiter and all. I can do the Jupiter and Venus and Mercury. Mercury is a little bit less, but I can do this with each of them and see what they all have entailed for us. But the Saturn is super important. You know what I would like to do next? Let me do Rahu and Ketu next. That would be good, because the Rahu and Ketu returns 18.5 years. Okay. And that is usually when things go ziggity boo. Like remember, every 18 and a half years for the United States, there's a catastrophe, and that's all about Rahu and Ketu. We had 9/11. Before that, we had AIDS. And before that, there was the Vietnam, and then Kennedy. Before that, Hiroshima. And then now, which is 18 and a half years after 9/11, it was, we have this COVID shit and what's been going on. So there's always, every 18 and a half years, when Rahu and Ketu go back into their original signs, you know, Ardra and Mula, there is an event, a quote unquote event, that shakes up the world and causes people to have a little bit of a eesh moment. But
so that's why they say history repeats itself.
It does, honey. It absolutely does. Everything that's happening right now happened already. It happened again. That's why astrology becomes so easy, because you go, okay, when was the last time that all these planets were in a stellium in Capricorn? When was this? 59 years ago. What happened 59 years ago? Oh shit, this and this and this happened. Oh, so I bet you this and this will happen again. Oh, wait, let's see where Mercury was. Oh, it's in the same place. Oh shit. And that's how you start to, yeah, that's how it works. Because listen, the reason I knew that we wouldn't know who the president really was, and we would think it was one guy and it would be the next, is because Mercury retrograde stationed to go direct on election day. The last time it did that was when Bush and Gore were going in, at it, and they flip-flopped with them. So we knew this was going to happen again, because Mercury did the same thing that day on election day. So we knew this is the pattern when that happens.
That's crazy.
Yep.
I remember that Bush and Gore. Wasn't it all about them Chads, when that was the Chads, the little pieces were stuck on the paper or something like that for the votes?
Yeah, they were all dogging Florida about it.
Yeah.
All right, so
and then that's what Trump moves to. He moves to Florida after he this vote. He now is a resident of Florida now.
Yeah.
So basically, New York evicted him anyway. So
Mm-hmm. Someone asked if they missed Saturn and Leo. Saturn in Leo is all about romance and the power and danger of overindulgence in romance, but it's also, romance from the authority figures. So romantic relationships with bosses, with teachers, with police officers, with doctors, that's what Saturn in Leo is all about.
What about the importance of Saturn within a particular house?
Yeah,
like my Saturn is in 8th house.
Yeah, that's you would just read that with your regular chart. That all matters. But I didn't write any of that stuff down. Not that I couldn't just tell you off the cuff, but yeah, that's just, Saturn in the 8th house is just, you'd get that from reading your own chart.
Okay.
Just basically. Yeah.
So would Saturn and Taurus be like drug addictions and shit like that?
Yeah, it can be. Anything that is the power and danger of pleasure seeking. So absolutely, that could be drugs. And Venus, because Venus rules Taurus, is often, and especially where it comes to indulgence, it's often about drugs. So drugs or food, because I know it seems weird, but it's kind of seen as a luxury. Drugs and stuff is seen as I know it seems like what, a luxury, but it is, because it costs money. It's a pleasure. It's a thing that costs money to give one pleasure. So drugs correlates with this, even though it's not a fantastic thing. Venus has a dark side, and we know that because Venus ruined Bharani, who is also connected with the god of death. And Venus is actually very much connected with the god of death. So you've got this almost like this beautiful obsession sometimes with that Hollywood or rock and roll lifestyle that comes on. There's like a sexual attraction or a attraction for drug use. It's like sexy. That's what I mean to say. You know how people make it seem like they call it heroin chic. They make it to seem sexy when it's a sickness, but they make it seem like it's like they're in love with it. I can speak from firsthand experience. When you're in the grips of addiction, there's this weird sexual like love for it. You're turned on by being addicted, which is insanity, but that's what happens. There's this weird love hate relationship with it.
It operates through the same mental centers as
Yeah.
sex addiction. So sex addiction
Yep.
is the same. So drug addiction really is not different chemically within your mind
Exactly.
than sex addiction. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Same thing. Because it's still dopamine. It's the dopamine that we're addicted to. And the thing with Taurus, Saturn and Taurus, a certain kind of person who is going through their opposition, that, like I said, they can, be convicted of sex crimes, or sex crimes can happen to them, or sex crimes can happen to their family members. So, there's all sorts of.
That's pretty horrible because my Saturn is in Taurus.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you necessarily will have it, but you know what I mean? It could mean sex crimes to happen to you or to family, but it also, like I said, it's not just the Saturn Taurus person. You'd have to read the whole chart. And I mean, you said your Saturn was in the 8th house, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's secrets, sexual secrets. That's also sexual and hidden and underground and occult things. So, and there can be things that happen that you might not even know, that happen in your family or to your family or someone close to you that you might not know or might not even learn till later. And then you might find out it happened during that time. So, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. You need to look at the whole chart and say, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, so this is going on here, here, and here. Yeah, that could happen.
Okay. So 3rd house will be like pleasures of
communication, travel, short distance travel, and hobbies, skills, learning interesting things, learning the astrology.
Wait. Now this is Western, so it'll be sex.
No, it's still the same. It's still, if you have it in your 3rd house.
On my Western, on my Vedic is 3rd house Aries.
Yeah, that's fine. It's still in your 3rd house. It's Aries. Oh, okay. So that's isolation. So that would be all about isolation. But in your tropical, it's in your 3rd house.
It's in my 2nd house Taurus.
Oh, 2nd house Taurus. Oh, that's good. You know why?
Why?
That's all about money, honey. That's all about the pleasures that money bring, and the pleasures of attaining money, and the pleasures and dangers of indulging in overindulgent, maybe overspending, or maybe being being someone who likes to bring it in, someone who can become addicted to the money. Stuff like that can happen. But this is also about the pleasure of bringing in the money. So where you might, where you might indulge, you're still able to bring it in. But Saturn causes restriction. So there's going to be lessons around money and how to make money and how to make money work for you, as opposed to burn through it.
Krysten, you were talking about going through the Rahu and Ketu returns?
Yeah. Yes. I'll probably do that. I don't mean right now. I'm talking about like next week or something.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I was like, wait, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I meant the Rahu. Yeah, no, I usually get I write notes down and stuff like that, and put a presentation together for us, and then I'll bring. That's what I did with this too. I like to make sure I have notes so I can go back and be organized with it. So I will, yeah. And usually I got to do a little study and to get all the points and stuff because I don't miss anything. But I will do the Rahu and Ketu returns and see what I can find on it for what it means in each sign, and then what kind of lessons will be learned, like I can with Saturn. I just feel like with Western, they only pay attention to certain things and like leave everything else out. I feel like that happens sometimes. That there's a lot of things they leave out, or they think like they sweep under the rug Rahu and Ketu a lot. They call it the dragon energy, and it's not as forefront as it is with Vedic, and I think that's a mistake. But I'm seeing more and more people now merging the two, so I think that's great.
So for next week, how should we prepare?
Just know where your Rahu and Ketu is for next week.
Okay.
In your Vedic. Yeah,
Okay.
just know where it is for your Vedic and what sign it's in. And then we can even do what house it's in. Yeah, the axis. That's what we'll do. I'll do the Rahu and Ketu axes and what that means. So everyone needs to know where their Rahu and Ketu is on what axis. And then I will tell you what that means. Yeah, that'll be good.
So the axis would be the degree?
No. So
no,
like Capricorn, Cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you'll see in your chart, they're always 7 houses apart. There's an axis that they're on. They're always 7 apart because they're the same body. So they turn equally. So there's an axis, a line that they run across. That's the axis about.
I hear what you're saying about Rahu Ketu, like the Western astrology. Like they don't really describe it how you just did, like on the axis.
Exactly. No, I know. It's so strange.
Yeah.
Node and South Node come to mind.
What was that?
North Node and South Node come to mind.
Yeah, they say that all the time because that's what they are, but that doesn't mean they're not. I mean, they actually know that some people know that is all about your destiny and stuff. So why it's left out so much is beyond me. They'll give you Chiron before they give you Rahu and Ketu. And it's like, what?
Yeah. And like the access, like I feel like that's going to be super good because just from watching KRS's videos that he has, it's like how he describes it, like your whole kind of life narrative is based on Rahu Ketu.
Everything. It's where you're going to be always bouncing back and forth. You're always going to be pulled back and forth between the two. It's the mastery you come in with, and then it's the things we are learning here. And something I've also learned is even though Rahu is what we're learning, often, because Ketu is what we've mastered already, but Rahu, a lot of times people are still really good at their Rahu, even though they're just learning it. They're still really good. That's why they're being pulled there. They have like a natural talent towards the Rahu somehow because it was peaked during their childhood. Like
that road is open for them. Like
yes, it's easy for them. Yeah, as opposed to someone in a different axis who's doing something different. So like Bob Fosse, where we talked about Bob Fosse's chart, he never felt good enough. He never felt, that he was good enough. He was fantastic. He was a natural with dance, even though this is what he come to learn and come to become in this life. He still was just this natural. It just came to him. And then sometimes our Ketu mastery helps us with our Rahu learning, what we're learning with Rahu. So,
so
if you're,
Bob, like if he was to like draw from his Ketu, he would have been able to like
Yes.
transcend that problem?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because there was a deep need for him to be accepted because he lacked that love of the mother, which happens sometimes with Rahu Ketu axis. I mean, there's
It's his
this.
fourth 10th house.
No, he's actually got 6 to 12,
Oh, okay.
but
Oh shit!
his
I've seen.
yeah, but I think his, if I'm not mistaken, his 12th house aspects his 4th house of mother.
Okay.
So there, he had a very I'm not good enough. I need to get better. I need to get better. And in that sixth house, if you think that sixth house is work, is that hard work? Is that, when you think about like
Yeah,
Virgo.
like Virgo, yeah.
Yep.
And having Rahu there, that's like
Yep. Yep. Boom,
people say
boom,
that's
boom.
exalted Rahu, right?
Pardon?
I heard like some sidereal astrologers say that like basically Rahu in Virgo is almost like exalted Rahu.
Yeah, maybe. Let me see. Well, yeah. Well, Mercury. Well, I'll say this. Usually, Rahu in your 10th house is a great position. Rahu in Virgo is a good position. Rahu and Moon could be good, but not until after 32 years of age, because you're going to go through some shit until then, because Rahu eclipses your luminaries. But Rahu and K2, when they're on your luminaries, yes, they are eclipsing them, but they also can significantly charm a person's life or bless a person's life. Hence Donald Trump. His
said
sun
Rahu
and
what?
moon are both with Rahu and Ketu. That is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's in the 4th, 10th axis.
So if your sun is next to your Rahu, that's good.
It's good. It's good, but after 32 years of age.
Oh my God.
Because it's an eclipse. And what happens is once you start hitting your 20s up until around 32 years of age, Rahu moves in front of the sun and swallows it, right? And so at that point, there is no satisfaction. You're getting no satisfaction from your ego, from your father figure, from your authority figures, from your government. You're not getting satisfied. You're not getting heard. You're feeling eclipsed. Your sun, see, this is not the moon where it's the mind. This is more like the ego where you feel out of place, or you're not feeling eye to eye with your authority figures, or you feel like you have to challenge your authority figures. So the sun gets eclipsed, and there can also be like an eclipse of ideas or mood. It's not like the mind with the moon, where the moon where Rahu with the moon can cause like bipolar or manic depressive disorder, or mental illnesses or depression. It's more like ideas are being taken, or you're just feeling, the energy is down. The energy is down a little bit. It's not as bright, and you're feeling challenged, or you're challenging what you believe or your authority figures. But once you hit 32, Rahu lets go and the sun reemerges again. And there's this awakening that happens. Things are brighter again. And now Rahu is now giving a benefit to the sun. He's no longer, he's going to swallow him again. He's moved away from that. But now his energy of being driven is sitting with the sun. That's like having Rahu in the 10th house is really good, because that's where that's usually where Leo is. The sun is right there. It's noon. And that's like having Leo right there. Having Leo in the 10th house is fantastic. Having Rahu in the 10th house is fantastic, because that's where the sun sits. And that's usually going to bring fame. It's going to bring some kind of recognition for what you do. So this is a good thing. But like I said, when you have Rahu with luminaries, you're going to have some downtime up until 32. But what's really good with Rahu and Ketu, Rahu mostly, is you will persevere through it. Ketu might not end well always, but Rahu, you will persevere through it and come out better later on.
Krysten, how do you find out if you're if something isn't like malefic, like if your K2 was malefic or something like that?
Yeah, that just means a demonic planet or a human planet or positive planet. Malefic. Yeah, Mars is a malefic. Rahu and Ketu are malefics. The sun is a mild malefic. These are planets that are known to give like negative effects at times. But I'm going to tell you what, they all can do it. And they all can give you good effects too. So it's good to know what's what, but don't take that to heart, because sometimes two malefics cross each other out and bring luck. You get these yogas like the Mongol yoga or Mongol dasha or dosha, whatever it's called, Mongol dosha. Yeah. If two people have it, it cancels it out, which is good. But if one person has it and the other one doesn't, there could be things like death in the relation. One of the people die, or constant bickering, or people can end up moving around a lot. So there's all sorts of different things that can happen. So just, I wouldn't be too worried about it having a malefic, because we all have the malefics in our charts, because Mars, like I said, Mars and Rahu and Ketu, and Sun is a mild malefic. So we have them in there, but they can be very transformative.
So back to the Saturn return thing. Let's say you have another planet with your Saturn.
Yeah.
Does it balance and change the Saturn return?
It does. That's a great question, because I have Jupiter almost conjunct the exact, almost the exact degree with Saturn. And so what that does is it lightens the load. Because Jupiter is the benefic, the very good blessing planet. Even though he's expansive, so sometimes he makes things more than what they are. He's not going to be making the pain or stressors more than. Instead, he'll give blessings to go, okay, you're going to go through these trials and tribulations, but then you're going to like come out on top. Or actually, I'm going to lighten the load here because you're going to learn a lesson from this. Or, I'm going to, you kind of had it hard at this one, so we're going to make this one easier. But Jupiter is very good to have. And funny enough, my first opposition is when I had my son. The very day I started my first opposition is the very day I gave birth to my son. And he's represented as Jupiter on my chart, and Saturn and Jupiter is conjunct. So I just think it's funny that my Jupiter being influencing with Saturn caused me to have a child at such a young age. It showed up in there because he's represented as Jupiter on my chart. So it's super interesting. Super interesting.
That makes sense too.
Yeah.
A responsibility and
Yep. And he was a boy, you know what I mean? So, and there's a chart, I think it's the D7. It tells you when you're going to have kids and how many you're going to have. I haven't mastered it yet, so don't ask. I'm still working on it, because most of the people I've learned it from haven't mastered it yet. So I'm trying to figure out all the ins and outs before I just give it out, because I don't want to give out the wrong information. But I can see everywhere I had my kids. I can see them, and I could see which planet represents each kid. It's crazy. It's nuts. But it starts in your 5th house, and then it goes counterclockwise around, and that's how you can tell whether you're going to have a girl or a boy first, who, you know, and how many you're going to have. But there's still other aspects to it that I don't know yet. So before I talk on that, I'm going to learn it more.
With the transits, what site do you use for the transit?
For tropical transit?
Yeah.
Let me see.
No.
For my tropical transits, because I haven't found a good Vedic transit. Hold on. I'll give you one that's fantastic. It's called, come on, go away. Hold on. It's called Cafe Astrology.
Cafe Astrology.
Yeah, you put in your birthday information, and then you're going to hit your transits. And then you can find out any date ever. You don't have to like only get a month worth or just 2 days. You could type the day you were born in, and it'll tell you what transits were and what you have coming. You could put it for 20 years from now, and it'll tell you what's coming. So I love that site.
It gives you an overview about like what the planets mean on those days.
Yep. Everything. Gives you everything. Astrocafeastrology.com. Cafeastrology.com. Yeah.
So when talking about the Saturn return, why would you say that this would be something very significant to keep an eye on? Because there's so many different planets, so many different signs and aspects and everything. What is something that makes the Saturn return significant?
Most important, because remember, the Saturn return has to do with our growth spurts. First, it's the physical growth spurts, then it's the mental growth spurts, then it's the spiritual. And it's all about, this is where the pivotal life changes take place, is during your Saturn returns, during your Saturn oppositions. This is when things are going to significantly change for you. That's why it's very important to know your Saturn, because Saturn is what? He's our authority, he's our karma, he's our destiny, and our lessons. And I call him a he because the real Saturn is the father and is the Chronos and everything. But sometimes people associate him with a she, but I happen to call him a he because I see a father there. So it's important because this is where you're going to have life-changing events, significant life-changing events, like, major markers in who you are and what. It's like your one act, your second act, your third act, your fourth act of your your life play. Oh my God, that's funny. 666.
Number of the beast. Why don't you
Yeah.
share it with everyone else?
What'd you say?
Why don't you share the joke with everyone else?
Oh, it was actually my transit number today was 666.
Wow.
By the way, yeah, that's funny. And by the way, yeah, it is Saturn. That's funny. There was a yeah, no, don't. There was the other day for pick 5, it was 71777 for Ohio's pick 5.
Nice little number combination there.
Yeah, I immediately thought of this group. I'm like, oh shit, gotta tell Trav.
That reminds me of something that Shango said a little bit earlier that was really, really key. Because I was thinking about it also, just contemplating this Bihar School of Yoga stuff, about how we're tapping into the frequency of Niran Janandananda as we study his information. But as a guru, he's tapped into his guru, which is Satyananda. He's tapped into his guru. And all these gurus are tapped into each other, dating all the way back to Patanjali. And even Patanjali's tapped into something. Basically, if you get aligned with a proper guru, it's almost like a plug, literally. And a proper guru is tapped into source. So you derive that source, you draw it into your life. As long as you're up under a proper guru, you get a piece of that as well. I thought that was pretty awesome because that's something that I was looking into. And I kind of came to the same conclusion. Like, because there's a chapter that Niranjana writes about guru. And he's basically saying that you give up yourself and you align yourself with guru. And that's very difficult for Americans or anyone Western to consider because it's almost like, oh, people get very upset about that. They get triggered by that. And they start thinking into cult territory, cultish and cults. They start thinking about mind control and brainwash and all that other shit. But that's coming from a fear perspective. If you really look at this thing, where you already are is in utter confusion. And to align yourself with someone who has seen clarity and who is aligned with clarity will naturally bring you clarity. But yeah, that's pretty damn cool. I think that a lot of these numbers that pop up like this kind of give a significant reminder of where you are and maybe even what you're tapped into.
Hell yeah.
Yo, Trev, I think with society also, or the American way, it's like they think the way gurus look at it is like they have to give up their freedom. They think their addictions are freedoms, basically.
Right. That's that fear I'm talking about. Oh, I got to give up this and that. Well, it's like you don't even understand where you are currently. All this shit that you love so much and you think is what you are, that's garbage. It's death. It's decay. That's where you are right now.
Oh shit.
That's why they keep track of all the. Oh, my bad, Krysten.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say I found a place to give us our returns on our other chart, our other planets. But go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's why like they keep track of like the lineages of like all like Bihar school yoga has a certain lineage, like you were saying, but like in all these spiritual systems, they'll have like lineages going back, like with certain gurus and stuff. So I know like I have like this Sufi book of healing, and the front cover, it has a list of all the like the sheikhs going back to the prophet and then going back to Allah, which is the source. So exactly what you just said. And that's the same thing with all these like these swamis.
Yes.
It's just a line going back. You just said it so perfectly. Like it's like you just get plugged in. Oh man, yeah, that shit is.
Mm-hmm.
Every guru is like a plug into source. And there's some people who connect with guru and they're just here to live a better life. They're here to remain as people in society, but to do it to their utmost capacity. And that is perfect. And then there's that very small fraction of others who want to become dedicated to that light, to that source. And those are the ones who really study the hardest and take it in to the point that it's really
9:00. Thanks,
Maxine, to where it really transforms them. I think that's where some of us find ourselves here. Because, it's a lot of this stuff has to be sorted out mentally. And everyone gets this idea that, I've got to be just like the person I'm listening to on YouTube. But you got to remember also, some people are literally called to do that and be a plug. And then others are called to hear and compare it to what's going on inside of them and then transform their lives to where it's the best that they can be. But everybody, you know what I'm saying, doesn't have to give up life. You may not want that.
And even if like you think you want it and you do it, something will happen where like you'll be back to like you won't go that route basically. And
Yeah.
I think that deals with the Saturn returns and the wanings and stuff like that.
Those pivotal points. Yeah.
Because just off of what Krysten was saying, like off of the dates, like the 2021, that was like 4 or 5 years ago for me. And that was like you just said, like a switch to a different act in a play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. Sweet.
Yeah, that was a really good analogy.
I am so confused by this.
No.
I don't know if that's right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is great. This is great. Source. Now, of course, most people who hear what we just said aren't gonna even consider what source is,
Hmm.
but that's okay as long as it works.
Hmm.
But
Oh.
like Mars said, how they keep track of these lineages that go all the way back to Brahman, or that go all the way back to a specific deity. There's an energy that, um, some of us are tapped into, that's having a very real effect in our lives. And we may not be able to recognize it in its pure form, and that's okay. That all has to do with your vocabulary that we talked about with these symbols. But when you tap into the frequency of somebody and stuff starts changing in your life, that's a clear sign that you are receiving some of that juice from the plug, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, Trev.
Yes.
So I think I just figured something out. Every return, every Saturn return, every Jupiter return, you can literally do a birth chart for that day. When that actual return day, on your specific return, you do a chart as though you're reborn that day, like that's your birthday, the time and everything, and you get a whole fucking chart of what's to come for that new season.
Season, that's almost like a season premiere, season preview.
Yeah, because I just did my Jupiters and it gave me a whole entire birth chart for my August 26, 2028 Jupiter return. It gave me a whole chart where I'm a Gemini ascendant here now. And yeah, and my 10th house is in Aquarius here. Oh, that's nuts. And my sun is in Virgo. So that's interesting. What happens is and that's what I thought before. We're only born in the beginning. We are those people, what our signs are and everything. But as we keep going, there's like these rebirths where you turn into different signs, where you're new. And that's usually the returns. Your Saturn returns, your Jupiter returns, because each return is like I said, a new act, and you are now reborn in this specific energy.
I kind of came across something similar about the latest conjunction that happened 2 days ago. I was looking up a chart, or a website that has what's going on in the sky, and basically, so I can get everything, I pretty much did a birth chart for the time that the conjunction was supposed to happen.
Oh, right. Yeah. You
I
can
didn't
do a birth chart for everything.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't get as far as you got with the Saturn thing, but that's the idea was kind of mulling around in my head at that moment. Like,
Yeah.
I wonder what else I can do a birth chart for, and that might give me a more clear definition of what to expect.
Right.
But the way
Literally
you put it,
everything. Yeah. Anything with a beginning, you could do a chart with. Like when someone's business starts, you do their chart. When the United States started, that date and time, you do that chart. You could even, I've always thought about even doing someone's death chart, the time and date that they died, and see, what that meant, or what I would get from that, get some kind of information on that. But yeah, you can do a chart on literally anything with an inception or a beginning here. The thing that kind of just I thought about this before, where it would make sense to not stay your birth sign, because that's just what that energy was when you were born, that it would have to be changing as you moved on. And it makes sense that it would be during your different returns for specific important planets and placements. So that's where your transits come in, where the transits come in, where your this energy is here now, this energy is working out now. But for these, for your smaller things like your Venus and your Mercury, who's fast, but this right here with your Jupiter or your Saturn, it's literally like a whole new time period. So this whole period till the next one, this is what is going to be going on. So it's a little bit more significant than such a fast moving one where it's going to change in the next 5 days. But even like, yeah, you can get Uranus and Neptune. I mean, this is interesting because it gives an even deeper in-depth read into what's coming, even more so than just your transit. Even though it'll still touch on your transit, it's giving you like a whole nother birth chart to read into.
So are you saying like for the Saturn return, for those 2.5 years Saturn is transiting, that will be your new chart, or even after that?
Yeah, no. So when the time and date, the exact date when the Saturn return happens, and the exact, because you'll have an exact date when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
That exact date, you'll register a birth chart. You'll write it out. That time and date, and then it'll give you, here's your birth chart now, and this is what's going on for the next 2.5 years.
Wow.
Until the next one.
Yeah.
Until your next Saturn in position. Now you can do one in your return and say, okay, this one's going to be what it's going to be till my next return. That would happen. But Saturn is like, the transit's a 2.5 year thing, but it's an every 7-year period. Saturn comes through and puts its energy in you, whether it's an opposition or a square or a waning. So every 7 years, you're going to have an act. That's why, what happens after every 7 years? All debts are forgiven, right? I wonder why.
Yeah,
Boom.
that whole like
Saturn.
the whole like every 7 years your body kind of like regenerates type of
Yep,
thing.
it's a whole new you.
And
Absolutely.
Saturn rules like a molecular structure, right?
Yes. Yep. So every 7 years with Saturn, you can get a birth. You do your Saturn birth chart, and then with Jupiter, I just did mine for Jupiter, and you can do your Jupiter chart. I can't believe it's like a full-on freaking chart. That's gonna be a more in-depth read than just your transits. So I'm wondering if this is what the divisional charts, some of the divisional charts are, if that's how they do that. You know what I mean? How they put the divisional charts together. If that's what that is, because it would make sense, right?
Yeah, because I was always wondering that, like, how and
where the divisional charts come from, right?
You just said every 7 years and all that, like.
Yeah. So, because the divisional charts they split up different planets and different houses, but I'm not sure how they're calculated. I just know how to read them, but I never understood where they come from yet, like how they are calculated.
Yeah,
but
there has to be some source, like some source.
Oh yeah, for sure. There definitely has to be. And I'm wondering if it's something like this, because it would say during this such and such dasha. Well, see, no, maybe not. Some of it might be, but some of it, because there's a million different divisional charts, but some of it is like your D9, your D10. That's right off of the birth chart, and then yeah. So I don't know, maybe, but all I know is that this is another step added to this. We can even go deeper and now get an even deeper read. Just think about how many. Oh my God, that's a lot. That is a lot of information. And then wow. But you know what's cool is that this chart here would be the more up, the one, in the future, the one August 26, 2028 is going to be more prevalent than the birth chart. It's going to be, because it's going to tell you what's happening right now.
Yeah. I was always like, that's always been like a concept in the back of my mind, like how the chart evolves with you.
Yes.
I always felt weird about just using a date, like
only one
all
day
the way back then. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do. I do know what you mean, because even these future dates of these returns, they still correlate to your birth, because they're this date because of your birth. So they're still correlating to your birth.
Yeah.
But it's just like a deeper read.
Wow.
Yeah, that's super cool, man. That looks like a whole lot of work, I'll tell you that.
In Western astrology, I know, like, I think it's on AstroSeek or Cafe Astrology.
Yes.
It's called like the 9 persona charts.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Though that was super cool when I was like looking at those. So it's like
Yeah.
the birth of each of the planets.
Yeah, they have a lot of good stuff on that one. That's where I get all my transits from. My Western transits, because I have, like I said, I haven't found a good Vedic transit that does not one like that. That one you can go all the way back to the Stone Ages if you want to get that.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use that just to like study specific past dates and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh like, yeah. If I apply it to myself, I mean, I can learn it faster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the best. I went back and looked at the day that I had my son when I was 14. I'll tell you this though, is sometimes those transits say things that make you freak out and you think it's going to be terrible. And then it's not as bad at all. Not even in the least bit what you thought it was going to be. Like hold on a second. The charts for the day I had my son was kind of off. They were saying it was going to be like, I don't remember. It was something like terrible, but it was actually one of the best days of my life. And that's how I remember it too. And the chart was saying a lot of negative stuff. So, something else that I learned later is that I had other things that were positive on the chart that were of a higher number than the ones that were saying negative things. So it like canceled it out. That's something else I wanted to say. When you're looking at transits, you got a number by it. It'll say like 360 Uranus squaring midheaven. And that is like the points assigned to the power of that transit. How strong is it? How, prevalent is it in your chart? And if you have something else that's connected to your midheaven or Uranus in your chart, and it's negative points, it's going to take away some of those positive points, and it's going to make it less of a thing. So less powerful. But in the same way, if something's negative and it's got higher points, it can make it less negative and more positive. So that's something I learned too, because sometimes some transit readings can scare the hell out of you. And then you realize, oh, okay, it wasn't even anything like I thought. It was something much less. And then you go and see that the numbers were very small. That was like a real small chance of anything really bad happening.
Wow. Yeah, that's definitely a big, like, kind of like psyching yourself out.
Yeah, man, that's for sure. Because I told Trav I had to pull away for a while from that, because I was obsessed reading them transits a few times a day, every single day. And I'm like panicking. I'm like, oh my God, because I was expecting the negative shit to happen. I'm like, knock it off. Just chill out. And when I pulled away, everything was fine. So sometimes we become a little bit carried away with things, and it's not as deep or as crazy as we think it is. Our minds tell us things are bigger than they are.
Yeah. Imagination is a double-edged sword.
It is, dear. Oh my God. It was, as a kid, my imagination fucked with me, man. Badly.
Yeah.
Anyone else get their feng shui on yet?
I actually changed because my bed, the way I was sleeping,
Good.
My feet were facing my door.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, like, I didn't really fuck with sleeping on my bed anyways, because like the boarding underneath was kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
So I started sleeping on my floor and not away from my bed. and I could just tell a difference.
Wow.
Just off that. That's cool.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did a huge cleaning here today, and I knew that there would end up being an argument because we cleaned up a lot and we threw a lot of stuff out from the basement. And when that happens, when you pull out things from the basement, you pull out unresolved issues from your subconscious or things. Yeah. So all of a sudden you're like, shut the fuck up, and arguing with your loved ones and stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, I forgot I'm cleaning. So all this shit is all like floating around in the air. So I salted my whole floor. My son and me, it was hilarious. I was watching my son, my 13-year-old son, he's salting the fuck out of the floor, right? I'm like, I mean, it's hilarious to see my kids are so into the same stuff that I am. And they're like, get the corners. I'm like, only my kids would be like, salt the corner, damn it.
I mean, shit, that's like the most important part is the corner.
Yeah, that's the corner, that's where it goes.
Yeah. Oh, Trav, KP is in the waiting room.
Yeah. Oh damn, they can't get the date of his SATURN return. Get down, kitty.
Yo, good looks, I was there for mad long.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, I just seen the you sharing that. Oh, you got kicked out, KP?
Yeah, this shit keep kicking me out. I don't know why.
I can't believe you just did that. Oh, goodness.
Hold on real quick. I'm going to ask another question.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you for having me on. I'm going to be driving throughout this, so I won't be having my video on, but I'm listening. I'm listening, and I'd like to be active in this conversation because, yeah, I'm really interested in astrology, and I started off with Western astrology, and I've been moving more into Vedic, and it's kind of just changing my whole perspective on things.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a complete beginner. Like, I literally just got I don't have them on me because I'm driving home, but I got some like Vedic astrology books on just kind of understanding a little bit of where the placement of the planets are in line with our spiritual engagements. And so it's just kind of like really changing my perspective on a lot of my viewpoints.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's, I know that you guys can really break that down. So I'm interested in learning more for sure.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know some of your placements off the top of your head, like for your Vedic?
Well, I know that my moon. I know that like according to Vedic, like let's see, my sun is in Virgo, my moon is in Cancer, and my rising is in Scorpio. I have an Aslesha moon.
Just like
Oh, cool. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See, but this is kind of stuff like I don't really know what that means yet.
Yeah, you'll get there. How long have you been in this group? You're brand new to the group?
Yeah, I'm pretty new. I've been
Okay.
following the channel for a little bit now and just like listening and stuff like that. But I just recently joined the academy and have been starting on and kind of reintroducing myself to Kundalini lessons and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, pretty new.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just asking because I've talked on Aslesha more than a few times. So I wasn't sure if you heard any of it or not. So
I heard on the one where you were breaking down a couple of charts, but no, I'd be very much interested in hearing you break down some more on it if you wouldn't mind.
yeah, that's fine. What? Oh no. Yeah, so Aslesha is the wise serpent, the Naga, and she is represented by a cat yoni, and she's very witchy. So you find her, she usually has very cat-like eyes, very intense, often bright, light eyes, high cheekbones, and is and that's funny you talk about Kundalini because she is the master of the Kundalini. She is the master of sexual energy. She's the arousing woman. And Aslesha women are flipped with the man. The Aslesha man is the female, where the Aslesha woman is the male. And the Aslesha woman is dominant. And she'll be very dominant until she finds a man who is dominant in the way she wants him to be. Like an Aslesha woman can never just be with a pussy. That couldn't happen. It couldn't happen. She would eat him. That's where the man eater thing comes from. She would eat him alive. Aslesha is known as being unkind. I think that's terrible that they say that because it's not true. She knows how to use her emotions and other people's emotions to her benefit. And she often, they say that she will suck someone up, use them up, and like leave them in the dust because she is, she's always searching for someone to tame her because she's that snake. So she needs to be tamed. And I don't mean tamed like, sit down, bitch, and shut up. You know, I'm your husband. Although she that might turn her on. So she wants a man to sexually satisfy her and be strong and provide for her. Aslesha often likes to be bound or tied or restricted, you know, with, chains and binds, like, the snake who's binding and twisting. So it's that whole snake energy that's winding up the body like a boa constrictor. So you find a lot of people into bondage, like Betty Page was is an Aslesha native. And then what's her name? Megan Fox. She's Aslesha moon, and she was in the movie Megan's Body. Do you know that movie?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, they think she is a virgin girl, which she was not, and she's very promiscuously flirty, and she gets these are spoiler alert for anyone, but this is important. So she gets kidnapped, and Aslesha women, Aslesha, the mythology in general, there's always something about being pierced, whether it's through penetration of the penis or a knife. There's a piercing. They also often get tattoos a lot because there's a piercing aspect to them. Well, she gets pierced or stabbed because they're going to sacrifice her to become famous rock star singers, right? But she wasn't a virgin, so she never died, and then became a demon who started to eat boys. So the penetration happened, and once it happened, she which is like real common for the Aslesha, once they're penetrated, once they're no longer a virgin or they're penetrated in some way, it turns on their animalistic in them, this like aggression. And at this point now, if you can't tame her, she's gonna eat you. She is now like this sexual monster, and if you can't satisfy her or tame her, she will devour you. So it's a very sexual nakshatra. And in the movie, she just becomes overtly sexual girls and guys. She eats a few boys, literally becomes this like monster with these huge teeth and like eats them alive like a snake. So she's playing out her mythology in her artwork, in her movies. Everybody does this, whether they know what they are or not. They're playing out their mythology all the time. So, and then what happened to her in Hollywood? She was known as difficult or unkind. There's sometimes there's a thing where they, you know, have a bad reputation as being mean or tough. So there's many layers and levels to Aslesha, but they are also mystically inclined. They're masters of the Kundalini, and they, like Shravana and Hasta and Purva, Bhadrapada, are some of the most spiritually gifted, because she, when I say rules the Kundalini, she is that. She is power over the sexual centers and that snake energy. So, and she's a wise woman, and Aslesha women are almost always witchy or used in witchy roles. If you think of the TV show Sabrina, Lilith is Aslesha. I mean, she's like a perfect representation of Aslesha. She looks it very strongly. There's the every cat woman that's ever been they've all been Aslesha. And that's the other thing, is cats are associated with Aslesha because they are the cat yoni. And excuse me, they are the male cat, but the cat yoni is the sex organ. So there's you know, lots of correlations with the kitty and sex kitten energy there. But yeah, so that's some information for you.
Thank you. So if there's so like, is it in Vedic astrology, did they kind of see it the same, where it's like your moon and your rising and your sun really play off of each other as to how that relates to your alignments? Like, you know, they're all sort of connected. Like for example, like your moon is your inner self, your sun is like the ego,
yeah. And the
that kind
ascendant
of
is the life lesson. Yeah, the moon is the mind and mother. And it's also, the moon nakshatra is the one that really presents the looks of how you dress. It's usually the one that's front and center, because when they talk about nakshatra, what's your nakshatra, they'll give you your moon nakshatra before they give you the ascendant and sun. So first it's the moon, then your ascendant, then your sun. So the moon is the mind, how the person thinks. It's the mother, it's the intuition, it's the inner. And then the sun is the ego, the facade that people see, that you show them outwardly. And the ascendant is the life lesson, the thing that you are here to experience, the things you're here to experience. And they all play off of each other. But I have seen where people resemble their ascendant far more than their moon. So, and everyone's also a mix of all of their signs. But the sun, ascendant, and moon is the ones that we're mixed of the most. So you can have Aslesha and have other placements that are overruling that or canceling that out or adding things to it. And it also depends on the strength of your planets and what planets are more strong. So Mercury might not be very strong in your chart because Aslesha is a Mercury nakshatra. Or the moon might be, you know, a weaker planet in your chart. You might be stronger. You might have a more powerful sun. So your sun sign really stands out more. So there's, you know, levels to it, but it's really important to know all your nakshatras, because you're going to see yourself in all of them, and then go from there. But there is so much to be learned from the nakshatras themselves. And then you want to find out what pada you're in, because then there's different navamshas that rule them, and they have different planets or signs that those are in, which will make a whole new reading. So not every Ardra is going to be destined for, tragedy, but then you've got some that will be, just like not every Aslesha is going to be overtly sexual. Some might be up, grossed out by it. There's a thing with Aslesha where she teeters between being sexual and being offended and being grossed out, being like, oh, don't say that. That's disgusting. There's this purity and debauchery that plays out between the two. And something with the Aslesha women is they have to break free of the mother. There'll be a power struggle with the mother, and where the mother wants to keep them in this pure state, this frozen state of virginity or control. Like this, they want to control. And this is where the whole penetration comes into play, because once she's penetrated, then it's turned on. The monster inside her is turned on. That energy is now turned on, and it has to be culled. It has to be tamed. Otherwise, it can become destructive. So there's going to be like these weird power struggles with the mother when people have Aslesha, especially in the moon, especially females.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like that's really interesting. I have my I found my chart. But yeah, I have like Swati in my sun.
Yeah.
And I have Hasta in my I'm sorry, Hasta is my sun and Swati is my rising.
Yeah, that's me too.
Ascendant.
I have a Swati ascendant and Aslesha moon, just like you.
Cool. So what's interesting is that as you were talking about the first qualities of Aslesha, like I'm covered in tattoos.
Yeah.
Like I actually started teaching myself how to tattoo. Like I got it's like everything you said really, really resonated, which is super crazy because, like in Western astrology, when looking at my chart, my moon is in Leo. And yes, I resonate with that, but not so much in the whole, like, yeah, I like being center of attention. That's cool. But like at the same time, it's like there's a different element to it. Like it's like I'm looking to be challenged, or I like to grow. Like I have it's almost like a hunger inside of me.
You know what? I wonder if you have, on your tropical, I wonder if your Leo is a Maga Leo, which is K2, who also is into tattoos and who's into challenges and winning over those challenges. So maybe your Leo is a Maga. I'm not for sure, but it's possible. Yeah, that would make sense there too.
Yeah, that's it's really interesting. Like it's real interesting because then when you get into like meditational practices or anything like that and start really tapping into what's inherently, like, instead of I've been experimenting in my meditations with not resisting so much. And instead creating more of a flow, like, okay, if this is the thoughts in my mind, like what's going through with that, or what's going on with that. And there's been this huge dominant energy that's been coming forward for me. As far as like recently, I've been really experiencing a massive change in that. And I'm not quite sure what's kind of happening at this point in time. I know by the time I joined this session, y'all were talking about Saturn returns.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I couldn't pull up my chart on that to see when. I've always been accustomed to kind of thinking, whoa, sorry, the road is going. I've been always kind of accustomed to thinking like that, like a Saturn return is more like happening, like it happens like once when I think you're like 10, the other time is like when you're 12, or like some weird shit like that. Oh, I pardon my French. But but like I'm not sure how it goes in Vedic astrology, if it goes by different dates.
No, because it still goes the same dates. Hold on. It's a 7 years. Every 7 years your Saturn changes. So you got it 7, at 14, at 21, and then 35, 42. You just keep going up. But your Saturn is going to still hit the same. I mean, it's still going to be the same amount of time transiting, because it's just going to be in a different sign for you.
Wow, that's so crazy. Like every 7 years, that just hit me hard. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Seven Bomar.
Yeah, I fuck with Seven Bomar.
Yeah, so he talks about cell regeneration that happens, that your body goes through a complete cleanse every 7 years.
Yeah, we were just saying that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like that really resonated with me hard right there.
Yeah, and debt is erased every 7 years too. So there's a reason for it. It's Saturn.
Yo, that totally makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny because the Bible talks about it, and they'll tell you the Bible's not astrology. Yeah, right, honey. It's astrology. It's all
hell yeah.
Saturn. It's Saturn, my love.
Didn't they?
Textbook.
Yeah, like didn't Jesus say to his disciples or something like that, like you'll meet a water bearer or something like that, and and like there were like quotes referencing like the different eras, like time periods.
Yes, I mean the whole story of Christ, all of that is all astrotheology, the whole thing, Moses, all of it. And it's also inner alchemy. It's literally inner workings for our body. So I mean the whole thing, it's what's really cool is more people are waking up to it. But I remember years ago when I did a podcast for a friend years ago. This is 6, maybe 7 years ago. 6 maybe, I don't know. And I did it on the inner alchemy and how the Bible is astrotheology and stuff. And man, I was nervous because I was expecting a lot of Christians to be attacking,
Yeah.
Surprisingly, they were super interested in it. I was surprised because it was somebody who had me on. He has had a large following of Christians, and I was like, okay, all right. He's like, I'm telling you, they'll be interested in it. I'm like, I don't think they will. But they were like, oh my God, I want to learn more about it. I was very surprised, but I did get some attacks, of course, but I was very surprised people were into it. They, a lot of people feel like there's something missing, like there's a deeper meaning to that book that they're not getting, that there's something they're missing, because they're going to the preacher and you're being told one thing and the preacher is saying one thing and the book is saying something completely different, and they're like, there's a disconnect there.
Right.
So I feel like there are a lot I remember being one of those bad Christians who would always question things and do occult things. So secret witch and shit. But you'd be surprised how many are really like that, because they're really wanting truth, and then they're told to not question shit. So then they're just compliant. But most people are like searching for something. I went to a Jehovah's temple. I went there. They invited me, right? Well, I let them come in my house, and I would talk with them. This was like months going on, and we'd have debates, and I would show them in the Bible where they're wrong, where they're misquoting, or because she said there's no more spiritual gifts anymore. There's no prophecy. I was like, let me show you where it says in the end days, people will prophesy, people will dream dreams. And then her elder said, no, she's right. Like stuff like that would happen a lot. And so they invited me to their temple. Now, usually women are on a back burner there, right? And the men are weird, and the men speak and everything. These people were like super interested in me and the knowledge that I had. The women were like always asking me questions like, how do you know this stuff? And where did you learn this stuff? I was like, you got to go outside your watchtower, honey. So they had me there, and I kind of disrupted their whole thought. Like the one guy was like asking me questions, and I would I told him, it's all astrology and stuff, and he was just, his eyes just got huge. He couldn't believe I said that. And I said, let me explain to you how. Just hear me out. He got pissed, but I could see that he saw that I knew what I was fucking talking about, and that it was showing it. It was in the book, in the Bible. So, and he was like, we're gonna have to pick up this conversation later, but it was nice talking with you. But the all the male leaders were like one by one trying to like, I felt like they were saying, hush, woman, stop teaching our other ladies this stuff. They're coming to your house and you're teaching them things they shouldn't know. That's kind of like what they were telling me. And I was like, I mean, you guys sent them here. Yeah, I felt because one lady was very smart and wanted to go outside of what they taught her, but she was afraid.
Yeah, I've had those conversations before. I don't have the astrological background to be able to kind of back that up, but I really love ancient history, and so I use historical references. And I don't know if any of you know about Ray Higgins, but that dude goes hard. But there's also more of like, so anyway, I typically try to relate to them on a historical reference where I bring up evidence and that kind of stuff that we talk about. And where I really came into a very big difference, I mean, obviously there are major differences, but it was that separation between God and self that I saw that people had a real fear of. I had 3 groups show up to my house of Jehovah's Witness. And we all had this group discussion, because what we all kind of realized was that the biggest debate is God truly separate from yourself?
Right.
And it was amazing how many people thought that I was so selfish for connecting to nature. Like I was like, well, how am I different from the cloud? How am I different from the blade of grass? How am I different from all of this, and they couldn't, they were like, no, we can't do that. Like that's the devil testing us, like that's not.
That's the answer to give.
And it's like, and and I asked them, I'm like, well, what happens if you so choose to imagine yourself as one with God? Well, what happens? They're like, well, they couldn't even go there because the fear of hell really
they couldn't
pervaded
even
their thoughts.
Their fear is so strong. And
well, and that's like axiological behaviors, right? Like that's shit that gets passed down through just constant trauma of behavior, like just hell is this specific place. Like how dare you speak of Goetias or demons as entities that are part of yourself?
Oh, God forbid. And the thing is that the funny thing to me is what I always knew, because as a Christian, they would say, show me to where it's in the Bible. When I was a Bible following Christian, it's like, if it ain't in the Bible, you're full of shit. Show me where it's in the Bible. So I learned to always use the Bible to back myself up, especially to Christians, to show them in the Bible where they're contradicting themselves. And I just, especially like the Mormons and the Jehovah's, they would have their outside book. And I was like, why? Well, okay, you say the Catholics are evil because they have their own book. They have a different book, right? But you do too. Why? I said, why? Let me ask you a question. You say you can't go to books written by men, right? So who wrote your Watchtower, honey? Who wrote that? Oh, the prophet wrote it. But is he a man, right? Yep. Yes, he is. He is. Let's talk about the Bible where it says that you're not supposed to have idols, and that also represents books, non-living things that you're praising and you're worshiping. That's also these books here. You know what I mean? Maybe the relationship you're searching for is not in a book. It's in your heart, right? Isn't it written on your heart? Like all these things I'd ask them, and then they would be like, well, that's not right. I'm like, what? Show me where it's not right. And they'd show me in their Watchtower or in their Book of Mormon. I'm like, oh, how about you show me in the Bible? because you're constant. And then I'd say, let me show you where the Bible, because this is where you get all your information from, says that's incorrect. And then they would bring their elders the next week, and the elders would be like, well, yeah, she's right. She's actually right. I'll never forget. That was so weird when she said that. And I was like, okay, so now what? So you're going to tell her the truth? Like, she just said she was right and they left.
Right. Well, and then they just shrug it off and go back to living.
Yeah, it's like
living.
I felt like the elder even like something lit up in her, but she couldn't let the lady realize. I don't know. She looked at me like, yeah, she's right, and then ended it like just like, okay, well, we'll see you next week. I'm like, oh, okay. But
yeah, I mean, that's kind of like with me and Santa Claus. Like, I got a problem with Santa Claus because I'm like, he's not real, and like we're lying to our kids, you know?
Yeah,
like,
right.
And like I work in group homes where and so like I work with a lot of kids from DCS and all this kind of stuff, and they spend their whole lives being lied to, you know, and being and going through intense trauma, and then we put fucking Santa Claus in their face and tell them to smile that this like random ass dude is sneaking into their house, giving them gifts and all those kind of, like, you know, and it's just so hard for me because it's like we all know that hurt when we found out that like, oh, that was our parents, or like you know, that all that wasn't real, that they lied to us, right? Like we all go through that trauma, we all remember that. So at least for those of us who celebrated Christmas or whatever. So like but people do that. I mean, and I think it's easier to remain it's ignorance is bliss, and when you know, there's no going back. So it's better to remain doubtful of what you know, so you may stay within your ignorance instead of further researching it, if that makes sense. Like I feel it's easier to stay within the masses, and so a lot of people are like, okay, well, you know, like we have historical discussions at my house, and this guy was coming, and part of that is, you know, was breaking down Christianity and like, you know, the Council of Nicaea and all this kind of stuff. And and like, so that, you know, like really was like followers of Serapis, right? And like all this kind of stuff. And this guy came in as a Christian, and there was a point where like he couldn't have it, and we were like, okay, well, how, like, so you're a Christian? He's like, yeah. And we're like, okay, well, have you read the Bible? And he's like, no. And we're like, okay, your first step is to read the Bible.
Read the Bible, yeah.
And he was like, no, man, no, I'm not going to do that. And we were like, well, why? And he's like, because y'all are trying to fuck with my head. Like, you're not gonna get into my head. And so therefore he refused to read his own book.
Wow. Yeah, that's just willful ignorance, you know, cognitive dissonance.
Yep, totally.
Yeah. It's funny, anytime you bring up the Council of Nicaea and Constantine and such, people, no, that's the Catholics, they're evil. Oh, and so what Bible do you think you read?
Right. Yeah, like, oh, okay, well, how about you read the Laws of Ma'at and tell me what you think of that?
Oh, yes. Oh my God, yes. Or the Book of the Dead. Or I always tell them, you need to read the Essene Gospels and tell me where you heard that before. Like,
and then you need to look up the actual history of it. Like, what time period was this happening around?
Who actually wrote it? Like that. I used to, as a kid, I was like, so how did God write the Bible? And they would say, no, it was inspired. And I'm like, how do you know that the man didn't fucking lie or didn't mess up?
Right.
They would just trust that it was done right. I'm like, I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should trust that shit.
Yeah. And for that, I think people like yourself are a lot of, and I mean, I think Travis has mentioned before that he was also a follower of Christianity. I don't know if he still is or if it's a different aspect that he's looking towards or what, but I feel like that you guys have that personality that's kind of very rare to find. Like for myself, I wasn't raised Christian, so it was easier for me to not adhere to that, to kind of see it as just a story, like not as literal.
Yep. See, I was raised Catholic, but I was also raised in the occult. So like the whole family were bad Catholics, I guess. Catholicism is witchy anyways to begin with. That's all paganism. It's the same. You're in robes, you're having mass, you have altars, you're having cakes and ale. I mean, it's literally the same shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and back to astrology, right? Like when we celebrate Christmas, aren't those like solstices?
Yes, absolutely they are. Yep. Absolutely.
Natural cycles.
Don't forget about Easter.
I just said Easter. Yep.
Yeah. Ishtar.
Christmas and Easter.
Yeah, it's pretty so what do you all think about the concept of Jesus? Like what do you like, do you think, how do you see that character as fitting in like of that whole faith or anything like that? And if I'm asking about him, maybe I should also be asking about like Moses and all of them. But
you mean like with the astrology or
like what, like, do you think that is they represent the Kundalini awaken? Do you think it's more of like a Kali Ma type of deal, or like what do you like, how do you feel about those characters?
Well, the Christ is the Christos oil. That's all part of inner alchemy, raising up the 33 bones of the vertebrae. Oh, let me get this cat away from here. So there's the whole story of inner alchemy, and it's literally the whole Jesus story, the 144,000 saints, and I'm not going to get into it again now, but it's I have a whole thing that I wrote up on it. But Christ is the oil, and the 12 zodiac, or the 12 salts, the sea salts that are the cell salts that are in our body that make up our whole body, are the 12 apostles. And then Christ is that oil, and once it reaches our pineal gland, and then it comes down the vagus nerve and regenerates the body, turning water to wine, and baptism, and regenerating and giving you life from the dead, going back to life. Everything you hear in the Bible, it's literally inner workings for the body. And Jupiter and Jesus,
Okay. That's very interesting.
Yeah. And then you have
I got this book. I'd have to say I was kind of disappointed.
You were disappointed with Jesus not being a person?
No, I was disappointed because this didn't really teach me anything.
What didn't? I'm sorry.
This book that I got.
Oh, okay.
I guess I had to get the thick version.
The thick version.
Yeah, thick is always the best.
It's always the best. But what? Just look to me. Oh. But then there's also someone, Yeshua, who was an Essene man, who they say inspired much of the written stories in the Bible about quote unquote Jesus. So there's that whole thing, and that's where the Essene books of peace come in, and you'll see the book of Matthew looks like it was pulled right from it. I mean, identical, literally identical. Actually better, in fact. It tells you how to fast, and explains that demons are not, demons like horns demons, but the worm or the parasite in the body are the so-called demons that we must cast out of ourselves, from toxic living, from being sick, from being addicted, from eating bad foods. And it takes a certain amount of time, certain amount of air, water, and sunlight to get them out, and a certain amount of fasting. It talks about Father Sky and Mother Earth. It's very non, Christian, terms. It's very metaphysical on a whole entire, mystical vibe. But, that's it was part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Essene books. So it talks about how our temple, our body is the temple, it's the inner workings. It gets more in touch with physical things you can do to become more pure, and that sinning against one's body is not like you're bad, you sin. It's you are doing things to yourself that is harmful for your body, for your temple. It's supposed to hold the spirit of God, the light of God, which is your essence or soul or whatever. And when you muck it up with shit, it's causing sinful things. It's sinful to do that. It's causing toxins, and your body is fighting against itself. It's full of toxicity and poison and the worms or the parasites they call demons. So there's a whole book on it, on how to cleanse yourself out the right way and to eat right and what foods to eat and what not. And that's the other thing, the whole changing the dietary thing from the Old Testament to the New Testament. That's the whole thing, how they changed the what the diet was supposed to be. And Paul, I mean, how they say Paul's not a real freaking apostle, and he went and wrote 13 books, and they contradicted the other books. And they say that actually Shakespeare, people say that Shakespeare wrote those 13 books, but there's 13 books in there that are just completely contradicting to what so-called Old Testament said. And then supposedly Christ said he didn't come to demolish the law, but to I forgot the words, but to make sure it happened, or to something. I forgot the exact words. It's been so long. But then you have them talking about how you can be saved, quote unquote, by just grace, by belief. So there's like all these contradictions in there. And then there's a place where you can't eat pork or meat and stuff like that. And then there's a place where he says, oh, it's not, you can eat whatever you want. It's just how you prepare it and shit, which that's not accurate. Not at all. So you get a lot of Muslims who say Paul was not a real, they don't take into account his works at all. There's this guy on YouTube who's a Muslim guy who goes around and debates other Christians who believe in Paul. If you the Mithra religion, Paul literally went and took the Mithra's religion or belief systems and put it into the Bible. He like ripped it off. It's the whole thing about Jesus dying and being rose, and because it's all inner alchemy, it's all occultism. So he ripped it off because his their job was to merge the pagans with the new religion so they would accept it. So you got to merge it together.
Right.
So it's the whole thing. If you look into the Mithra religion, you'll see it's the story of Christ. I mean, it's the same thing. And then you look into, like I said, the Essene books, and you'll see, oh, well, that's Matthew right there, the book of Matthew. But it goes further. Where Matthew just stops, it goes further here. And then the whole concept of eating my flesh and drinking my blood, that's always seemed strange to me.
Yeah, it's I think that was such a huge realization for me when I really got into the idea, like, this world domination was done from a spiritual domination.
Yes.
From taking you apart from yourself. I mean, there's there's even talk of that control over the astral realm, like over us. Like, there's this other woman who I like to listen to. Her name is Osset. And she really kind of breaks down, and her theory is, and I call it a theory because all of this are ideas that we're all bouncing off of one another, right? Exactly. Like they're bound to change at any time once we become more enlightened and wherever we are. But
exactly,
but she was talking about the astral realm, how people are having these experiences, and she herself had one of these experiences where she felt that she shined almost like too brightly. Like when she woke up, other things became attracted that were outside of her.
Yes.
Not and because we're always having interactions, but she was talking about, you know, like she was bringing up how like on this earthly plane, how we're so controlled through our food and our water and our air and our belief systems within ourselves. And when we shine, like why all of that is, are we like you know, are we being bred as like a crop for someone else, or
right, like an energy source?
Yeah, exactly, like a harvest for someone else or something. And yeah, so she like really broke down on having that control of the astral plane as well, to kind of mediate things, because if you can keep people from awakening, then you won't have any uprisings. And so far our biggest holdbacks as far as revolution, right? And so far all of our biggest holdbacks from revolution has been, and in my experience being in behavioral health for over 8 years, has been people don't believe in themselves. They cannot separate themselves from these sins of which we talk about, like from these parasites.
Absolutely.
And even if because even if they do spiritually awaken, then they have to become aware of their actions and the world that we're living in. And I've talked to many people who are like, we're in hell. Like, we're in hell.
Yeah, people say that. And you think about it, these worms, quote unquote, worms or parasites, are the physical manifestation of a spiritual situation.
Right.
Because they're already happening in the ethers and on the other, you know, just like the tree of life. They're already happening in the spirit long before they manifest. So that makes perfect sense.
And yeah, it does. And at the same time, though, it kind of introduces somewhat of a conundrum, because then you're like, okay, well, how can I further, like for her, what Aset talks about is like, well, then allow me to just, as soon as you claim sovereignty in all planes, that's where you kind of, that's where you're able to break free. Right. And for me, I've done that like in my own, and I've noticed that really intense change there as well. Like, because like before I used to do all these, hi pups, sorry, I just got home and my dogs are being super cute, but, but yeah, like I used to do all these types of protection spells and all this kind of stuff, like, you know, create a whole like energy gram around me and try to like do all this extra shit. And now like I have, you know, when I meditate or go through my experiences, like as soon as I sense something might be off or really unfamiliar, I just claim my sovereignty.
Exactly. And it just goes away.
Yeah, it goes away, or I communicate with it on a more amiable basis. Like I'm like, all right, cool, let's talk one-to-one. What's up?
Exactly. As soon as I did my soul contracts revoking years ago, there was an immediate changes. And I used to start, this is something I used to say whenever I would feel something on me, or my ears would be ringing real bad, or a headache. I would say, I do not consent. I do not consent. And it would like let off immediately. I'm like, damn, that's nuts. I mean, it would stop immediately.
Yeah.
Because I used to say, maybe I'm just like making something of it that it's not. But how come the minute I say I do not consent, the pain stops? The things stop. It's like insane.
Right. Like, and even just recognizing kind of your own strength. Like, I don't know if any of you have ever done SRT.
Tapping?
But what's it?
Are you talking about the tapping?
No, it's with a pendulum. So,
okay.
Yeah, so I've done that experimentally, like just kind of, you know, I got a session and all of that, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty crazy. Some of the stuff I was like, oh, I don't know about this, but then, but like it had really interesting effects. And after a session one night, there was I kind of want to share this just as an example. So I had like whenever I got deep into like really deep into figuring out kind of what's going on, like going deeper into religions or spirituality or my psychic self or anything like that, there seemed to always be like the door opens up, right, to kind of the rest of yourself and this universe of what we're navigating in. And so certain things kind of come up. And that night I was sleeping and I had astral projected. And there had been, I don't know if you've ever seen like those demon movies, but you ever see like in a demon movie how like that person kind of turns into like a spider thing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So one of those visited me. Like it came
Wow.
down.
That's really
What's that?
funny.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, one of those things came down onto my wall. And I remember at first, like I screamed my head off when I first saw it in my astral projection because I was scared. And and then another really tall, like looked like a shadow, like stepped into my room. And yeah, and in my head I was like, all right, I was like, okay, so there's no getting out of this, all right. Yeah. And I felt kind of an aggressive stance from it at first from both of them, but they didn't move towards me. And so in that moment I was like, okay, I claim sovereignty.
Good.
And I apologized to both of the entities. I was like, hey, I'm sorry, like you're just real unfamiliar to me. Let's talk. Like what's up? First though, before we do, I have to use the bathroom. And and I got up and I went to the bathroom, and as I like passed the shadow being in the hallway, like it let me pass. Like it let me kind of like do my thing. And then I came back, and when I came back, they were both gone. And it was like the weirdest experience. And so I contacted the woman who did the session, and she said that those were entities from like another time that were not necessarily evil but had contact with me before. And it was like a form of initiation or something. Now I don't like, I take things that other people tell me with a grain of salt, right? Because it's really about your own experience. Exactly. But I did think that was really interesting how like without any protection spells, without any of this extra fluff, really just recognizing, okay, like, all right, that scared me. I'm unfamiliar with this, but you may not necessarily, just because I'm perceiving you one way, you may not be that way.
Exactly.
Or like, let's figure this out. And then it became nothing.
Yeah. And that just shows us how it's always us and we're always powering it. Even though I've had experience with entities since I was a child. I suffered through demonic attacks up until 33. Lots of terrible fucked up shit. But when I took my power back, when I realized who I was and that it's all me at the end of the day, and what I say, goes, and I can allow or not allow, I've never had a bad experience again, ever, ever, ever. And I'm telling you, I was having them every night for 33 years of my life. And I mean, I never slept. That's why I can't sleep even now. I'm up between, all the hours of the night because my body told me it's not safe to sleep at night because what would happen. So once I was able to get rid of the fear, something else happened. I was able to unlock what things were. I was able to see more. All the so-called demons and darkness fell away, and I was having interactions with entity type like things that were on a much higher level. And it even took me a while to figure out that was me too. Like that was a reflection of me as well. Even though it's outside, I'm experiencing it outside of me, and I'm touching it, I'm feeling it, or I'm experiencing it, and it's very real. Once I realized that nothing happens without me, my say so, I stopped having all these weird fucked up attacks and dark entities of the kind. I mean, I could still go to a home that is haunted and feel it, like it's got some shit going on and feel it, but it doesn't it doesn't do to me what it used to do. I'm immediately able to cut off anything from harming me. And that something about taking your power back and losing the fear. It's like you're no longer afraid, and now you're interested in like talking to them and seeing what's up and figuring it out and doing whatever needs to be done.
Right. So where do you think that lies with Goetius?
Well, I mean, I always, just like the astrology, just like angels and demons, all of it is all aspects of our inner self that are yet to be unlocked, or we're slowly unlocking. Whatever deity it is, it's all an aspect of one source. There's like the whole universe, the whole earth, right? And then you got the planets and all that, and it's like one source, of stuff, but you got all these little aspects of it. Same thing with the Goetia and demons and angels and all of it. It's still aspects of yourself that you unlock.
So like I've been kind of I've just started research into Goetius, like just started, but I have a suspicion that Goetius are like are connected to our 72 chakras that are that are outside of our what we're conscious of.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of trips me out that they have these different forms that supposedly they come in.
They're connected to the brain too. There's areas of the brain they're connected to right in the front. I have to find the thing I wrote up on it, but
I think they're like surrounding your pineal, right?
Yep. The 72. Yeah, you got angels and demons out there. So that goes along with your daemon and your angel, your Rahu and your Ketu, your right and left brain. So it's all aspects of ourselves that we unlock with these keys. We unlock them. So once we realize that God or source, whatever you want to call him, is not outside of us, we realize nothing else is either. Not a damn thing. It's all the same. It's just different aspects. Just like you're a sister, a daughter, a mother, an aunt, you're still you. It's the same thing. They're just different aspects of you, and they all correlate with the astrology too.
How so? You're talking about the Goetius?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, it's still every entity has an astrological correlation.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I just read about that today. Yeah, you're right.
That's pretty cool. I'm trying to find something that I wrote before. I don't know if I can find it now. Facebook has been terrible for me to find things anymore.
Yeah.
Shit that I've written before. But and even before, which is funny, is way before I ever connected the fact that source or God is not outside of me. There is no separate savior. I have to save myself. That Jesus isn't coming back to save my ass. Before that, when I would do my ritual work, I would say things like, I would say, I'm activating the part of me that is the Buddha. I'm activating the part of me that is Isis, or whatever, during my mantras, my meditations and ritual work. And I didn't know where that came from, but it came from somewhere, and it just made sense to me, because I never felt comfortable giving away power to any entity ever. Never. I never was like, this entity take over me and do this for me. I always would activate it in myself. So I would pull the energy and the power into me and become the embodiment of it. To me, that's what felt like made sense. And as I moved on and realized that nothing's outside of us anyways, and that made perfect sense to do. it's weird how you find yourself doing things you don't know why, and later on you learn, oh, because that's how it should be done, or oh, that's because this and this makes sense.
Yeah, like I always had the habit of practicing shit without doing the research. And, but what I would do is, man, like the results would really teach me a lot, right? But and one of the big things that they would teach me was where I was in life as far as what energies I was attracting. Because
absolutely.
Yeah, right. Because everything is an extension to yourself. And that's where I had to kind of dial myself back, because I got very arrogant with that. I thought, well, everything's an extension of myself. So I'm just going to let me call upon all the Orishas and use these practices that I know nothing about to, and call upon these energies that I know nothing about, just because, it's part of me. I can talk to myself. That's fine. I do it all the time,
Yeah.
And then it happens, or these types of events would take place that would really humble me, and at the same time really just kind of either nothing would happen. Most of the time though, something happened really intense. And it would teach me a lot as to where I was. So for example, I remember for a little while I was trying to channel the energy of Shango. And when I came across that, the way how it manifested in my life or in my daily life or anything like that was really this constant masculine force coming through. But there were all these other types of disturbances that were happening in my life because I wasn't able to support such an energy. I wasn't able to support such kind of a download. But that also really kind of showed me that instead of someone evoking, asking, I didn't want to be taken over by anything, but I unintentionally was taken over because I was unable to handle that energy when it was awakened. So
I know.
You live and you learn, right? But
but aren't those, I have to say that those experiences are the most pivotal and the most enlightening. There's something about that fear and that quick learning in that fear, because you learn quick right there from fear and panic. But I had an experience before that it blows my mind to say it, because I know people, when they hear it, most people will be like, yeah, right. But it happened. It's the craziest thing. I had been arguing with my husband, and I did a charge, just a basic charge to the dark goddess. I didn't do a circle. I did nothing. I was just doing a regular charge and messing around. And my husband and I got into an argument, which I always said, you can't do that when I'm in the middle of something. You definitely can't do that. It's going to not turn out well. He went up to bed, and not 10, 15 minutes later, I hear a scream, a huge scream. And my husband comes leaping down the stairs, not running, leaping, skipping many steps at once. And I'm like, what happened? And the smoke from the incense is still going through the house. I got the music going still. And he's like, a demon, a demon. I was like, what? He goes, a fucking demon. He ran outside. And I was like, what happened? He was like, I just got grabbed. Something grabbed me and went, ugh. And his eyes were red and made me look up. He goes, he pulled my head up by my hair and made me look out the window. And he was in the tree. And he looked like this weird pig. And he was like this demon face with a pig face. And I heard his voice in my head. And he put my head up. And I was like, oh, damn. I was like, we argued. I think maybe it's because I was doing the charge, and I didn't like do a circle or nothing to keep her inside. And we argued. I'm telling you, I think that's it. So in the commotion of all that, I didn't close nothing out. I didn't finish. I was getting him back in and calm, getting the kids to bed because they got scared. And I put the incense out and I just laid down. I didn't finish what I was doing because I was like, it's no big deal, right? I thought that maybe he had a nightmare. Well, I'm laying in bed and I'm not even asleep yet. I'm not even tired yet. And something on the ceiling, it was dark, like a cloud, but it looked like it had like static electricity in the cloud, like it was sparkly. And it was crawling on the ceiling, but in a cloud, not like in a body form. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck is that? And the moonlight was hitting the window perfectly in the room so I could see it just right. Because when things are twilight, you can really see things that are like in the astral. But this wasn't the astral. This was like right in the room. And it was like obvious. It was moving on the ceiling. It moved across the ceiling above the bed. And I reached up and it moved down onto the bed next to me.
God
and
damn.
Laid in bed with me, right? And I'm like amazed by this. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm thinking it's my dead friend who killed himself. I'm just assuming this. I want it to be that. I don't know who it is, but I'm so amazed by this. And my husband moves on the bed and this thing shoots over towards him and out the window. And I was like, what the fuck, right? So I'm like amazed by this and like excited and happy, right? Well, then something else came into the room. I heard her talking. I couldn't move all of a sudden. My legs were half off the bed. I don't know how that happened. I have no idea. And I hear the words, I am the first and I am the last. I don't know what the fuck that meant at that point. I didn't know what that even meant. And a female, she was very old at first, put her nails under my skin and up my legs, and I could feel her like cutting me. It felt like.
Oh, hell no.
Underneath and up my body, then up to my neck, and pulled my neck up and said it again. And then she started naming, she said, Buddha, Krishna, Jesus, and laughed and said, I am the first and I am the last again. And I was like panicking and getting fearful, right? And then I heard this weird music in my ear and I felt myself being taken over, like I was not in control anymore. And I screamed, no, yelling. I'm like, no. And I jumped up. I got up. I turned on every fucking light in my house. I woke my kids up. I turned all the lights on. I'm like, get out, get out. You know, I'm yelling. And I ran to the Bible, of course, like a chicken shit. Ran, started saying prayers and spraying holy water because it felt very wicked. The first one did not, but that one felt like the most dark and intrusive feeling where I thought I was not going to be in control of my body anymore. Like I was losing complete control. And I felt like the darkest wickedness there. I felt it like real dark. Like I can't explain how vile it felt. Just felt like straight up like The Exorcist type shit. It didn't feel great at all. So I had this Kabbalah prayer called the Anabakoach that a lady gave to me not too long before that, after she told me she saw demons all over me. She handed that shit to me and said, honey, you're going to need this. You need to take this and learn this. She was a stranger off the street, mind you. So and her name was Sunny. When I got I took it from her because I was interested in it. It's a Hebrew prayer. It's called the 72 Names of God. So I started saying that prayer every night, and all the paranormal shit in the house started to, chill out and that didn't happen again. I was seeing that black cloud for a good month though. The black cloud never did anything to me, but it only came for like a month. I don't know what it was, but it was seemingly friendly. And like I said, it was like a night sky. It looked like there were stars in it. You could see it. I wish I would have been able to tape these things, because I had to like double take, triple take to see what I was looking at. I'm like, this is insane that I'm actually seeing this. I was excited about it because I was like, wow, I'm going to get like evidence, proof, interaction with spirit that's not attacking me like it's always done since I was a kid. So that was cool. But that was that weird experience. And then when she said, I'm the first, I am the last, that's the first time I heard that. And I thought of Alpha and Omega, of the Bible, right? But I later on read information about Lilith and something about she being the first and the last, and something correlated with that with her. And I just was like, oh my God, this is just crazy that this was said to me. And I had no, like, there wasn't like some kind of programming that came out of my head. I don't know where that came from. That wasn't like my own voice. You could hear this woman speaking, and she had an accent too. I don't know what kind of accent it was, but it was like a deep voice, but like echoey. Oh man, it was just insane. So I've had some really weird experiences that are just mind-blowing, and I learned the most from the ones that scared the fuck out of me. And it's kind of like fun after it happens. Then you're like, man, that was cool. Oh God.
Yeah. So do you think that happens? Do you think that's a part of, so like when those situations happen, right? That's where I kind of get into, is that something else, or is that a part of you that was acting out?
I mean, obviously it's got to be a part of me that I never knew was there. Because if all entities are really just aspects of us, reflections of us, that was some untapped shit from within. Even if I mean, I could do a ritual and say I am going to activate the part of me that is my husband. He's still a living person right here, and I might pull in some energy from him, and it's out. It's still it seems like it's outside of me, but it still comes from my projection, my allowing it to take place, if that makes sense.
It does. Yeah
Because it was very hard for me to forever to believe that these things were not that they were part of myself. I'm like, nah, this is some kind of entity, some kind of thing, something else. It's not part of me. What do you mean? Like these ghosts and these demons really happen. Like when my parents, as a kid, when they would say, that's not happening, it's just your imagination. No, it's fucking happening. It's not my imagination. I can't even sleep, and I'm being tortured at night, and you're forcing me to go back in that fucking room to be tortured. And I hate you for it. Like, this is really happening. And they handled it wrong by just saying it's your imagination, so it's not real. Just because it might be fed by our imagination doesn't mean it's not a real experience. It's happening, that we're not creating something that's tangible, like a poltergeist. That shit comes from human emotion. There's, things that do happen. I've had firsthand experiences. So I'll never discredit when people say they've had spiritual entities, because I know I've had them my whole life. So I understand that. I do believe their power source, whether they can harm us or not, or whether they can have a certain amount of power over us, is based on what we allow them to have. So are they all us? Just like in the dream we have, our dreams, everything in the dream is a reflection of you, everyone and everything in there. And some of the shit in the dreams are terrible, right? So wouldn't it be the same for our waking state?
Yeah, I mean, in Aboriginal doctrine, they, you know, we are we have two states of consciousness that are always overlapping, you know, the dream consciousness and the waking consciousness.
Yeah.
You know, we live in the dream time. So according to ancient traditions, that's some basic shit.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Man.
It's interesting to me that you were referencing the names. Is that when you were talking about the names of God, were you talking about the names of Allah from the Sufi traditions?
No, this is Kabbalah. It's Hebrew. So it's called the Ana, A-N-A, second word B-O, second word K-O-A-C-H.
Okay.
It's a Kabbalistic prayer. I'm going to tell you this. This prayer is the most powerful prayer I've ever used. Ever. Whatever you want to use it for. It's powerful. It works. It works. And everyone I've given it to help with whatever, it's worked. It's got power. And I don't know. You know, I don't know if that's just everyone's belief in it, or like that. Like I said, the lady gave it to me, and I didn't think nothing of it. And then when I read it off, and then continued to read it, things significantly changed for the better. Like quickly. The Our Father wasn't doing that.
Huh. Yeah, that's really interesting. So, right, do they have Yeah, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube, and there's a translation, a fairly, okay translation for it, but it's a song, and it gives you like the words of what's being said. But it's important to learn the Hebrew. That's what I did, is I learned the Hebrew words and how to say them right. Because remember with that, especially the Kabbalah sounds, it's important to get the sounds right, because of the vibration of the word is what is supposedly activating the protection or whatever you're looking for.
What's this song called?
It's actually a prayer, but it's Ana Bakoa.
Is this an Islam prayer?
No, Hebrew.
Oh, Hebrew.
Yeah. A-N-A.
Okay.
And the second word B-O. And then the third word is K-O-A-C-H.
Thank you. Oh, I found it. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's been your experience and how things have changed after using this one?
Well, you just heard the story about the entity, right? The entities.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was just parts of it. My house and my kids were having experiences, and things in the house were moving, and it was hectic in the house.
Mm-hmm.
All it stopped. It stopped in its tracks. No more bad dreams, no more nightmares, no more attacks, no more sleep paralysis, no more. And I'm talking about sleep paralysis happened every night to me and my daughter, and a couple times a night. And my husband and my son was getting these terrible episodes called Alice in Wonderland syndrome, where he would run around the house screaming because he thought he was shrinking, and there was nothing you can do for him. Like, it was a lot of shit that we were being attacked during our sleep.
Oh, wow.
And it all stopped. And we would pray it all together every night. And we would do this, put 2 angels at the door and 2 angels at the window and all those kind of things. But the prayer itself, that prayer just seemed to work. So we made sure to say it every night. And I cooled it for a while on all my rituals and things I was doing. I almost almost made a big ass pentagram on my floor. Thank God I didn't do that. That would have probably scared the fuck out of my kids back then. But they wanted me to take that. I mean, it was just a pentagram, but I was scaring my kids with the things that were happening. And I had a big Ganesh tapestry on my wall, which Ganesh is a remover of obstacles, but my daughter was terrified of it. She's like, please take it down. So I took those things down. I cooled it on that, and we just did the prayers and stuff, and it all just stopped. And then it's also when things in my life started making big changes for the better. Like I had opportunities started happening. I was getting off medicines that I was on for way too long. And I got really deep into binaural beats. And I would listen to about 8 hours a day of binaural beats, because I would take my Dre beats and listen to them on the way to school. That was because it was like a 2-hour trip to school on the bus and a 2-hour trip back. So I would listen to them there, and I would listen to them in between class. And then when I got home at night, I would listen to them at night, and I would fall asleep and listen to them too. But I wanted to try to make sure I'd hear them while I was awake. So I was making sure to at least get in 8 hours a day and like get it hard. It's like a muscle. So, and then I started having amazing experiences with that, like positive experiences, no more dark attacks.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I really needed a protection prayer like that anyway, because it seems whenever I go to sleep, I get attacked from, I don't know what it is, like all the time. If I don't like do a certain like, well, I usually do like Islam protection prayers, and those usually do the job, but it's nice to have some variety, or maybe something that might work a little better, be a little more powerful. But it always seems whenever I go to sleep, and that's always the time where I really go like into astral travel. I always like wake up with some type of like, I don't know, something that just makes me not feel right, especially if I don't do the prayers before I go to bed. Like my dreams will be more susceptible to like nightmares or yeah.
I
So
know
I'm
that's
glad
right.
I'm glad you shared that with me. Thank you.
Yeah, it'll help. I'm telling you, because I suffered nightmares and night terrors till I was 33, every single night, not one night of peace for 33 years.
And this has kind of changed it.
Yeah,
That's
it
awesome.
literally, yep, it was that, and then of course later on doing the binaural beats. At first, sometimes binaural beats, certain ones would bring out sleep paralysis, but
yeah.
Once I was able to push through the detox part, I guess, whatever it was, then I would fall into like lucid or astral travel. I wouldn't be stuck anymore. I wouldn't get stuck, as I call it. And I was constantly having the most amazing experiences. Like I was half awake, my eyes open on the couch, but I was still in this half sleep state. And this boy was standing on the couch over top of me, lifting my hand up and dropping it, lifting it up and dropping it. And I was watching it, and I was feeling it, and my hands going up and down. And my husband's sleeping on the other side, and I wake up. I'm like, this kid is holding my hand up. It's like dropping my hand. As soon as I like snapped out of it, he was like gone. But my hand was going up and down, being picked up and dropped, picked up and dropped. I'll never forget that. I'm like, what the heck was that? And I was listening to the Codon binaural beats when that happened. Those 528 hertz Codon, where they did the bells ding. It's on YouTube. And there's certain ones that would make certain experiences happen, or that certain ones would bring out more experiences than others. But there's I can go on and on and on about the different experiences that I've had with entities, or whatever you want to call them, astral realm things, but there are many. Binaural beats are a pretty awesome tool.
Yeah, I get a little nervous with those off of YouTube just because I feel like they're kind of like subliminals too. You need to know what you're looking for. Because some people can plant some shit in there that maybe something else, you know, or I've had pretty weird I actually haven't had too many weird experiences with subliminals, but they've been on the verge of like, I don't think this is what they're saying it is.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, because they say it's supposed to be positive, but then you get this real fucked up feeling when you listen to it, or you hear
like
something else.
Yeah, like you get a, you know, like I was listening to a subliminal to like, you know, decrease to assist in controlling your anger or something like that.
Yep.
And like I got angry.
Yeah. You know what I
like
find
way
though,
angrier.
that's because often it's the way they say it, because they don't say, they say I'm not angry anymore. They shouldn't say that. They should say I'm feeling happy, because when you're talking about what you're not, you're just manifesting what you're not more, because just like the law of attraction, I'm not angry. The universe doesn't hear that you're not angry. It just hears the word angry. So I feel like sometimes they make that mistake in those subliminals when they do that. I feel like they should say, instead of I'm not angry anymore, I feel happy. I feel positive. I feel, calm, those kind of things. So I feel like sometimes it's the way they word things could be a problem.
Yeah, and I think even too, like the sources where they come from. Like I was listening to this subliminal on success without guilt or something like that, right? And the creator of it, right in the beginning, was talking about like how successful Walt Disney was, and I was like, well, there's your cognitive dissonance. Like Walt Disney is a bastard, you know, like
right.
That's success with a whole bunch of chains attached. Like I don't want that creator to have their way in my mind. Like I don't want to introduce that kind of that confusion.
Yeah.
So but I do think that binaural and like theta waves and stuff like that are massively powerful. There's this channel on YouTube that I'll play for the kiddos because they're like super aggressive a lot of times, and I'll just like slip it in during the day, because you can only get just the tone. You don't get like this crazy you don't get this crazy music in the background, so they don't really you just get like the vibration. So like when they're doing their education or they're doing a meditation or something like that, I'll offer it to them, and it's just a very subtle frequency, and they chill out. Like they totally chill out. Which is really cool. But there's only like really one channel that I found that like allows me to listen to the raw theta waves that help me out. Dark Lordism got me into that kind of stuff. Because he does a lot of his rituals based off of I guess all magicians do, like based off of frequencies and the vibrations and all of that. Like even just practicing chanting Om and feeling how that vibrates throughout your entire being. Like even that can have massive change. So yeah, it's really interesting what you yourself can create.
Yeah, absolutely. See them fucking bitches. I just got this text message that I have a package delivery that's at the warehouse waiting on me, that it's gonna be that I need to says, dear Krysten, shipment ID is being held at our Cleveland warehouse. Reminder that parcel will be returned to sender by February 1. In order to avoid fees, please confirm this delivery time. And then there's like a link, but I'm afraid to hit that. I think it's bullshit. It's probably like a lie. Buses.
Does Indian culture talk about necromancy?
What do you mean by necromancy? Like just working with the dead?
Yeah, how do you define necromancy in this question?
I didn't mean that in like I was just asking so I could get a grasp on like what you mean by necromancy, so that I can answer the question like better.
Are you asking me, or are you asking the person who asked that?
Wait, who asked it? I thought you asked it.
No, I didn't ask it. I just seen it in the chat.
Oh, I thought I was like, oh shit, I thought that was you.
Well, I thought it was a good question. I didn't, I'm not sure.
In the
Do you guys know?
Yeah, I think we talked. Well, I guess we were kind of talking about it. Maybe not the correct way. I mean, oh, I see right here.
All right.
That was KP.
You've
So
got.
what do
Okay,
you
go
mean
ahead.
by necromancy, KP?
What you said?
So what do you mean by necromancy?
Like communicating with spirits
Mm-hmm.
of the dead.
Think about Shiva. Remember, where does he live? Remember, we talked about this. I don't know if you were there when we talked about Ardra and Mula, and how and the Bhadrapadas, how they're connected to Shiva, and what Shiva is, that god that is treated differently because he lives in the crematory. He rubs his body in ashes, and his hair is all dreaded up and then out, unkept and stuff. And he loves to be where the he doesn't mind to be where the death is, where that area in where they cremate everybody. So I would say that those specific nakshatra, and that's typical. Those specific nakshatras are some of the mystical or occultic nakshatras who do work with the dead or things like speaking to the dead. The specific one, nakshatra, Shravana, is the bridge between the dead and the living. There often you find mediums that are Shravana, but also Hasta, also Purva Bhadrapada, but other people can be too as well. But you usually see that with Shravana. But working with the dead would be something that would be like Yama, the god of death, which is Bharani, and you could find working with the spirits or the dead or the otherworldly all through the nakshatras. I guess it just goes back to the mythology, right? If you go back to the mythology of what's what, then it'll point you to the direction. And if we look about who the gods are of each nakshatra, it'll enlighten us to what kind of nakshatras are connected with what and what kind of mythology they play out.
Hey, KP, this is a good book on like necromancy in like the Vedic culture. It's called Agora, at the left hand of God.
I'm gonna look at that. What you got from it? Like, what does it say?
Basically, it's about one of the like a real, basically like a sage type of Agorha, and that's basically like what Krysten was talking about, like the people who like do necromancy like at the graves and shit. But it's way more intense than we think. Like the necromancy we think is like watered down compared to the shit that they do. Like they be doing sadhanas on top of fresh corpses. Like and that's just like surface level shit. There's like there's stuff that like eating brains type shit. Like that's deeper into it.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
just like natives, like in Africa, we were talking about that. We were talking about that the other day, right? With you
Yeah.
guys. Who else? Okay, yeah. How talks about eating the last shaman, eating the. You got to be careful with certain
About
parts
that.
of the
And
brain.
like the skinning the head, the top of the head.
Yeah. Yep. And
Yeah.
skinning the head
But
and then eating. Yeah, and when
it's
they eat
because
brains, they got to be careful.
they've deified death.
What?
They've deified death.
Yes, exactly.
It's sacred. It's not anything that we look at death like.
Exactly. They look at it like a beginning where we see it as some kind of end.
Yeah.
Like a transcending to the next, to the real, to the next life, the beginning of their next spiritual. Wow, that's funny.
It's important for us to come towards Eastern theology as if we don't know anything, mainly because the way that they understand the world is at times often diametrically opposed to how we see the world currently.
Mm-hmm.
So I've learned that when I'm researching this Eastern philosophy, I go in it the whole time as if I don't know shit. Because oftentimes I'll see concepts that contradict what I've been taught. And it would be a disservice to myself to go in as if I understand. Because that's what has happened all the way up until now. Western mind goes after Eastern mind and assumes it knows. That's how we take what you guys just talked about with the necromancy, and we call them cannibals, and we call it devil worship and shit like that, because the Western mind assumes. What was that?
Mm-hmm.
KP? Oh, I see. Yeah, the Western mind, we have this tendency to quickly assume that we know what we're reading. Like we'll read a sentence and be like, okay, I got it. And then keep going, and that okay, I got it will filter out understanding of the rest of it. It's helpful to resist the urge to think that you understand.
Travis, have you seen the book called Necrominion, Egyptian Satanic Magic by Michael Ford?
Yes.
Have you read it?
Some of it. Not
Is it
most.
pretty is it good?
At the time of me looking into it, I didn't really find much that I could apply at the time.
Oh, okay.
Usually I try to find books that I can apply with what I'm studying currently. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I seen this picture of him on and he kind of looks like Count Dooku with his like goatee and his like real serious face.
Yeah. You got to play the role, man. You got to be the
Yeah.
Some people don't go past the surface level.
Hey.
But did it have any like necromancy in it?
Most all of his books do.
Oh, okay. Like what do you think is like what do you see as the difference between like Egyptian and Vedic? Like with the traditions and magic.
It seems that the Vedic, at least from what I've studied so far, seeks to be more literal and really appeal to the logical mind. I think it strives to do an excellent job to be specific about what's being portrayed. I'm not an expert on the Egyptian by any means, but from what I do see, it seems to be more symbolic, more metaphorical.
I get what you're saying. I seen that hold on. Yeah, this person who reviewed that book was kind of talking about how he says that these like satanic practices aren't dualistic, that Horus and Seth may battle with each other, but that does not necessarily mean they are enemies to each other. They are not the simple restrictive entities of the Christian mindset. It says that these forces are elements of and in the universe. To know one, you must know the other. They all have their place. And this guy was just saying how the book was very liberating to him because of that. I just thought that was a cool notion. I don't know.
I think that's a cool notion as well. Western mind, again, being so quick to assume shit, we've developed this whole spiritual philosophy about good versus evil to the point that it feels natural and it feels right to pit good versus evil. But that's not the way that this shit was. That's new. That's a new operating system. And look at the terror that it has wreaked upon our worldwide civilization. Good versus evil. Always looking for an enemy means that there's always going to be conflict, always going to be a fight, whether it's global or in our personal lives. If you guys remember from NLP, I don't remember exactly what it was called, but Snyder talked about how there's different levels that we associate with. And if you go all the way up to the spiritual level, that's like the master level. If you can understand.
Hierarchy.
What's that?
Oh no, it's sun hierarchy. I know you're talking about.
Yeah. If you remember the name, please let me know. But when you look at that hierarchy, when you get up to that spiritual level, if you can understand what a person's spiritual operating system, that controls everything under it. Now we've got a whole world of people who believe in good versus evil. So you're literally always subconsciously looking for an enemy. Always. But these early Eastern philosophies, they didn't think that way. They didn't see the world in duality of good and evil. The duality that they saw was consciousness and matter, masculine and feminine. So their lives operate differently. And that's what I mean by going into the Eastern world, but also understanding that we don't know what the fuck's going on, because at their very core, they're thinking differently. Whereas we're thinking differently just on a surface level. We think we know shit because we're basing it off of a good versus evil operating system. We look at Kali, we assume, okay, evil, dark side, let me rock with that. But no, if you look at it from masculine and feminine, you see, okay, this has something to do with matter. This has something to do with what's going on in the objective reality. You see what I'm saying? Like if you go down to that root level, it changes how you see everything else.
In the Egyptian pantheon, Horus and Set become one entity. Horus, Set. They have that picture with it's like the medulla oblongata whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then like even in the Bible, like the Satan get behind me. Yeah. But
That's
I
cool.
like
I
what
didn't
you
know
said
that.
about the Western, like
I
how
didn't
it.
know they become one. Is there a name for them?
I think it's Horus Set, if I'm not mistaken. If you Google Horus Set, like Horus hyphen Set, you should see it should be like the face of Horus with Set sticking out the back of his head.
Yeah, they got two heads. Oh, that's cool.
It comes up in the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. His professor, when he goes down in the basement, he has Voldemort at the back of his head.
I never thought of it like that. Yeah, that's true.
He's drinking. He drank unicorn blood in that movie too. Like the elixir of immortality.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's hella shit in Harry Potter. That shit's loaded.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that.
The question that we were talking about a little bit earlier, Amara, I think would be a very good thing to research, because that would again connect it to some of the previous studies as far as where the Goetia fit in with this Vedic diagram. And I never thought to ask about the question of imagination. Where does that fit?
Yeah, I was just like, when you asked that question, that's when I was like, I got Panic's book. And then I was like, oh shit, where does imagination like fit into all this?
Yeah.
Because I want like the like if there's a whole nother, like the Samkhya Darshan cover, if there's like a whole other side that kind of like how the clip off is for the tree of life, like however, if it's behind it or under it, if there's like that type of thing for the Samkhya Darshan, if you know what I mean. It's like a backside to it.
So with what was said about the East and the West being fundamentally different all the way down to the roots, down to the operating system, I think that would also apply to what we think of as like the dark side stuff, the death stuff, you know, the demonic stuff. Subconsciously and naturally, we attribute that to evil. We attribute that, you know, looking at the light versus dark, good versus evil. But in the Eastern, again, it's not good versus evil. It's more of consciousness and matter. So when looking at a lot of these entities, they're not separated by good versus evil. They're more separated by, is this a part of matter or is this a function of consciousness? Even with the necromancy type stuff, I think what they're actually doing there is tapping into certain energies to help them understand what's going on between consciousness and matter, as opposed to this whole realm of, you know, devils and stuff like that. With the Eastern philosophy, we do see that there are different realms, including one that could be like hell that you can be reincarnated into, but it has a lot more to do with karma and with what part of the self your consciousness is attached to. Because beneath the human realm, there's the animal realm. And beneath that, there's a realm that is extremely materialistic, so to speak. And that one, the suffering really outweighs everything else. Likewise, above the human realm, there's a realm that's extremely spiritual. Extremely subtle. There isn't much in the way of karma and prakriti. What was that? Charging time.
Yeah, that was major. Guru, the dispeller of darkness.
Bringer of light. I mean, it's the exact opposite of dispeller of darkness. The one who chases away the darkness is simultaneously the one who brings light. Amazing.
Oh shit! I had that shit mixed up in my head.
Yo, say I never heard of ITC.
Is that instrumental thing that you were talking about?
Yeah. I don't know. I think like you gotta watch the videos. It's mad interesting. It's like they use this machine, then apparently they're talking to spirits. Like you gotta watch the video. Like I know you've seen matter of those over the years, but it's like this one is different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out for sure.
Instrumental transcommunication.
Yes.
It sounds like a high-tech Ouija board.
Low key.
High-tech Ouija board.
If you check my video, watch the channel I put in the chat. That's the one I think is the most reliable. The other ones, I think that shit is stage.
So what's the function of the ITC? Like, what is it? What happens when you listen to it, I assume?
Shit,
Like,
I don't
what
know.
is it? Sorry.
I don't know the technology behind it, but all I'm saying is to check the channel out and see what it's like. Like, see what it is for yourself. It's just like a guy asking questions and talking to the machine box, and apparently spirits can hear it and they're talking back. Like, he literally put his hand up in front of the camera, like, yo, what? How many fingers am I holding up? And all you hear is them responding. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? I don't know. You gotta look at it. It sounds fake, but it's believable. We talking through the phone right now, so.
Kiss me through the phone.
So Guru being a dispeller of darkness, and then like the light bringer, wouldn't darkness be dispelled via light?
Yes.
So like the Guru, like dispeller of darkness, is just another way of saying the bringer of light.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah, that's hard. Yeah,
like low key.
Yeah,
I'm gonna read it.
Philip, that answers your question from last week.
Which one? Oh yeah. Oh well.
Philip's question.
Alchemy Gold. This is the part that I was talking about. So, I know in a few of his books he goes in on Guru and what it represents, but this one I think he really went in. And this is from the Paths of Poverty and Nivriti, which will be a good book. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to learn all this stuff, I mean, they're all good. I haven't seen a wasted word yet. But when we think of Guru, we typically, our American version is like, maybe even like a pastor or some guy that's like this know-it-all spiritual dude or a spiritual teacher. In the West, we're often incorrect. That seems to be part of our defining nature, is being wrong about everything. But here he says the Guru is a brain and a heart surgeon. And I'll just read like this first paragraph. The strength to follow the Nivriti path is obtained with the help of a guru. A guru is not a spiritual teacher. In the absence of an appropriate word or proper understanding, the word guru is equated with teacher, but its literal meaning is dispeller of darkness. It does not mean teacher or master, but one who sheds light upon the dark confines of your nature. The guru is the agent of inspiration and shows the method by which you can understand renunciation, dedication, and belief. Guru is not spiritual teacher. Guru means one who, the literal meaning of guru is dispeller of darkness, one who sheds light upon the dark confines of your nature. Bringer of light. Then he goes into an entire chapter on that aspect. The guru helps you to achieve this by fine-tuning your mind and guiding you through an understanding of what you are reacting to in life, your triggers, shining light on you, your triggers and shit. the different aspects of your mind, the dissipation of your mental forces. The guru the guru's first task is to transform the disciple's thought process.
That's huge.
Yes. Association with the guru teaches how to leave behind the excess baggage by accepting it. He teaches you to accept that it is there and to realize that it has no value and meaning in your life. You have to replace what you give up with something new that you take in. Therefore, Tyaga actually means equipping yourself with the appropriate and the best, the optimistic and the positive, and leaving behind the detrimental, the bad, the negative, and the destructive. So not only are you to shed light on your shortcomings, your triggers, and all the things that keep you locked in this pitiful state, but at the same time, you're supposed to find a better way and explore that better way and apply that better way to the point that you naturally leave all that old shit behind because you're practicing and living a better way. So it's not enough to just know that you got these triggers and keep doing it, as most people do. Oh, yeah, well, that's just how I am. Oh, yeah, well, I know I have this problem, but, we're all human. Excuses, right? In the light of these problems, you're supposed to figure out a better way and then live that better way. And then naturally you drop all that other shit. It's really weird with the Western mind. We hear about things like enlightenment and spiritual progression and all this stuff. And we think that it's so far off, so distant, and so impossible. Like we're always taught that it's pretty much impossible to reach.
Yeah, we think that we have to check into the fucking Himalayas.
Yeah.
To life.
You know what? That's an excuse.
Yeah.
We put up those excuses.
Because even if someone packs up their bags, it's a Swami Vivekananda quote, but he's basically saying that like, even if you tried, like you're taking all the demons in your mind, you're taking them with you to the Himalayas because it's all within you. Like going somewhere is not going to do anything.
Right. Wherever you go, that's where you are. That's where you are. We're taught that enlightenment is so far off and impossible. But if someone were to show you, hey, if you just follow these steps, A through Z, then you'll get there. Would you still do it then? Or would you come up with another excuse? Oh, well, I got to wait till. Oh, well, once I got to buy some more red candles, then I'll do it.
I'm pretty sure Bihar School of Yoga got a book called A Sure Way to Realization.
A sure way. A sure way.
I'm like 99% sure.
Written by none other than Satyananda.
Well, that makes me think too. Oh, sorry to cut you off.
Oh, well, I was just saying it's called Sure Ways to Realization. By Satyananda.
Yeah, I think it's. Oh shit! Sorry.
Oh, go. I was saying that you go.
No, I mean, I was just kind of thinking in my head a lot about how, leaving your baggage behind. And from the Western mind, we also have to think about the fact that we live in a place of convenience. So a lot of people see it as leaving their shit behind as like, I'll just compensate. Like I'll still live with my triggers and my dark side, but I have enough distractions around me where even if that comes up, I can still live. Like I still won't go hungry. I still won't. Like too many Westerners, I think, live in the state of the now instead of the long term. So they don't really even know what to be health or to be without those burdens really is even like, because we're not ever taught that emotional discipline on what happiness or fulfillment even is. Like we center ourselves so much in material. Like that's why we just want to book it, because we think, okay, well, let me get out of this environment. Let me escape. And then these burdens won't come with me because they must be material as well.
Indeed. A wild Alex M has appeared.
I wouldn't say I'm that
Oh.
wild, but I guess right now I am.
She got the chalice and everything.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, like some images on it. There's some knights, there's some maidens being rescued. You know, the usual.
That's lit.
Catholic sanctified Jesus juice.
Yeah, actually, well, it's a Snoop's blood. See?
Oh shit.
Bro, we're both. Oh man, because I had just had some wine out of my Batman chalice early, like
Oh,
last
sick.
night. But that's
Yeah, dude. Snoop's even on the cork right here. His soul is trapped.
Snoop's blood. I'm gonna have to get that. That's
Dude, it was like barely. It was either $10 or barely over $10. It's really good too.
Wow. I had no idea.
It's new. I didn't even know. Who knew? Did Snoop know?
Did he even know?
did he? I thought he made it.
That's what they all say. I don't know what I meant by that. All right. What y'all talking about?
I think we were just on the subject of guru and what it actually means. Not a spiritual teacher, but dispeller of darkness, aka bringer of light.
Mm-hmm.
And also how we've got a lot of baggage that we carry around, and that is the darkness. It's the light that is dispensed that shows us what that darkness is, what the baggage is, and shows us that that baggage has no value. And really, we're attached to it because it's comfortable.
So I'm kind of interpreting that in a way in which, like, there is a large part of us that serves as a guru in a way to balance it out or to like confront that aspect of ourselves.
I guess in a way, that light that guru represents is in everyone, and it can be found naturally in a degree, but it isn't until we encounter guru that we're able to really maximize that light and really sharpen it, I guess, intensify it.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's what all of this is about, really.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, snap. Sorry about that. I meant to get that in the chat. Kingsley Cross. Thank you, Omar. But yeah, just the whole phraseology and terminology used there to define guru, how these guys said that it doesn't mean spiritual teacher. It means the literal meaning of guru is dispeller of darkness, which kind of sounds familiar to me on the Western side to something else.
The speller of darkness, as opposed to the smeller of darkness.
Not the smeller of darkness. That's a different website.
Which one's that?
MFX Brazil. Don't Google it.
You got me there. You got me.
Don't Google it.
I'm really not going to. At least I have ad blocker, but I can't say that my computer is entirely vaccinated against like digital HPV. So there you go.
Anti-vax. Oh boy. Let's not start any fights.
Talking about computer vaccination.
Have you come across anything interesting in your studies lately?
I've been reading we read the I don't want to mispronounce it. You know what I'm talking. I'm just kidding. The Bhagavad Gita.
I just got that book yesterday.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just got this last week. This edition.
Is that
Oh,
by
I've never
TD?
seen that one.
Yeah, Travis said the same thing. It's translated by Barbara Stoller Miller. But yeah, let's see. What chapter am I on? What they have teachings. Okay, I just ended the third teaching. So, despite the fact that I haven't, gotten that far in it, there's a lot of talk about the value of action. And from what I've read in there, it kind of, to me so far, with my ignorant ass, has seemed like there's kind of a confliction between action and whether or not this is particularly a positive or negative thing. But then again, like when it comes to like the philosophy in that book, from what I've read, is that like there's not necessarily that much of a binary of things being positive or negative.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a completely new concept to me, of course, being a Westerner and all.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking.
We just not
Really? What the fuck?
Wow.
Damn. Shit.
That's literally what we were just saying about how the Eastern philosophy, we think of reality as based on a binary system, right? Well, in the West,
absolutely.
in the West, we think of this binary system as good versus evil.
Right.
And with that being at the very root of everything, all of our understandings of the world is based on, is this good? Is this bad? Is this good? Is this bad? But in the East, it's not like that. Their binary system is based on something else. It's based on consciousness versus matter, or rather consciousness or matter or matter.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And also in that book, it seems to give off the impression that things that are good or bad refers upon like different kinds of positions that you have regarding what it is that you do, etc. It kind of reminds me of something that a friend of me said several years ago. He told me that he didn't necessarily think of things as good or bad. Like he wasn't a person who lacked like, morals or whatever. But something he said that has always stuck with me is that he mostly views things as being optimal and not optimal,
Like positive versus negative?
It's more like enacting something that is more useful versus something that is not, like depending upon the situation, of course.
How about this? David Snyder gave us a really good one that I still go by. Is it useful? Is it appropriate?
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Because good and evil,
Optimal and not as optimal, like what will help me in this situation versus what is going to is Dieter the correct word?
Hinder, maybe.
Or
there
offend?
You go.
Oh,
huh?
Or offend?
Hinder,
like
yes. Yeah. Hinder the situation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
see, in that light, it really depends on what your primary objective is, as opposed to, is this moralistically bad? Because that's so floaty, and it depends on, like you said, your position, what you got going on, this, that, and the third. But if you keep in mind with your primary objective, is this useful to my primary objective? Is this appropriate for my primary objective?
Yeah, that's how I interpreted what he was saying, because like everything that you can come across regarding that question, it's all entirely subjective.
Yeah.
So would another way of framing that question be like, am I operating from a Tamasic, Rajasic, or Sattvic point of view.
I don't know what that means.
Or like from the three, like a state of
You got me
inertia,
there.
over ambition, or balance.
Okay. Let's see. Another thing regarding that. Okay, so ambition, what separates that from desire? What do you think?
Ambition and desire.
Because like that's something that I've thought about when I've been reading the Bhagavad Gita. Is that like Krishna constantly talks about having to like eradicate desire, because desire is what leads to anger, which, you know, when I read that, of course, I was like, whoa, man, that's so true, bro. Really is. But also just like desire versus passion, what separates that from it? Because we all have passions. I mean, we all have passions here to pursue the types of knowledge that we are pursuing, you know, and like, what is, I'm not trying to say they're the same thing, but like, what is the difference between that and desire?
So I think they're the same thing, maybe just different words for it. I think the big differentiating factor would have to do with, again, that primary directive. Because when you think about ambition and desire, that has a lot to do with personal gain, it has a lot to do with ego, it has a lot to do with how am I special, how am I unique, how am I different from everything and everyone else. So ambition only sets out to fortify that. Now we talk about spiritual principles and seeing the light and the true knowledge of whatever else. When there's a desire to pursue that, like what Amar mentioned, those three gunas, I think that takes it more to that harmonious level as opposed to that over ambitious level. Because seeking to understand ultimate reality and the light and all the sweet shit that Bhagavad Gita talks about, that has nothing to do, that isn't so much hinged on ego, because now we're getting into territory that's bigger than self. We're getting into territory that's all encompassing. I think when our focus is on that type of level, it goes away from selfishness and destructive desire.
Yeah, because the way that I was reading it, and like the way that it was mentioned so far in the book, was that Krishna was suggesting that all desire, no matter what, is bad, or at least it's not optimal.
Yeah.
We all have passions and such, but the separation between that and desire, but desire definitely is way more ego based. Like I kind of see like things that are ego based as having to do a lot with a concern with having to fit like a certain hierarchy in society, at least, and that's all based upon like other people's views and like such.
Yeah, like there was, I think it was in the 8 Limbs of Yoga or something like that, but there was a script that I had read a long time ago where they had essentially, the way I had interpreted it was that they equated desire to lust.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah.
Right. So, and when we have lust for something, we're doing that for an appreciation of something, like it's kind of like for a false fulfillment. Like we understand that we're seeking an eternal fulfillment, but we're seeking it and gaining it in a means that is false. Whereas I feel like ambition, I don't know, for me, like ambition, it's like I'm more open to changing the outcomes, whereas with the desire, I put something more on a pedestal.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I kind of like view ambition as working towards a goal, but not being extremely concerned with what the end goal is. You just have like this energy and like this dedication built up.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And ambition is not ego based. It's more just like it's more a positive form of passion, because you know we all have passions. Otherwise, I mean, if we didn't have any passions, we wouldn't be here right now. You know,
Right.
Mhm.
Right. And I think that also kind of is what, like, I don't like to really bash too much on the ego, because that's kind of what keeps us grounded on this plane, right? Like, if we didn't have our egos, we'd probably just descend the fuck out of here. And just like, you know, or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. But like, so there is a portion of it where I think there's always going to be kind of a self-serving element that does connect us to this material realm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ego isn't good or bad. It is simply that aspect of self that seeks to be known as individual and separate from the all. It's nothing more than that. But like we were saying at the beginning of the talk, a lot of people, when they hear ego, they instantly think that it means pride and hubris and all those other things. On the
Mm-hmm.
on the subject of desire, there's a sentence here that says, desires, karmas, and thoughts are born, but they're all connected with transitory pleasure and not with searching for the inner spirit.
Mm.
So we've got intent at the core of this thing. When it's attached to transitory pleasure, it is just going to build more karma, which means it's going to birth more cause and effect over and over and over and over again.
I see. Yeah.
I love that. When the lifestyle is rajasic, which is ambitious, desire after desire takes birth in the mind. You think of name and fame as the basis of life. Recognition by another person becomes the basis of life. If you do a good job and another person does not even look at it, you feel, I did such a splendid job and it was not even recognized. This is the result of a rajasic lifestyle. Ambitious.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, because any of us could do really anything. Like we could accomplish what we're hoping to. We could all get to a point in which like we're satisfied with ourselves in whatever means it is, that hopefully it doesn't have to do with like what other people view, but there will inevitably be other people that view you in a negative manner, regardless of what it is that you do.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
to experience that and to realize that and to know that and not be emotionally attached.
that's the thing. Yeah, because like these other people's like their viewpoint and their emotions don't apply to you. It's their own shit, you know?
Yes.
And like all these people are influenced by different things, like a lot of Western concepts that are not optimal, you know? Like not all of us are going to get along with everybody. Not all of us are going to like everybody. And that's how the cookie crumbles, man.
And it's absolutely none of our business. It gets us in awful scenarios. I just opened and saw a little post here. There's a lady ironically carrying a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, attending one of these Trump rallies today, and she got trampled to death. Now,
oh yeah, I heard about that. Ironic.
Ironic. Now, how wrapped up in some things do you have to be to even be in that scenario? So passionate about these things. It can lead to places that you didn't even anticipate. Why did that have to happen? It didn't.
It really didn't. Also, just like basing a large part of your identity with these buzzwords, I just can't relate to.
That's the linchpin of mind control and mass mental manipulation.
Oh, absolutely.
Everyone's lives are so wrapped in these anchors. And there are people who understand this as a science, that we can use anchors and you can move whole crowds of people. That's why I keep saying so much. Define these words, really think about what it is that we're saying and responding to. Because if you don't, I'm not saying it to be an asshole. If you're not thinking about these words that you use, you're moved by them. You can say words
I can see that.
And the politicians do this every single time the camera cuts on. You can just say a string of buzzwords and get people to do something. It's like a math equation.
Yeah. Like all these politicians will back their campaign upon just a simple, barely even a sentence, just like one statement.
Yes.
And they're expecting to encompass the entirety of like their personal philosophy based upon like, I don't know, 4 or 5 words. Like that's so reductive. Like people are more complex than that. Like philosophies are definitely way more complex than that.
Okay, philosophies are more complex than that, but people are not. People are extremely simple, entirely emotional.
Okay. You're right.
And it's not even me. Like they're proving this every single day. It's being proved. Like, of course, I'm not talking about anybody in specific here, but there's groups of people who have intellectual discussions, yet they go right back in life and social media and get triggered by buzzwords. Everybody.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mimetic magic at its finest. I love it.
There's this book that I'm reading now that's called this like a source of or magical source or something like that. It's got like this cool looking wizard on it, but it's actually a book written by therapists about how they communicate to their clients and can tell how they can. So what they talk about is how they can identify how someone sees the world by how they speak. So for example, they bring in a couple and they say, okay, this wife says, my husband doesn't see who I am. I try to dress nice for him and all he does is just paw all over me. He doesn't, but he never compliments me. And so the therapist knows, okay, this woman sees life through a visual perspective. So if they were to ask her, how does it make you feel when your husband does this? She's not going to understand the question. But if they word it in a way that's visual for her, like, how do you think your husband sees you? She will be able to kind of understand that question. So so this book kind of demonstrates how our communication patterns typically fall between our senses, like which senses we use predominantly to be able to gain a perspective of the world around us. And then you model your communication with each person that way. So you look for those buzzwords, but more importantly, how they're using them. You know, are you using feel? Are you using feel in your sentences? Are you using visual aid? Are you more of a, like it was just really interesting about how they kind of break down that way of communication in order to kind of get through to people. Because yeah, like you were saying, Travis, people are kind of simple in that way, where at least the way that we've been trained, it's more simplified.
It's very ironic because that very same thing you're describing is what I've been doing since you've been on this call.
Oh, cool.
But that's what I do with everyone. That's how I'm able to really understand how to communicate with people. You should get both books though.
I was literally just thinking about that book.
Yeah.
They are great. Yes.
But literally, language is a science, and how we understand language is a science. And if you're able to understand that, it makes you such a much more effective communicator. Oh my goodness.
I love one of the quotes from The Structure of Magic, where it's like the concept is basically like just someone structuring a sentence, they have to structure it in a way that is from their past experiences. So just me, the way I'm structuring this sentence, someone adept in neurolinguistic programming would just be able to tell everything or damn near everything about my life just from the way I structure the sentence. Like how I structure, even not what I say, like if I'm using field words or that stuff, but what words I say or what words I don't say.
Right, like how you organize your sentence.
Yeah.
In order to demonstrate your point.
Yeah.
Racist.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of I'm in school for Japanese right now, and that kind of reminds me in a way of how Japanese sentences are structured and how there's so much context regarding how it is that something is being said, because there are multiple terms that apply to like every word in Japanese. Like for one word there's going to be like multiple interpretations of it, and like you have to take the context of that situation and who is saying it and apply that to the translation. So there's a lot of work that goes into it.
Could we say that it depends more on the context than it does of the content?
Context, yes.
I find that's how the thought process was of the Eastern mind. A lot had to do with the context.
Absolutely.
With like you said, with Japanese, the language, the letters, I'm not an expert on it at all, but the letters are characters, and they can mean different things, like you said, depending on who's saying it, what other words are in the sentence, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. It's all based upon like what other words are around it, which actually kind of reminds me of how Japan has like more of a collectivist society rather than like Western societies who have, more of like an individualistic one. Mm-hmm. And the collectivist society that is there, like, I will say actually positive and negative. It's both of those things, because there's a big emphasis upon your connections with family or people's connections with family there, but also like the collectivism is bizarre in a way because other Asian countries around it kind of view it more as like individualistic, and the suicide rate in Japan is very, very high.
Yikes.
Yeah, unfortunately, because there's a lot of emphasis that's played upon like importance regarding your job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, their society is based off of, from my understanding, their culture is a lot of based off of you bring respect to your family.
Yes, that's very, very important.
Yeah, and like if you can't fulfill those roles, then you don't really have a purpose. So they take themselves very seriously, and that's where like in a lot of those animes, they're like, "Oh, I'm so shameful," and you're just like, "Damn, chill, man." From our Western point of view, right? Because like as a Westerner, I'm like, don't trip, dude. Like we all make mistakes, but like for them, it there's a whole other level because there's a cultural significance behind that. I mean, we have like ninjas. I don't know if ninjas were Japanese or if samurai.
Both.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that was like their whole deal was whoever's my boss owns my life right now.
And that was more the deal with samurai. Like there was definitely an honor code.
Not even points to devotion, like maybe in the Eastern spiritual systems, how they would see as their guru or as the primary deity that they were centered around. In other words, it's helpful in the Eastern mindset of this collective society to eradicate the notion of individual in favor of the bigger essence that's at play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And like I feel like that has a lot to do with the conservatism words regarding Japanese culture versus individualistic culture, because for example, there's still mostly like onsens there that you know, bathhouses, etc., hot springs that don't take too kindly the people who have tattoos there, because there's still a lot of it that's associated with the yakuza there. But when you go to Tokyo or like a lot of bigger cities, like it's become more accepted there.
Yeah, my brother-in-law's a tattoo artist, and my sister and he and my niece live in Thailand now, but he used to make frequent trips to Tokyo, Hong Kong, all these places because he did American style tattoo, and that's so taboo over there. But if you find an artist, like there is an underground culture that's very interested in that. But he was not hired by any shops. Like here in the States, he's like fantastic, you know, a really good artist and can find work easily. Over there, it's like he's got to be on the down low.
Oh yeah, yeah. That kind of reminds me of how people, a lot of people that I know, a lot of people in general here are able to kind of make a living by, you know, like selling weed, right?
Yeah.
And one of my good friends who lives in Japan, he told me that he essentially has to meet somebody who's in the yakuza or travel the distance from where he's at to, let's say, Pennsylvania in order to get weed.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it was in Brazil a little bit. Like not that intense, but I remember we went to get some weed and like I had two crazy experiences. Like you would think it was because, you know, it's so Afrocentric and there's like just so much culture there. Very like there's like a lot of Rastas, all that kind of stuff. You would think that shit was easy, but
Oh, why it's
like
gotta be Afrocentric?
what's that?
Why it's gotta be Afrocentric?
Yeah, right? Like, so you'd be like, weeds everywhere, but no, it's not. and we had to go to like these heavily armored places, like where they have kids with guns, you know, like AK, like guns, like standing outside, and then you would like tell them, like, hey, I wanna, you know, I wanna score or whatever, and they'd be like, cool, wait here. And they would go up the stairs, up this like huge staircase to somebody in a room that you never saw their face. You don't know who they are, but all of a sudden these little like dime bags of weed come down to you. And then you go and like you can't speak English, like no way, you know, and you have to like play it cool, you know. Or like you would get it from like this little, like I remember another time we got it from this little like we went to like an ice cream, like these two girls were selling ice cream out of this cooler, and they took us to the back of this like shop, and we like kind of weaved through this area and they were selling ice cream and all this kind of stuff. And then in the back of the shop there was this like old lady, and there were two monkeys up on these stairs, and I guess they were her pets. I don't know, but she like took the money and she put it in one part of her bra, and then she took out the weed in the other part of her bra and like gave it to us. And like those have been my experiences so far.
Very on the down low.
Really on the down low. Well, because the cops there, because even though the culture accepts it, the police are also a part of that culture, and they're so jaded that like you really just got to watch. You have to watch everything that you do, you know, like you don't, but then you do at the same time. It has this very strange duality to everything there.
I can see that. Yeah. Somebody in the chat said, that's interesting hearing about Asian culture from a Western perspective. And my culture is definitely family oriented and about honoring family values, which I feel is very lost within Western, which is absolutely true.
Oh yeah.
for example, the guy that I'm seeing right now, he's from Greece. He's a Greece immigrant, and there's a lot of emphasis placed upon family there, like maintaining a family, like the connections that you have with your family there. And I feel like that's common within other cultures other than, the Western ones, because I ended the sentence there. I don't know.
Well, I think that comes from a very I think that we come from very European conqueror viewpoint. Like manifest destiny, that kind of shit, like Puritan bullshit, like we just have that murder kind of mentality that's really sculpted our culture and it's very much like, it's so common over here to hear how people don't have relationships with their family, right? Like,
yeah,
it's like, oh yeah, I have a brother, but I don't talk to him. We don't talk.
Yeah, that's how a lot of my family operates. And my grandmother was a Mexican immigrant. My grandfather was a Maltese immigrant. And really, like, when my grandmother died, the entirety of my family just kind of, like, the connections between everybody just, like, fell apart completely.
Yeah. And we're so individualistic here that it's like what's our biggest quotes are like, it's a dog eat dog world, like there's never, we're so like base and just, having to like fight to survive, which is bullshit because we're first world. We should be able to take care of each other, take some time out. I had a friend from Senegal who he was talking about North Americans, and he was like, he's like, here's how I view North America. There's a train that's running, and everyone is running to get on that train. They're backstabbing each other, whether it's mother to son or son to father or whatever. Like, fuck the relationship. I'm going to get on this train. And they're all running to get on the train, and they're working hard. And then once they get on the train, they have to work constantly just to stay on the train. He's like, in Senegal, a train goes by, everyone has lunch underneath the tree.
Aw.
It's like
I
an
like
entirely
that.
right. I do too. But it really opened my eyes to our cultural perspective, how like we have this idea of we must get ahead. I must get ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Very egocentric.
Yeah, very, very like pulls yourself up by your bootstraps kind of thing. Not all of us have fucking bootstraps. Shut the hell up. Stop.
For real.
Stop it.
I know. And I think a lot of it too comes from a prison mentality, or at least there's so much trauma based from that. Like,
and intergenerational, especially, which like a lot of people don't confront. Like, my grandmother never confronted that. Like I said, just 2 minutes ago, I don't know, that, she was a Mexican immigrant, and she was raised in an environment where she was essentially, she was growing up in a time where she was pressured to like culturally assimilate to Western culture, and like she was abused by my great grandfather, etc. He was a very drunk man, apparently, and so that kind of like influenced her to become more divorced from divorced, not diverse. Dear God, it's like I've been drinking wine or something. Fuck.
I mean, it's Snoop's blood, so careful.
Yeah, Snoop's blood. it kind of unfortunately negatively affected her to become out of touch with her culture and such.
Well, she developed a new culture, right? Like it's a new type of culture. I mean, I was telling them earlier, so I work in group homes and with the kids, a lot of kids from DCS and all that kind of stuff.
I used to work in group homes. I have a scar from it.
Girl, yes, you know, but
Hell yeah. Like
so,
right,
yeah.
right fucking there. He was like
work is tough, but so are we. What's
centimeter
up?
down. I'd be wearing an eye patch right now. I'd be like 40% hotter, but hey.
Yeah, right. Oh my god. But
I value having depth perception. Me
too.
Especially since like I draw shit, so I kinda have to have that.
Yeah. Well, so then like a lot of those kids and a lot of people in our society are raised where they don't like the way how they view consequences. They're emotionally attached from what they do wrong as long as they don't get caught. Like there is no emotional attachment to like, oh, I did this person dirty, or oh, I didn't respect that person as I could when I did that. It was more like, it's always more like, well, I learned that, next time I want to do that, I'm going to make sure they're sleeping, or like,
Don't let me
I'm
catch
not
you
going to
doing that
get
again,
caught.
son.
Right.
Yeah,
but it's just like you might be doing like these bad things without doing it directly around these people when they could possibly be aware of it, or much less like when they're awake, but still that hangs upon you.
And that gets passed down as well, like, because that's their earliest experience of love, and our whole system is based off of that. So we don't understand what love or even respect really is, like, even when talking about ambition, we're all kind of checking ourselves, like, is this getting egotistical, or like, are we talking about the whole, or like, we're working on deprogramming ourselves. Because there's so much that goes on in Western culture that's just distorted.
Yeah, it's absolutely like your position regarding how like capitalism based, like how much you make, like your worth is equal to how much money it is that you make.
Right.
Like,
right.
I could be dating somebody who is absolutely loaded right now, who is completely spiritually, emotionally, metaphysically, etc. vapid, but other people would look upon him, be like, oh, good job, and I'd be sitting here like, yeah, has he read the Kabbalion? Does he really know anything about any of that? No, he just drinks protein powders and yells.
Alex.
What's up?
I'd like to ask you a question that might be a bit unrelated. Do you
I don't care. Go ahead. And by I don't care, I mean I don't mind.
Do you remember what nakshatra your moon was in?
I have it written down. Let me grab my little tome.
Please.
Oh man, her shoulder sleeve, bro. Not shoulder sleeve. Arms.
My friend drew the shirt for me. It says, "Yeah, I'm a gamer," and in the back, he drew this anime girl, and yeah, it says
good at making extremely
something girls.
Hot girls come. My phone fell. All right. Yeah. I have a very sophisticated sense of humor. All right. Trying to my phone's all right. Okay, let's see here. So what the I'm still learning about Vedic, but what did you ask me again, Travis?
I asked if you recall what nakshatra your moon was in.
Well, it says right here, U. Halguni.
Oh, damn. But you had something else that was interesting. You remember what that was?
I have a lot of things that were interesting, Travis.
But do you remember any of them?
Do you have anything? Do you have any placements in Cancer specifically?
Especially.
I have quite a bit of Cancer in my Western chart.
Just curious.
My rising is in Cancer, my Western chart, and I also have Jupiter in the 12th house in Cancer there.
Don't mind me. Please continue.
Didn't we say that you had a Slesha somewhere? I remember we read down your nakshatras. Didn't we talk about that?
What did you say? A fleshlight?
Slesha.
There. Would that be abbreviated as to AS?
Yes.
Okay. I have that, and then it says JU next to it, and then there's a number 3. Whatever that means.
Yeah. So your Jupiter is in a Slesha and it's Pada 3.
That's why I brought up your arm sleeves, because that's like the symbol for Cancer also.
True.
Oh, it is.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does this mean?
Oh, nothing. Just being a spiritual psychologist.
You can't just say nothing. It means something. Everything means something.
The thing I've learned is if I give information too soon, it'll look really creepy. So I'll wait for things to flesh themselves out.
I am so unaffected by things like that. One of my favorite Western signs is Scorpios. I love their dedication. I love their obsessive qualities. I love that they're true friends. I can look out the window and see at least 5 of my Scorpio friends standing outside there. Love it. Love it. Truly.
No, not this Scorpio.
Oh, come on. I welcome the occasional obsessive energy. At least it is that I know they're faithful. I like that.
I'll at least knock once.
Huh?
I really appreciate the intensity. I really do. People who don't like Scorpios, cowards. Cowards. Oh, I can't handle intensity. Go to hell.
You got to get on the Scorpio's good side and stay there.
Oh, absolutely. I've, dealt with horrible ones, but I mean, who hasn't dealt with horrible whatever in every sign? Everybody's multifaceted. Some people fall into more of negative traits than some others do.
Do you have any nakshatras in Chitra?
All right, let me whip it out again.
That's what she said.
Hey. In the what now?
Chitra. It's probably abbreviated as like CH. It's going to be either a Virgo placement or a Libra.
I have nothing regarding that, but I do have a lot of Virgo in my chart. Like my Vedic chart is mostly Virgo and Leo, and I identify a lot with being a Virgo.
Too early to spill the beans, Amar?
Oh,
Amar, what's going on?
I asked because you said like multifaceted, and like Chitra is the symbol is a gem, and it like how a diamond has like multi-facets to it, and that's what like Chitra looks at something from a multifaceted point of view.
That might have something to do with how my Western chart is predominantly. Why did I say predominantly? I meant dominantly Libra, which I used to deal with a lot of the negative traits that had to do with Libra up until last year when I really did a lot of shadow work, and I was like, you know what, fuck this. I don't actually feel that way. I'm not a very wishy-washy person when it comes to moral standpoints. Fuck this. However, I am very indecisive when it comes to deciding upon places to eat at.
Oh yeah, that's Libra.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Oh shit, yeah. Like that's like that.
Everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, in Western, I'm a Libra sun, a Leo moon, and a Scorpio rising. And
cool.
I get so distracted by glittery things. Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
I
It's
feel
so
that.
bad.
Like, I don't, when it comes to clothes, also, like, I have a lot of really cool clothes. I take a lot of pride in that in a way. Like, but I don't view upon it in a way that's like very central to my identity. It's just something that I simply like. Like, my room is very nicely decorated. I have friends that I've gone and done interior design for, but I love colors, but I don't really wear them.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I literally turned my room into like princess land. Like, I don't even know how to...
I painted my walls all pink. Most of the decorations in my room are pink. I wear all black like 80% of the time.
Nice. Yeah, I painted my walls yellow because that's the closest I could get to gold without it looking really bad. But yeah, like it's that shiny, pretty element. It's that Venus, right? It's the Venus that comes through.
Mm-hmm. And
gotta have it.
Like, yeah, and I don't think there's anything wrong with, you know, expounding upon that. Like, it helps you like feel more comfortable, like, and also like when other people come into your space, like in my experience, like they felt very they felt like a warmth and been like, oh, your room's really nice. I like this. I feel comfortable here. And I'm like, yeah, dude. I got all this shit from thrift shops. Also, there's a bunch of owls everywhere because I'm obsessed with Stolas. He's my guy. There you go.
You got owls everywhere?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's interesting because I have owls tattooed on my feet.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I wonder if that's like I wonder what quality that is, you know? I'm not quite sure. But it's interesting. Like what that like is that an occult thing? Is it a relationship to Venus? Is it a affinity for what owls represent? Because you know, they represent different things in different cultures.
Regarding whatever it is that they represent, they've always had more of a leaning towards some kind of mysticism. Like, I mean, Stolas, of course, and they're also associated with Hecate, and they're associated with Athena.
True. But then, you know, like over, I'm in Arizona, and so over here we have like Pascuayaki and a lot of Tohono O'odham type of people, and their tribes, and they're very they do not trust owls. Like they think owls are evil. Yeah,
That's too bad.
I know. I'm like, don't look at my feet.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer.
It is because I always saw them as like messengers between spirit worlds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That kind of reminds me of the way that David Lynch utilized them in like Twin Peaks and such. You know?
Yeah. Like,
to me, they're definitely mystical beings, but also like if you're around one, they're just basically cats with wings.
They are.
Which is another reason why I like them so much.
Oh God, they're so cute too, you know. You just gotta...
Oh, I know.
But yeah, that's very interesting.
Somebody in the chat said that they just found out that owls can sit cross-legged, which they means like they can do meditation. I've seen like some pictures of them just sitting there cross-legged.
My heart just melted.
They're so good. They're so good, in my opinion.
Yeah. What do you guys think of so this is actually kind of making me think about a conversation I had with a woman who was talking about spirit animals. And she was very much saying along the lines like they're nothing to mess with, that you shouldn't mess with them unless you're a part of like these specific tribes, which I don't necessarily judge, but I also wouldn't limit it to certain tribes, right? Because we're talking about spirits and animal spirits, and I feel like that's a very broad subject. But what do you guys how do you guys feel about that concept, especially as we go into discussing like energy and matter and then transmutation and that kind of thing? Like what is your viewpoint on that?
I got nothing to say. Someone go.
So nobody got an ego.
Wait a minute. I got distracted by something else. Could you repeat the question, please?
You got distracted by cherry Twizzlers?
Yeah, so
Not tonight. I forgot to go to the store.
Pulling peels. I see you.
Trademark.
They're really good. I don't blame you.
Oh, great too.
So the question was how you feel about spirit animals as we go into the discussion of transmutation of matter. Do you feel that I read somewhere recently that I have to recall it now, but something about how like when someone has a spirit animal, it's because they were able to transmute from themselves and kind of channel themselves into this animal, even though it may not necessarily be like a physical animal, like they're not trying to take over a physical animal, but they're simply transmuting themselves or turning into that animal, experiencing through those eyes. Kind of like I think you guys were talking about maybe last week or earlier this week about that yogi who turned himself into a tree, like the viewpoint of a tree. And then that's kind of when he stopped because he kind of got a little freaked out because of the way how he was breathing. And so I've been kind of exploring that concept of what that is, because I was also got into a conversation with a woman who was vehemently against people practicing engaging with spirit animals unless they're in touch with like certain tribes and all that kind of thing. So I just kind of wanted to know what your viewpoints were on that.
Well, just quickly for me, I never really only time I really experienced anything about spirit animals is when they presented themselves to a point to where I couldn't ignore it, whether it be directly in my face or even in a dream. Most of the time, I be in a small transition period when they do present themselves to me. So it's like I gotta, see what energy or because different not tribes, but what's that word? Different cultures, they view different animals, or different cultures might have different views of the same animal. So I just always try to find what resonates with me the most at that time period.
Because like predominantly people that I know / have heard of, etc., strictly view spirit animals as a Native American concept.
Right. And that's what this woman who I talked to a couple years ago had also thought that. But then this idea of you transmuting yourself to experience through the eyes of an animal really interested me. Because yeah, like sometimes like I feel like people are, even if they're not from a specific tribe or anything like that, as a species, we do interact on a basis. Like there have been times where like a jaguar has approached me in my dreams or meditations like multiple times, or like a
Oh,
deer or
yeah.
something. Yeah. So it's kind of
Absolutely.
like I can't really deny that connection, but I'm not quite sure what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, exactly. I'm obviously not the person to consult with that kind of thing. I'm a white Maltese Mexican, so I know what's going on here. I'm not the expert, but I totally understand where you're coming from, and you are valid. You are valid. But yeah, I definitely feel where you're coming from. I've always had this connection with owls ever since I was little, and it's the same with ancient Egypt. Like I remember, like ever since I was little, I was just inexplicably really into just anything that had to do with ancient Egypt, particularly Anubis. And I've had like multiple extremely vivid dreams about watching the pyramids be built, and I've had a dream in which like Anubis was very directly in it. Like I was looking upon these sand dunes, and like all of like these jackals that had his head were all running past me, but it felt very serene. Can I explain that? Nah.
Yeah.
But I've also read before that that the first being that appears to you in some manner is essentially your patron.
Right. So that kind of goes into the other parts of my questions a bit, right? Because everything's supposed to be connected to you, or it's supposed to be facets of you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's like, damn, man. So then is it like a point of transition then that you go into, or is it like are they just different faculties that appear according to your mental state or your spiritual state? Or
I feel like all of us are drawn to certain entities other than the others, but I mean, I can't speak for everybody.
Right.
I'm like, in my experience, personally, I hope I'm not. I'm very interested in hearing other people's experiences and perspectives with this, but what I'm going to say is that, like, in my experience, a few of like the entities that I've been attracted to and identified with the most have like, they're entities that they're kind of they're associated with death in the way in which they are psychopomps. And I've been very, very invested in the last couple of years upon shedding unnecessary things that I associate with my ego, etc., and just like a kind of rebirth, you know? And just like seeing, like, you know, ever since I was little, I was like, yeah, Anubis is like cool. He's like a jackal. Yeah, okay. Why was I into that? There just can't be like a reason where like I was just like, yeah, he looks cool, you know? Oh, Zatu, that's one of my favorite Pokemon.
What? Good
Yeah,
call.
always has been. Always has been. My favorites.
Good
Like
call.
if I were gonna be like if I were gonna be a, you know, have a gym in Pokemon, I'd definitely be like psychic / dark because I'm an edgelord. So I also have a Porygon tattoo. So yeah.
Oh my god.
I got that when I was 21, like 10 years ago. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
Travis, do you have a favorite Pokemon?
Dude, I feel that my favorite Pokemon, or I feel that I resonate best with Cubone.
Oh my
Know his
god,
story?
Cubone's one of my favorites. Cubone's like my second favorite. Oh, yep. Noctowl's another one. Another favorite of mine for obvious reasons.
How about Ditto?
Oh, I love Ditto.
I feel like Ditto's like a Kirby. You got that OP move.
He
Turn into
is. And they're both squishy and pink. Squishy pink guys.
Yeah, but Ditto probably the only reason why I would highly rank Ditto is because he can do pretty much anything he wants. He can
Has
pretty much
anybody
be whatever
here
he wants.
Has anybody here seen any of the Ditto merchandise that's like fairly recent? There's like a line of like Pokemon plushes and such that just have Ditto's face. I really want the one that's like Eevee, but it has like Ditto's face on it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, then when the Ditto don't fully transform, I remember that.
To be honest, though, Ditto was probably my favorite next to Cubone, but that's always, well, I guess I feel like that's always been my favorite power when it comes to cartoons and shit like that. When you got Mega Man or Ditto or Rogue from X-Men,
Yeah.
entities that are able to absorb and transmute it as their own, that's always to me been like the ultimate power. I don't want super strength or to be able to fly. I want to do whatever I want to do based on who I'm facing. That's always been the most intriguing to me, I feel.
This doesn't surprise me about you at all. Yeah, like I was saying before, Cubone has always been my favorite Pokemon because I don't mean this to sound like an edgelord who's obsessed with death, etc. But Cubone, they wear the skull of their mother.
Yeah, that part. That's what I wanted to. Yeah, I mean that's like tragic, but it's also like
That's amazing. That's
It's carrying
that's
on
Agorha,
their
that's
mom's
Agorha
legacy.
shit. That's like left hand path Shiva shit for sure.
Word. Fucking yeah. Like I said before, carrying on like their parents' legacy. You know?
Ooh. Oh, I didn't know that. That they did that.
That's exactly
Very,
the
very
reason why I
family
want to
tied.
Pokemon.
Because that's like death is sacred. It's like deified. So it's like wearing your mom's. That's like a crown, basically.
Yeah.
It's not just for show, and it's also not so much you earned it. There's so much heavy purpose to that. I mean, like if you really want to analyze and break that down, your mother, the death of the one who brought you life, and you're wearing this as an identity. Like it's more than just a battle. You're representing something bigger than yourself.
You're representing the circle of existing, the circle of being. In a
I say to the
Pokemon, man.
ancestors.
Yeah.
Hey.
I say to the ancestors.
Exactly. Fucking exactly.
You can't tell me Pokemon wasn't on to something. A couple of things.
Yeah, Cubone's like the definitely like the philosophically deepest Pokemon it is I can think of, unless somebody wants to say something else about it, which I'm totally open with, but there you go.
Not counting,
my opinion.
Not counting any of the ones after 151.
I don't even know. Like I played up to I was really into Silver, and then I wasn't playing it for several years until Black came out. And I started playing it, and that's at the point where I've always, like, Japanese RPGs are like mostly my thing, but I just started to play Black, and I was just like, man, there's no like story here I'm really into, and it kind of became tedious to me. But I mean, whoever enjoys it should enjoy it. More props to them. Like, I briefly was looking into like, EV training my Pokemon and such, but I have other things to do.
Yeah,
Oh,
there comes a certain point in series where it starts like original and it's got the message and the energy, but there's a certain point where it becomes commercialized and it loses that. Now, like they're
Yeah.
making it strictly for money and to entertain the audience. That's about when I fall out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say, what about the story of Charmander? Even in his evolutions, just that fiery passion that Charmander always exhibited throughout his evolution.
I always pick Charmander.
Man, I love
Charmander
Charmander.
is always one of my favorites.
Yeah. I tried to pick like Bulbasaur and Squirtle, but nah, I couldn't. I think
No,
that's
no,
just
Squirtle was a badass, man. Squirtle
he
was,
was cool.
Squirtle
but
Squad, dude.
man.
Fucking Squirtle Squad, shit rules. Yeah, but I've always liked Charmander a lot. Like, I remember in like the original anime, like there was an episode where it was raining and like his
exactly.
flame was gonna go out and he was hiding underneath a leaf.
Man.
I wonder how many Charmanders die in rainstorms. That sucks.
That episode put me in the feels. Sure.
Yeah, definitely, man. Because love conquers all. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like we missing that today. Like, there's no infinite
The flame of Zarathustra is a Charmander.
Thus spoke Zarathustra.
But
The world's oldest Charmander.
Unconditional love, man, that story had was touching. Definitely touching. We need more Charmanders in the world today.
That makes me think about something that Winter brought up a few weeks ago. When we talk about love, are we talking about attachment or are we talking about something else?
In my opinion, there's a big difference between love and obsession, because like if you truly love somebody, whatever it is that they do, you'll essentially, it might hurt, but you'll want what they think is best for them and you'll be at peace with that.
I'm referring to being able to, how we was talking about earlier, when you step back and look at macro in a whole and just appreciate everything for what it is. No judgment on right and wrong. No, I'm sorry. No judgment of right and wrong or, any of that. Just everything is what it is. And you just had that unconditional appreciation. You know what I'm saying? For this stamp of time.
Yeah, you just feel at peace with whatever it is that this person is satisfied with.
Yeah, I think that love within itself, especially if we're to talk about the vibration or like the actual entity or faculty of love, I kind of, the way how I see it is, I think that's how our, like, yes, we work off of a frequency, but I think that for me, what I've experienced so far, could always change, is that frequency is the same of what we feel as far as what true unconditional love is. Like, we are love. Like we keep recreating for that love of that experience, you know, like whether it be a blade of grass or whether it be a human experience or whatever. And I think that's where people always get in that religious sense where they're like, God loves you, you know, like that kind of shit. I do think that we are a frequency that, at least as closely as we can relate to in our human minds, is the frequency of love. Because if you look at the macrocosm, like, it essentially kind of, for me, runs off of the same laws that unconditional love would do, right? So for me, that's kind of how I view it. Like, we are love. And love is and it's unconditional. That's just our human word for it, but unconditional love is so much more of an expansion of what we can possibly conceive of, because it goes in all directions and holds all potential. Just
I can
to
see
be
that. For me, it's something in which not all of it can be necessarily explained that well without your brain kind of short circuiting and going to like blue screen mode.
Yeah. For sure.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong, but also just like everybody has their own definition of it, you know, and I'm not one to judge regarding that. Like, what everybody sees love as, like, that's how it is that they view it. However, I do not identify those fuckers, those angsty ass fuckers, those doomer guys who are just like, oh, love is draining. It's just a fucking virus, bro. Please calm down.
Like in The Wedding Singer, like, love sucks.
Yeah, sure. If you know, you're very emotionally stifled, that's your own problem, dude. Like, have fun with that.
That's just it, right? They're the ones who loved the most, and they just got caught up in the obsession, and then they got burned.
Yeah, they're
Scorpio.
just equating this intensity with it, like positive or negative, when it's an intensity of emotion, but there's just like such a fine line. But within the fine line, like, you have to be able to like kind of pick it apart and elaborate as of how it is you feel, at least in my Virgo ass opinion. Like, can I see a PowerPoint presentation on that? Do you want me to make it for you? Because I will. Because I'm everybody's parent, essentially. I'm just kidding, but I kind of am all my friends' therapist, but I like it. It's fine.
You sound like a Virgo right now with a Cancer moon.
Cancer rising. God damn it, Travis. Shut up. Stop reading me to filth.
I can't help it. It's automatic.
That's good.
There was an allegory that I had read years ago on and it was about this guy who like spoke against love. Like, he was like, oh, fuck love, you know, like, it sucks, blah blah blah. And in like his, I know, right? And like in like,
oh, love sucks, bro. A girl broke my heart, man.
Yeah, right. So he was talking
maybe
about,
don't fall in love with girls who have untreated BPD that go to art school. God. As a person who used to go to art school.
Me too. Yeah.
Hey, I went for illustration. I still do it, but
nice.
Not in the college way. I go for Japanese now, so.
Nice. I used to hang out at like the Japanese anime table. Like, we were like,
oh, hell yeah,
kids in the back of the class, you know, that the teacher always gave F's to, because you're like, that's not art, those are cartoons. We'd be like, screw you. You don't know what art is.
If anime is not art, what the fuck is? Like, what the?
I know,
Dude,
right?
yeah,
Like,
that's so discounting of an entire fucking culture just because like certain people have been exposed to shitty anime. But then again, like there's shitty American cartoons, there's shitty literature, there's shitty every form of media. Stop.
Most of the time when you've got teachers like that, that has more to do with them being butthurt.
Yeah.
Not because these aren't people who know anime. These are people who are angry at change and uncomfortable with it.
No, absolutely.
Oh yeah. It's academia. You know, academia is kind of a different breed there, I feel. Than like you can't confine art into a condition, you know? Like you really can't. Yeah. What was interesting too is that I mean they even called my shit like not artwork, and I didn't do anime. I hung out with the anime kids, but I did like Norman Rockwell.
Yeah.
Like that, and they were like, "That's cartoon too." No,
it's an expression. It's
I'm like, man, fuck you guys. I was so mad.
Yeah,
so,
you do this form of art that I personally don't like, therefore it's invalid.
Butthurt.
Yeah.
That sounds real.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's like plenty of art movements that I don't personally like, but I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, that's not art because I personally don't like it. What the fuck? It's just something that's not my thing. I mean, there's plenty of I'm really into music. Like I've been in a lot of bands over the years, and there's plenty of bands, like plenty of friends of mine who make music that I'm not into, but I'm not going to sit here and discredit what they do. It's just like, oh, this isn't really my thing.
Right.
That's
So that's the poison of attachment. When we get so attached to different ideas and concepts, most people, when you're attached to a concept or an idea, you identify with it. Now that concept and idea is you. So you get offended when someone talks bad about it, but you also antagonize the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I.
Is anyone else?
What the fuck's going on, bro?
Do I Zoom made sharing? Is this?
That's Rafiki right there.
Dude, our school is a cult. So are so many restaurant jobs, man. My God. Pretty much every restaurant job I've had, all of front of house is only hung out with each other. They've all gone to the bars together every single shift. They've only fucked each other.
Yikes.
I hate it.
Yikes.
Who
Not
is
my
it?
thing.
Who is it? You were saying who is doing that? Baboons? You're saying something about the left. There's the baboon picture, and then he said something about, restaurants and how they all fuck each other.
Yeah.
Word.
That's
okay.
That's it.
That works.
Okay.
Yeah, like, okay, what I was saying was like pretty much every restaurant I've worked at, all in front of house, every single chef, they've always gone to the same bar, gotten drunk with each other, listened to horrible music on repeat, and all have fucked each other, and I never did.
Oh yeah, I can attest to that. I used to there was a cafe that I used to be a part of, and I was at front of the house, and then I left, right? But it was 24-hour, which was cool, so we'd go to hang out sometimes. And they went through a phase of employees, baristas in particular, who liked the whale sounds, and they would play the whale sounds over the speakers. You know, I'm not going to say it's not art or it's not music, but it's not my thing. I can't get into the whale sounds. Yeah, that was strange though. They got into the whale sounds, and then they would like just be really creepy, like just not a great vibe anymore.
Somebody in the chat, I would appreciate they pronounce their name well. In a way that I don't want to make assumptions. But anyway, they just said that art is such a cult. Absolutely true. This has a lot to do with the types of artists that will have their art at, they're alternative and they pretend to be cool alt punk people. And as somebody who grew up poor, who has mostly played in punk bands, kind of personally offends me. But yeah, a lot of it really is a cult, and it's all very friend oriented. And I don't really identify with it. It sucks because art is such a beautiful thing, man.
Number 5. Art is such a beautiful thing, man.
It's such a fucking beautiful thing, and it can be interpreted in all of these positive ways. I mean, like, what isn't art, bro? But these people will just like literally duct tape a banana on a wall and make hundreds of dollars off of it, and then I'll just fantasize about putting my head into a vat.
Yeah, I went into an art gallery and I saw different canvases, different colors. Like one canvas would be like a blue, that's it, and then another canvas would be like a red, that's it, and they go for like $500. And like yeah, and that's my attachment issue, right? Because as an artist, I don't feel comfortable pricing art like that at all.
Dude, I've done artwork for like bands for a long ass time. I'll be fucking damned if I charge my shit for that much.
Right? Like you want people to enjoy it, right? Like you want to have them.
I want it to be accessible. I don't want to have like this gatekeeping mentality about it. Like I want art to be accessible to everybody, and I think that it should. But like capitalism, man.
Can I add something real fast?
Yeah, what's up?
I think it's mental. I think nobody's going to respect the value unless you make them respect the value, or at least present it as such. Like, I'm not trying to say that you guys sold yourself short, but if you can't beat them, join them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I totally get what you mean, because like a lot of the people that I've had commission me for art, they're kind of like, what's your rate? And then I'm like, what can you afford? And it's just like we're both knights in armor, just swinging our swords at each other.
But the crazy thing is, when people have money, they want you to tell them to spend the money, because they're going to spend it. They're going to spend it. It's up to you to convince them to spend it with you. And it's crazy that some people would rather spend money on something that's labeled as high value versus placing their own value. That's why it's up to the artist to place the value on the piece, because if it's priceless, then it's priceless. But if it's cheap, then they're going to view it as cheap and not worthy. Like, the money will dictate how people view it. Long story short.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's like, for me, like I mostly do like album art, label art, like t-shirt stuff for like my friends' bands. And so it's just like, okay, I know that you don't have that much money, but also some of these people that I do art for, they are in very successful bands and such. Like there's some friends that I've done art for who are on like big labels and such. And so I'm like, your label's gonna pay for this.
That was too soon, Trav. I need to see that again.
Yeah. What did you show?
It was something like the freedom of of life.
It's one of my secret books. So imagine we just talked about buzzwords and how most people have these anchors in their mind. And if you're able to attach a string to that anchor and pull it just right, you can steer an entire crowd like a horse or a cow. So when dealing with art,
Mm.
there comes a point where you have to have integrity. Well, it behooves you to have integrity, but it would also behoove you to understand human nature. I also, as an artist, really struggled most of my life with charging for my art because it felt bad, like I want everybody to have access, but at the same time, I got to make money with it, but I don't want to be looked at as this, that, or third. And that kept me broke for a long time. I think there has to be an equal balance between understanding the value in your art, but also understanding first and foremost who your audience is. Just like you said, like what Yuri was saying about there's people who have money and want to spend it. If that's your audience, price it for them. If your audience is a different type of folks, price it for them. But it all comes down to understanding your audience. There.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like with my friends that I know who will commission me for such, I kind of ask them first, like, hey, what are you willing to pay? And like these people are my friends, so they don't want to rip me off.
Yeah.
Precisely. And then like I haven't really like gotten very many commissions from people that I don't know, which like I'm totally fine with. And so like it's good that like the friends that I have, like they don't want to rip me off. So I'm lucky in that regard. And not a lot of people have that privilege, So I appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked
Very
into
honorable.
trading. I've traded services. So like that's how I work out my commissions and all that is like for example, there was a Jamaican food truck that I did I painted the whole truck. And I have a lifetime full of amazing Jamaican food. plus I got some money on top of it. And I like to trade for services because really in the end, the way how I saw it, that worked out for me was I wanted what money could buy, which is whatever I was willing to trade it for. So that, and I kind of feel like I don't know. I don't necessarily like the culture that surrounds itself around money. And so I would like to go back to a more authentic trading system, although I recognize that money is a trade within itself. I just would like to move away from the banknote personally as much as I can. So for me, value in my art, I would like for it to go and to a place where I can also receive something that I need. So it's fulfilling on both ends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Because like you wouldn't be doing this kind of thing if you didn't feel some kind of passion for it.
Right.
Because like, yeah, the passion comes from like, I want to do this thing and I recognize that other people enjoy it and like they want to hit me up for that. Like it's a service in a way, but it doesn't have like a negative connotation regarding that.
Right. And like, and I've done it for like work on my car before, like people have traded me like, okay, for your art, I'll work on your car.
I love doing trades. I love it. Love it. That's like my favorite fucking thing.
Right. And so I feel good and I feel like I get my value for the art piece because we're both delivering a service there. So so that's how I've kind of been able to develop a value system kind of my own outside of the dollar amount.
That's good because like there's quite a few people out there that would not be receptive to it. Just like, oh no, just give me cash.
Yeah. You can make payments. I'll take payments. Yeah.
But yeah, everybody's situation is different than each other. You know, if I was really hurting for cash, like I would be like, yeah, give me some cash. But I'm privileged enough to not be in that position with my life at the moment, because like I'm in school right now. I take a bunch of loan money. And I'm also on unemployment right now because my job was partially burnt down in the riots. Like I live in Minneapolis. So
whoa.
That shit was crazy. I watched the 3rd precinct burn down. That shit was nuts. And also my job was like on the same block that the 3rd precinct was on. And I was just standing there, it was legitimately the most insane thing I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah. Wow.
Got tear gassed.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it sucked. Getting tear gas sucks. I wouldn't suggest it.
No. Damn, I kind of planned that for my weekend, but I'll make sure.
Don't
do that.
Don't do it, man.
I mean, I just thought about the experience, that'd be cool, but I guess not anymore.
Yeah, it was quite an experience. It was one of the things that, okay, because like right before that happened, that's when I started like practicing magic. That's when I like had like my first couple like encounters with an entity, like right in front of me, just like directly hearing it. And all of this stuff went on. I moved out of my old place and there was all this insane energy going on. And as chaotic as things were, like I was able to hold it together. I'm not trying to jerk myself off here, but that's just how it was, And I was able to like go through it. So, oh, thank you, Alchemy Gold. I appreciate that compliment. So, yeah, I'm happy to talk about that if anybody else wants to comment on it. But yeah, I live in Minneapolis. I also live a handful of blocks away from where George Floyd died too.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Wow. It was insane. It's like, yeah, I was there as like that target on that block was like raided. It wasn't burned. There's a huge misconception about it being burned. It wasn't. There's a Cub Foods that was in the same block as it that was raided as well. All the burning went on at right above this bar that was like a little bit across the street from there. But it was like this weird bar that like a bunch of like how do I say it? A bunch of gross white dudes went to. That bar got burnt. My job, which was a Japanese restaurant that's owned by like a 60-something-year-old Japanese immigrant from Osaka that she worked at with her 70-year-old husband in the kitchen. That was burned down. The liquor store right next to it was burned down, and a friend of mine got a video of it burning down. And in the video, there was a guy who got trapped in there, and you could hear him. It was fucked. That was an insane weekend. I stayed at my friend's house for that weekend because she was really scared about everything, and I just had a helmet on the whole time and had my baton out, and I was just like, I'm gonna fight whatever's going on. You know, it was really insane weekend. Like nobody I know slept that weekend. Like there's a lot of like mutual aid going on, a lot of people like delivering water to fires that went on, and there was like boogaloo boys fucking going around and like trying to shoot up Jamaican restaurants. Like it was insane. Anyway, that's all I gotta say about that.
Sounds intense.
Oh yeah, it was nuts. But like it's funny because like I've mentioned to you before, Travis, like I have diagnosed PTSD. It's like when it comes to super traumatic things, I'll just kind of sit there and be like, don't worry. I got this. But if I lose a pen, ooh.
I'm the same way. I'm totally the same way. Like
I lose a pen, fucking game over, man.
Yeah, like if something serious happens, I'm kind of the same way where I'm like, all right, let's deal with it. Yeah, we pull together, make a joke out of it or something. And then, but like yeah, same here. Something small will just set me off. And I have to, I mean, that's why I work on like I'm not like a live wire, you know, but there are certain things where I'm just kind of like, okay, that's an attachment.
Exactly. That's like one of the multiple reasons that drew me into practicing, you know, the shit it is that we do, because I'm just like, I'm tired of having these triggers. Like as much as that these triggers, like this trauma is that I have is very real and that's not my fault, like I need to take responsibility and be able to control that about how I react to it. You know,
and there's something liberating, I think, in, at least for me, in being able to really like feel taking control of your life, like what that actually means.
And a lot of people don't do that.
No, they want to give it up. They're like, let me surrender to whoever, so then they can save me, instead of being like, wow, I've been saving myself this whole time. I'm the shit.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, they don't acknowledge the fact it is that like they themselves can find their own inner power, you know, and like a lot of these people will rely entirely upon God to solve all their problems. And I'm not trying to knock on that, bro, but they will put all this dependence upon that and upon like a higher entity, when really like no growth comes from that.
yeah. Well, and it's kind of like one of those things where it's like you're throwing around a word that you haven't spent time defining yet. And I think that's where, because I feel like a lot of people want that easy way out, like, kind of like we were talking about before, more full circle stuff, you know, like we're so materialistic, we just want an easy answer or an easy way to deal with things, and not actually descend into the darkness, you know, and really get to know our inner waters, and like what it means, like what is God, what is all of this, what is the all, what am I in comparison to all of that, how am I connected to this, and how are my reactions really affecting everything.
Yeah, because like as much as that's difficult, like as somebody who has like, I have legit diagnosed PTSD, I've been through absolutely insane shit, but I've been able to hold it enough together that I'm here right now. Like I've acknowledged the fact that I can, despite the fact is that everything I've been through, I can take mentally the control of my own reality and like choose how to respond to that, you know. And like, yeah, I get triggered quite a bit. It doesn't really happen that often, but you know, that's something that I'm still working on. And it's not that I'm like working towards an end, but it's just a journey that I'm going to be able to like work towards. And like if I just like wanted to have an end point to it completely, in which like, oh, I'm okay, that like will negate the fact it is that like I will be able to learn things across the way, because like you're here, then all of a sudden you're there, but then like the in between, it's like, where does that go?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Do you find yourself like in my own experiences, I found myself kind of almost at points really kind of hanging on to the suffering because it was
I
familiar.
struggle with that.
Yeah, and therefore it was easier to like I almost didn't like I had to kind of pull myself to the side a bit, give a little pep talk there, because it was like I was living in the past, almost glorifying my traumas in a sense so I could continue
Oh.
living in it.
No, yeah, I identify with that completely, because like I've been in a lot of situations before, quite a bit, in which I'm a Cancer rising. I don't give a shit about talking about this stuff. I seriously will talk about anything traumatic with anyone. I don't fucking care, because I just feel like people need to connect with each other more and be able to talk about their feelings. And I'm just sitting here like, oh, so your mom severely abused you. I am willing to talk to you about that. That's fine. This is like Tuesday conversation with me. I don't care. Another reason why I like Scorpios so much, because they'll just be like, I'm intense. Talk about this with you. And I'm like, yeah, sick, bro. I'm down. But anyway, so yeah, the guy that I've been seeing, absolutely incredible. Wonderful. He's kind of what I've been looking for. He and I both have mommy issues.
Woo!
Oh yeah. I don't have daddy issues. I got mommy issues.
Okay.
But anyway. Wait, Travis, did you say something?
No, he left.
What?
He left,
No.
I think.
Done with this shit.
on my screen. Oh, he didn't leave.
Emotions? Hell no.
Oh, shut up.
I'm like, he's gone.
Yeah, just like, I don't know. I just.
No, so guys, so you both have mommy issues.
Yeah. And I'm trying to get him to open up more about these things, but he doesn't really do that. But also, like, I'm wondering if that's an aspect of Greek culture, because he's a Greek immigrant.
Ask him for his birth info and then come back.
Oh, he is Western. He's an Aries, Cancer rising, Leo moon, despite the fact is that he is somehow chiller than I am.
Huh.
He is very chill.
I wonder what placement his Mercury is in, because that's his communication.
I want to say that it's a fire sign, because a lot of his chart is in fire.
Interesting. And a lot of yours is in water, right?
No, a lot of it, well, at least when it comes to my Western chart, a lot of it is Libra.
Oh, so a lot of air.
But I'm not a Libra. Okay. I'm Virgo, which I actually identify with a lot.
Right. So you're like earth and air.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like fire.
Yeah. He's all fire, but like over the last couple of years, like all of a sudden I've become like really good friends with a lot of fire signs.
Yeah. Well, you're probably very grounding. Or maybe like I don't know, like I find myself involved. I have a lot of fire and air in my chart, Western chart. Mm-hmm. Like it's all fire and air. And I get along very well with like fire
I love fire. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just like, I just like intensity a lot. But like, you know, sometimes like this guy will like not really, not very much, honestly. Like he gets as emotionally intense it is that I do when I'm mad. No, he gets a little bit less. Cause I'm just like a weird controlled kind of rage. Like there's something he did that extremely pissed me off. And I was so mad but it was just like, I'm not loud when I get mad. I'm just more like intense about it. And I like choose my words very carefully. And I made him cry. But he kind of deserved it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he apologized, and I sat there and I was like, you know, I'll give you a chance. I understand where you're coming from. I understand this, and this, and this. He essentially was able to give a PowerPoint presentation on it. And my Virgo ass was like, you can extrapolate the ways it is that you feel the way it is that you feel. I love that. I appreciate that. So
I have one of my very best friends is a Sagittarius and Gemini. And
both my parents are Sagittarius. A lot of my really good friends are Sagittarius.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. And
it
I
just
love
happens.
You know,
And
you
I
guys
love
seem
it.
to have a lot in common. That's
we
pretty
do.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know if you guys noticed yet. I mean,
we're buds now.
I know, right?
You could even stop and make a list at all the similarities you guys have. It's uncanny.
Travis, did you do this?
He did.
Right, that's what we've been
Travis,
doing.
did you do
That's what
this?
we've been doing for the past like 2.5 hours.
What is
I
what is
thought it was a
everybody else's
master
Western
illusion.
chart? I know that Travis is a Gemini because we're both.
Oh, yeah.
We're both that.
That makes sense, man. That totally makes sense. God, man,
Right?
Geminis and Sages, I freaking love those signs. Okay, I shouldn't be so
Well,
conditional. I'm
Travis
sorry.
is a Gemini and I'm a Virgo. We're both ruled by Mercury.
Girl, one of my best friends is also Virgo. Like seriously, Virgos, Sages, and Geminis always end up in my life. Always.
Dude, yeah. Yeah, same. But for me, it's like I have a lot of Sages and like also like almost every Virgo that I know, other than one that I'm friends with, just like we all get along with each other perfectly. We just all have like, yeah, we're all like neat and clean and stuff, but like we're like the ones that I know and myself personally, like I'll just go to someone's house and be like, oh my God, my house is so messy. And I'm like, I don't care. That's fine. We all have our own lives. But me personally, I have an empty can on my dresser right now. And I'm like, my room is messy right now. But also like every other Virgo I've ever known, we all have like the same extremely self-deprecating sense of humor.
Oh, see, I just really like how authentic they are. Like, I just really enjoy authentic
Thank you.
people.
No,
And-
yeah, me too. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it tends to be the talkative ones or the ones who are like very self-reflective, and those tend to be like Gemini, Sag, and Virgos. Like that seems to be a big thing. Also Libras, but you know what's interesting? I haven't really met any other Libras where I've gotten very much along with. I wonder maybe it's like too similar in the ego because that's my son, so like maybe that's too similar. I'm not so sure.
I've had a lot
but
of
yeah.
trouble with Libra men in the past.
Oh fuck yeah. God damn. Me too. Okay, I'm not
Holy
gonna judge
shit.
on all of them, but yeah.
Well, yeah. Everybody's situational, you know, but
it is.
There's been a few in which they're.
But you know what? It comes down to like the Venus
They're
to the rest of the
hoes.
chart. Well, and it comes down
They're
to like
hoes in a bad way. If you own it, fine. Not my thing, but
Hey, no offense to Travis, but Geminis tend to be kind of on the player side a little bit. They like to, you know, do their thing, which is cool because they're honest about it. I like it most of the time. That's cool.
Mostly so
Yeah.
for me. If I physically get engaged with females, then I lose my power. So I keep it to myself.
sounds
Ah.
like a you problem. Hey, someone had to say it. A Virgo would say it. I'm just giving you shit, man. It's not that deep.
What other signs are there right now? Who else?
Yeah.
Like, who other signs?
I'm a
Is
Gemini ascendant, and then I have like 5 places in Sag.
Oh, look at
No
that
wonder
shit.
you're so charming.
I know. Oh my god. You
Oh my
haven't said
God.
anything. I feel like we should be friends.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just hearing you guys like
Mirror each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like a Sag stellium in my 7th house.
Damn.
My Sun, Moon, Mars.
Damn, Mars. Oh,
and
you're
Jupiter.
so fucking charming, bro.
You know what though? That makes sense. So wait, Sag is in your 7th house. 7th house is of relationships.
That's like the Libra, the natural zodiac.
So like that means like if you connect to someone, you connect hard. I think for
That's
my
how I am personally. Like,
but
I
like
don't know. I'm pretty intense about my friendships, but it depends on like the energy they're giving off.
yeah, like for me, I really value my freedom. Like if I can have
yeah.
Hell yeah, most of it. That's like. I mean,
That's
if
like
I don't
number-
have, like if I feel
yeah.
at all, like I'll just burn right through that shit, basically.
Yeah.
I like both like intensity in my friendships, but I also like having a lot of freedom.
Yeah, for me, the intensity I do like, but I'm very, very secluded in that. Like it takes me like I'm outgoing, but I need to be able to. There's a time period where I need to fully trust someone to get
yeah
to that level.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd rather keep acquaintances and then just be able to like flitter away like a little butterfly and do my own thing.
Yeah.
But like with like a very few people I'll feel very, 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 very strong with, and then I'll be like cool. But yeah, then there's that freedom element where it's like I want to be able to like disappear in the Himalayas for like 2 years or something like that.
Oh yeah.
And then come
totally.
back
I'm always like in between that because like and like multiple charts and like both my like Western and Vedic chart, I've had a lot of occurrences appear in which like like I attract people like in general,
right. You know what's interesting?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. You're okay. But yeah, like, oh God, I sound so egotistical right now, but I don't mean to crank myself off or whatever, but it's just like, yeah, I actually haven't huh?
Crank myself off. I've never heard that one.
I didn't see no cranking going on.
That shit.
But yeah, bro, just like fucking I have like I'm like really it's really easy for me to make friends and stuff, and like I don't like go about a way of my life in which I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do whatever it is that I can to charm this person. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'm funny and I'm blunt. If you don't like it, that's your problem. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like I just identify a lot with like other people who are outgoing, but also like I identify a lot with like people who are more introverted because I feel that way a whole lot. Like I can only be extrovert for like a certain period of time, then I get drained. I'm just I just like, depending upon who it is I talk to, I'll just be like, okay, I know how to talk to you because I feel your energy, bro. You know, and it's not like it's fake or anything. It's just like I can just identify with that on multiple levels, you know.
That's that Cancer rising. Able to feel out
Word. Dude,
the
I got fucking Cancer and Jupiter too, so
yeah. That's, I mean, that like, because you're Cancer rising and then Cancer is exalted in Jupiter, so that like amplifies the powers.
yeah, exactly. And like I'm totally cool with that because it's just like I can talk about, I can communicate with people about emotional stuff, etc., as much as that they're willing to give out, and I'm totally chill with that, you know. Like I just want to help people, and I just want to help people like be more comfortable like their emotions, because if they're not comfortable with, like, if they're not comfortable with their own emotions, then like they can't really like examine that and expound upon that in a positive way, because like they can examine those emotions, be like, okay, what do I have to separate myself from in order to be the most optimal version of myself? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely feel what you're saying, because I have a Cancer rising in Western astrology.
Same.
Yeah.
Ah, that's very interesting.
We're sensitive little guys.
Yeah.
I can just look at someone and be like, ooh, you feel this way.
Yeah. It has like a, even if it's like I've seen shit that people don't even see themselves. So it's like if I try to talk to them about it, like they don't even know. So I'm like, oh fuck.
Dude, yeah, fucking yeah, like I wind up being like a lot of my friends' therapists, and I'm fine with that, honestly. You know, like my fucking Cancer is in Jupiter and Cancer. That's my 12th house, and so like that is based around like a lot of like emotional, unconscious like service, and like I want to help people with that. A lot of people don't do that.
Yeah, I don't. I have like my like a sun and moon in Sagittarius with that Cancer rising in Western. So for me, it's more of like a, I could, like, I would rather have them help themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because like you know, you can only give somebody so much fucking advice. Like one of my best friends is like Cancer, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sigh. I'm just gonna sigh. That's all I have to say. Because I love her to death, but she won't help herself, and she has the power to. Everybody has the power to do that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, bro, just get up in the morning, try to do some yoga, man. Do something. Like, your life isn't that bad. You can pay your bills. You have friends that love you. You know who else doesn't have that? A lot of people don't have that. You should appreciate what you have. And, you know, YOLO and shit. Truly, honestly. I can't hold her hand the whole time. But yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. You know, I don't know. Everybody has their own path that they embark upon. Anyway, whatever. I'm done.
That.
I feel like you're going to say something, Travis, but
Yeah. What's going
you're
on
not.
here? Yeah, Travis, please.
I'm exercising my magnetism. Apparently, it's working. I'm very surprised, and I got really excited when you mentioned the structure of magic, because I haven't really ever heard anybody mention that book out loud ever.
Oh,
Pretty
it's great.
impressive.
Yes, yes. I haven't finished reading it. I'm really working on it. Exercising, especially with communication, but like really decoding communication. And it's kind of it I'm very much I feel like I resonate a lot with Shango, where he talks about how it takes him kind of forever to read books because he has to like focus on like one paragraph at a time kind of deal. I feel like that's one of those books where you have to just take it one step at a time and become aware of everything else around you. I'm so excited that you actually knew what I was talking about too, because yeah, I haven't heard, I haven't seen anyone with those books. Like no one.
Yeah, man. If you're on the right track if that's what you're after, understanding communication and how other people process. You're on the right track. Keep following these authors. He's got some more books that are really helpful. In particular, there's a gold one that's really nice. If you can get your hand.
Okay.
Talking about transformation.
Yes.
Yeah, I pulled it out during the conversation. I pulled it out during y'all's conversation. To be honest, I was just like, I was trying to decode shit, but yeah, it's what it looks like.
Yeah. It's called
What
transformation.
is that? What does that one focus on?
What I like about this artist, this author, the best is that he doesn't just talk about what he's teaching, he also demonstrates it. So you'll find a lot of his books are very slippery, right? You get lost on the slopes of his sentences because he's a master at what he does. He's teaching you how to use it at the same time of describing it. That book there, he does a little bit less of the slipperiness. It's still
Okay.
there, but it's more describing the same principle. All these books are describing the same things. It's just as he learns and develops his stuff more and more, he kind of gets better at describing it. But that one right there that I've seen so far of all the books that I own from him seems to be the most down to earth, if you will. The other ones
Okay.
free as hell, especially the ones that we have here. Those are more mathematic and scientific, and that was in his phase when he was kind of really putting it together as a science. So it's very sciency. And the second one,
Yeah.
he's got it where it's literally it looks like computer code, because one of the dudes that are coming up with this with him, that's how they think, that's how they process shit. They've got diagrams like this where everything is like code.
That's how it is, though. It's like it's like a handle for thought, and you could just it's symbology. I mean, or symbolism.
Yeah, like I don't want to put people into categories necessarily, but there is right, like there is something to enneagrams, and there is something to how we how we s- um how we structure our own personal experiences and existences, and we follow these certain patterns that are recordable in a way, like they're repeated. So it's really fascinating kind of um to explore that, and to see especially how we utilize symbology, because I am a firm believer in what we say. Every time we say something, we're casting a spell, and we have to be and once we become aware of how we're doing that, we have more control over what we're interpreting, as well as communicating and putting out. um but yeah, I've been really 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 enjoying it. I had another book too that was called it was a psychotheory of group dynamics, something like that. I don't know if you guys ever heard it. Hold on, I'm gonna go get it.
Uh-oh. I was stuck in that for a long time, as far as feeling like everyone is a special snowflake, everyone's individual. You can't put people in categories. I used to feel that way, and I think that came from me wanting to be special. But the more that I learn about human nature is that there are only so many options to choose from, right? How can a person really be individual and special when there's literally only so many, hell, 5 little ingredients to compose a human's body, emotions, and mind? We only got so many emotions to choose from, and we can only express ourselves through the limited vocabulary that we have. So
Yeah.
if I can learn the building blocks, the basics of that, it will help me to identify where a person's coming from in their communication. And it isn't so much as like judging people or diminishing a person. It just helps me to understand, because shit, the more that I learn this stuff, the more accurate it is. Like, I haven't seen myself wrong using these calculations yet. I think things like astrology helps to put that same type of discovery in more colorful terms and more colorful concepts. You know, we look at the different signs and the different planets, where they are in your chart, this, that, and the third. It's the same type of science. There's only 12 signs to choose from, only 10 planets.
The thing that trips me out about astrology, though, is that especially going into Vedic now, it's like there are so many different ways of interpreting it. Like my Vedic chart is entirely different from my Western chart.
Oh yeah,
And
same. And I actually identify more with my Vedic chart than my Western. Well, other than like the negative, honestly, the negative aspects it is that I have about my Western chart, because I used to fall upon the negative aspects of Libra, even though, like, you know, every sign's not necessarily bad. But yeah, I used to fall into like the negative aspects of Libra. Then like last year I was like, no more. I'm done. And then also my Western chart, I have 2 grand crosses. So a lot of people would be like, oh, you're fucked. Life is horrible for you. I'm like, yeah, I have really bad ADD. And isn't everybody's life difficult? Isn't that how life is? Life is difficult. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, my Vedic chart actually I identify more with, because I have a lot of fire in it. And in my Western chart, I don't have any other than like my midheaven. I have midheaven Aries. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm a loud fucking annoying asshole. I gotta have some fucking fire in there. I'm very direct. I made it sound like a bad thing, but I like it.
yeah, I don't know. The Vedic chart highlights different aspects for me that I hadn't considered. You know, like one of the things was like I'm very analytical and I should be good in financing as an accountant, and I am not like an accountant. That's not my style.
That's not mine either.
Right. But the analytical part is true. Like I do take notes. Like if I'm really to learn something, I have to write it down. Like I got to take notes and I take it step by step.
Yeah.
Kind of deal. But yeah, and I agree that there is something to be said about learning a lot about someone, and the way how they handle situations from knowing their astrology. I mean, I think that this topic has been brought up a lot of times where it's like you kind of feel like your life is a little bit out of your own hands, like it's already scripted for you.
Yeah. Like it can read that way, because like it was really hard for me, like once I found out that I had 2 grand crosses. Oh no. You know, as if like my fate was decided for myself. But I just view it as everybody has to struggle with something. Oh well, it totally depends upon like how you view it and how you go about things. Like, who doesn't have like struggles in their life?
Right. It depends what I find interesting is how they deal with it. That's where I think you really get to know.
Absolutely. Like I was mentioning before, like a really good friend of mine who's just like a complete and utter Cancer. I mean that in all of the ways you can. I mean, you know, every sign has their positive and negative, you know, optimal, non-optimal. But a lot of the ways that she goes about it is that like I kind of wind up having to be her mother, her father in a way. What do you know? A Virgo having to take care of someone. But
well, shoot, that's been my friends' experiences too. At least my Virgo buddy, she like takes care of. She's such a mama. Like she takes care of so many.
Yeah, I've
people.
just always been like that. Like, and it's not something that I begrudgingly hold, but sometimes it gets to a point where I'm like, okay, you gotta take control of the situation in some way, because I can only tell you so much. Like, come on, you're 30. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I think I gotta agree with Amara on my viewpoints, where I'm kind of like, you gotta help yourself. Like, like I'll help you out, but you kind of gotta, you gotta bring something to the table.
yeah, and it's difficult because like everybody has different paths than each other. Like, you know, everybody has had different upbringings, different experiences and such, but you know, but it comes to a point.
I wonder how much though does that symbology affect us once we know? Like, what if you go your whole life without knowing? Are you?
Plenty of people do, you know, and it's sad. Like,
right, that is most people.
Yeah,
So what's interesting?
absolutely.
So the reason why I bring that up, right, is I had a friend who unfortunately we're not friends anymore, but he was like a Leo sun, Gemini rising, and Gemini ascendant or something like that. And he had all these like fantastic qualities, but he never knew his like astrology chart, right? And what was very interesting was that he was so unbalanced. And like I like read his chart, and I was like, oh my God, like these are great, like
Yeah.
he could be a master planner, all this like really cool stuff. But he was so unbalanced as a person that it just never manifested. And so it's really interesting, like when you see someone, and I see a lot of kiddos who do that too. Obviously kids aren't going to know their astrology charts, not typically, or whatever. Yeah. And so because that symbology isn't playing a part of their life, I'm kind of seeing that like they're more, I'm not saying that knowing their chart would bring balance, but I wonder if not knowing it would even connect the dots. You know what I mean? Like, does it even really reflect them anymore? It's interesting. Like certain aspects, I think I see certain things where I'm kind of like, oh, that's an Aries response or something like that. But like there's a lot of other stuff that doesn't really match up to their strengths, I would say. Or I don't know. I kind of feel like it has to be, the thing has to be observed in order for it to manifest as what it is. But I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting concept because like I'm very hardcore on like, natal charts. Like I'm so interested in it, and there's a lot of correlations for me that I see, but I wonder like, would I still see that in that person if I didn't know their chart? Or like if they didn't know their chart, would they still be that same?
Egg, stop.
I think that you don't have to know your chart to play it out. Like because it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, like I was saying before, the guy I've been seeing who's absolutely incredible, he has so much fire in his chart, but he's way more chill than I am. But not to deny that there's not fire in his chart. He's a moody little guy. He's moody as fuck. But he's very communicative about it. He doesn't ever fly off the handle, which is a miracle. Egg, oh my God.
What's with the egg?
This is my cat. He's very affectionate.
Oh, that's his name.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were just saying egg. You were
No,
like,
his name's
egg.
He's not right. He knows his name too.
Oh, he's adorable.
Oh yeah. He I can kind of hold him anyway and he's cool with it. Like, hey, don't claw my face. Stop it.
Oh, he loves his mama.
He does. My like I just said in the chat, like my friend Amir told me he's a Jen. Because he does follow me everywhere.
And his name's Amir? Your friend's name's Amir?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Amir knows, he believes in everything we do.
You said that he said your cat's a Jinn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Got yourself a familiar there.
Makes sense. Makes total sense. Look at this guy.
So a familiar is traditionally used as a channel for the practicing witch. A working channel to filter
Doesn't surprise me.
subtle frequencies, subtle data transmissions.
He literally follows me everywhere. When I leave my room, he comes with me. And then like whenever it is that I leave the house, he sits by the window and then my roommates tell me that he just screams. Don't you? See, he's staring at me right now. Yeah, he's a Jinn, definitely. Aren't you? Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Cats do clean your energy.
I wonder if we could use spiders as familiars.
Arachnids? Maybe. That's not real.
Maybe they already are.
Yeah, but not that one. That one was plastic.
Yeah.
But like a real one, yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Plastic 1B. It could be as much as my gemstones, right?
I wonder what frequency plastic resonates at.
But is it dependent
Like if you were
on physical matter though, or is it dependent on something else?
Ooh.
How many people walk around with the cross on their neck? Whether it's plastic or silver or gold or anything else. Are they more concerned about what it's made of? Or is that symbol used as a trigger to activate something that?
But it's more, it's like the intention that they put into it.
I mean, all matter.
Like, okay.
What were you saying?
About the intention that someone puts into it. Like that's what gives it its strength or whatever, or its value. That's a thought. Yeah, like what if you use that plastic spider for every meditation and it became like a divination tool for you or something? You like do a tarot reading and you bless it with the spider, you know?
Maybe use it as a trigger before I read my books so it can help me stay focused. Who knows?
Oh, there you go. True. True, that could be something, yeah.
It's consciousness that gives matter its value, not the other way around. Mainly because matter is not conscious. It only responds to consciousness.
Right. Yeah. I've been really circulating that in my head, especially with the idea of materialization. Like how specific did we get? Like did we choose to be in these bodies or in this, like at some point we did, right? Or because it's consciousness acting out in a way. But if it's solely light that's reflecting on itself, or like, you know, tons of protons and electrons, like when do they become solid? And then when does it dematerialize? Like what necessarily is that point? Is that when we connect with our breath? Does it take us to that moment of being able to change our form, or is it um, another concept of thought? Like, I don't know. I've been really kind of wrestling in my head about the actual formation of matter and then the dematerialization of it.
I like to look at what the ancients say about these things because they had it figured out long before my family was even a thing. Protons, neutrons, electrons, another word for rajas, tamas, and sattva. So matter always was, always was. It's just consciousness that animates it. So I guess the question would be, when you say we chose to reincarnate or chose to be here or chose this life or whatever, what is you? Like, what are we talking about?
We're Well, in my idea so far, it would be that we are the consciousness that's decided to have an experience with this form of matter. Like our protons have decided to, our molecules have decided to vibrate on this plane.
Okay, so protons and molecules, that would be a part of matter as well, right?
Right. So matter hasn't formed itself, but consciousness has formed the matter.
So are we the matter or are we the consciousness?
Are we both? I mean, I would think that we're both, right? Because it's kind of like Shiva and Shakti.
That's what I'm thinking too.
So I see Shiva and Shakti.
Or are we any? Oh.
But I don't see myself.
Hmm?
Yuri asked me earlier what was one of the biggest takeaways I've gotten so far, and I said, I don't see myself in this. I see Shiva. I see Shakti. I see consciousness. I see matter. I don't see myself anywhere.
But you can expound upon these experiences and apply them to your own reality.
What is my reality? What part of this is mine? What is me?
I'm not going to tell you what that is because that's for you to figure out.
It is, but I'm saying that's a question that no one can answer because that is the question.
Yeah. That is something nobody can answer. It's up to you.
Is it up to me? Or is it even a thing?
Yeah, like who is you to be making the decision, sort of deal? Like why, like who am I? Who am I? Who am I?
And who says
who am I?
Who told me I was something to be? Where did I get that from? Is that
That-
even reality?
yeah. Yeah, that's their own reflection. Like you can pick and choose
If I can
what
pick,
this person said to you.
wait, what?
You can pick and choose what this person said to you. But also, like, that's up to you to determine whether or not it applies to you.
Okay, so forgetting other people, just me looking within. Now I'm analyzing. There's matter, there's a body, there's organs, there's flesh. Now there's also memories. There's thought modalities, right? I can come at life with this perspective and this attitude, but all those things are transient because they're based on other things. My
Yeah.
attitude is based on my memories. My memories are based on past experiences, but none of those things really have any value. They can be wiped clean. I can get a concussion and forget everything. It was never there.
Mm-hmm.
So it holds no value unless it's compared to something else. And ultimately, when I die, it's all going to be wiped away, gone forever. So what part of me actually was here? If all my friends died, all my YouTube subscribers passed away and all that shit,
all of us died.
What's left? What did this experience matter? What did this meanness, me going out here to prove myself and be myself? I made a post on Facebook that was pretty much saying everything I do is an attempt to please my five senses. And if it's not that, it's an attempt to fortify my ego sense. What are some things that I could do to live a more meaningful life? And that experiment didn't go as planned because everyone literally thought I was talking about me. But
yeah, I read those posts and I was like, oh man, I don't think they understood what you were trying to
nobody
say.
fucking got it except Krysten, Chango, and Paulina. But everyone else literally thought I was me talking about this and providing me with these examples of what I can do. But the truth is, I posted that so you could read that in your own voice because that is everyone's experience. We literally, everything we do is based on pleasing the five senses or running away from pain.
Oh,
And,
yeah, absolutely. And I've just been reading that, you know?
yeah. So do we even take the time to think about that? Do we look at ourselves and be like, damn, everything I do is to feel good, to smell good, to taste good, to look good, or to fortify my ego sense? What makes me special amongst everyone else? Is there any behavior outside of those things?
Right. Well, that's kind of like what Shango was saying about how the yogis wouldn't bathe themselves. And yet, over here in this society, you must bathe yourself to appease others' senses, so you as to not offend their sensory input. So it's kind of like, okay, so if there's anything outside of that, well, then wouldn't that just go back to consciousness, because matter's the very thing that has consequence, whereas
Yeah.
the space is just still.
When matter is still down, now what happens? When there's nobody else to be involved with, when you're not pleasing or doing anything for anyone, and it's just you there, right? Meditation, for example, and we shut down those five senses and we go within. Now, what are we dealing with? Where are we operating? Like you said, we're gravitating more towards the consciousness aspect. Most people don't operate in that space. Most people operate in that 5 sense space. Sit still for 2 seconds. What do they say? Our attention span is 6 seconds now.
God, yeah.
So what kind of thought process are we having? Right? If I bring up a concept and you're like, oh yeah, I get it. Yeah. No deep thought. Just that 6 seconds of, demiurge, the devil's gonna eat us.
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, and that's part of why I study this NLP stuff, because there are different things that short circuit that process and help to extend that process. The cognitive dissonance is one of those. It causes a pause. That pattern interrupt they talk about, that kind of forces you to sit there and have some thought, because we're so used to pattern. You know what I'm going to say already, right? But what happens when I say something you don't expect? Now you're kind of, short circuit.
Right. So one of the tactics I use in the homes, like for example, when we have to take them to, we call it the Zen room, and it's when the kid is no longer safe to themselves or others, like they're just wilding out, and they right, and like if they're trying to hit at me and all this kind of stuff, I hold the mats up and I say hit the mat or something. If it's a little kid, this works a lot easier with. But what I'll do is I'll interrupt their pattern of behavior. So right now they're super violent and angry, and I'll just like, oh my God, one of my funniest experiences was we had this little 8-year-old boy who was just like uncontrollable. Like he was just very, very, very just violent and angry and all this kind of stuff. He'd be like, fuck you, and like just like hitting at you, all this kind of stuff. And I took them out and just went boop. And he was like, oh, and I was like, boop, ha. and I completely intercepted his pattern of thought with a game. And he ended up being like, oh, stop. And then we turned it into his batting into a type of game with the mats, until eventually he was like telling me like, you're not strong enough, you can't pick me up at the mat. And I was like, oh yeah, I can bend you like little taco. And he was like, oh yeah. So like I made a taco out of the mat, was like swinging him around the room and stuff, and he was laughing. Completely changed because we interrupted that pattern with a completely opposite action to what that behavior was. So like going into matter, right? And like what we are, if this is a pattern of materialization that we're in, then like what would be the break of that pattern, so then to interrupt that behavior?
Hariom Tatsat. Perfect question. Thank you for asking. Does anyone have any idea of what it might be? Or maybe an example of what it might be? 6-second attention span. We seek to distract ourselves. Richard Bandler in the Gold Book says in the first chapter, every person is seeking to go from trance state to trance state to trance state, whether it's watching TV or opening the fridge or scrolling on Instagram. We're constantly seeking to entertain these 5 senses all day, every day, driving in the car.
So it's all just a pursuit of serotonin.
So what can serve to break that? What can serve to pattern interrupt that? You know what is very difficult for us to do without a reason? To sit still.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like the lack of being able to sit there and immediately appreciate what's going on with you. Because like a lot of these people will just like pursue means to an end. Like, oh, I'm gonna get like this serotonin,
Does he really have the little devil horns, or is that from the
No,
filter?
that's from the filter.
Okay. Like that's an interesting book.
Yeah, I can't turn it off, but
No, he looked better with them. I like it. I like the addition of it.
meditation would be a perfect example of a pattern interrupt for self. Sitting there for so long that the mind can't run, the monkey can't grab on any branch, can't swing on any tree. You got to sit there and look at yourself. That's very difficult.
Just going for fruit after fruit.
Which sensory channel can I get some fruit, some action, some stimulation? What happens when you cancel that and force that monkey to sit on its ass?
It's all like I was reading the Bhagavad Gita. It's just you're pursuing this fruit, but you're not appreciating like whether or not you're going to get it or not. Like you're not looking upon you performing the process. You're just working towards like means to an end. But in my opinion, just like once you reach this end, what are you going to do after that?
Got to find out.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that right, Egg?
Thing about this fruit chasing and this branch hopping is that before you even reach the end of that next branch, the new inspiration for the next thing pops up. So we think that, you know, after I get this, I'll be okay. But no, by the time you get it, you now have wanted something else. So now you're chasing that and you're chasing that, and it never ends. Literally an aspect of karma. It keeps birthing itself. It's pregnant.
Yeah.
That's why Prakriti is female, feminine, because it is constantly giving birth. Those gunas are constantly active.
Hmm.
That's why I mentioned earlier the only state to really reach that higher level, it says, is being in that sattvic state, the state of harmony, because you're not giving birth to any new karma and you're not being deteriorated by inertia. But when you're at harmony, now you can start to see the bigger picture. Being still allows you to come out of it. Because think about it, when you're mad, you're pissed off, you're triggered, you're in that moment, you're identifying with your trigger. But when you're able to stop and move out, zoom out, and observe what's going on, you can't be in the trigger anymore because now you're out of it, looking at it. Okay, let me take a breath. Let me slow down, step outside of myself. Okay, I'm mad. I'm angry. This is what has made me upset. Am I really going to be mad about this in 2 weeks, 5 minutes from now? You have a chance to really observe the self as opposed to being wrapped up in it. It's very difficult for most people to do.
Yeah, because we have a monkey mind. We got a mind that just wants to distract us, right? There's like and it's something to be appreciated because it's, you know, we didn't spend thousands of years evolving to, well, we it's something to appreciate because it's part of our physical manifestation at this time.
Thank you.
But I know I'm like, wait a minute. But there's I wonder if that's the part of us that keeps us grounded or coming back.
Hmm. You mean which part?
The monkey mind, the constant distraction, like, you know, in in meditation practices they say, yeah, recognize that, you know, your mind wants to wander, let the thoughts go, but you kind of just let them pass, right? And you just kind of get used to putting them kind of on the back burner, but they're always going to be there and you accept that. You just kind of work through it, right? Like there's like a frequency that you kind of go through. So I wonder,
Are you saying that you observe them but don't identify with them?
yeah. So if you do that, but they're always still there, which means maybe that's what keeps you grounded. That's what brings you back.
Maybe that's a response to matter. Maybe it's matter that's behaving in this way and not you, not consciousness.
Yeah. Like those are the spinning, like those are the molecules. Those are the spinning molecules that are creating all these little waves and stuff like that. And that's what your thoughts are.
Because
or what we call thoughts.
Right, what we call thoughts. What we call thoughts, they're not words bouncing around in your head. There's an energetic process going on, and we translate it into words because that's just how we interpret communication. Just like when you're working with spirits, they're not whispering in your ear. You're receiving that energetic impulse and you're translating it into vocalization. You're not going to crack your head open and hear sounds. That's just how you're translating that energy. So when I say that it's part of matter, everything that composes prakriti or matter is change. But Shiva, Purusha, is consistency, non-change. So these thoughts cannot be consciousness. We don't know what consciousness is. We think that consciousness means whatever's going on in this head of ours. But the ancients have finely detailed all these things.
Yeah. And it kind of brings me to the thought of of the chakras, right? Because the chakras are vortexes for which that matter accumulates. At least I think so. And when they say and so that kind of trips me out when they say balance your chakras, because it's kind of like, well, what's in the chakras? What is what is making this point more peculiar than the rest of me? Shouldn't I be working on creating stillness all over? Or is it that the chakras are just the vortexes for which these molecules kind of huddle the most in? Or is that where simply the light gets reflected?
So it seems that everything in nature is composed of the 5 elements. And it looks like our human bodies also composed of those 5 elements. It's almost as if those chakra points are the command centers for each individual element. So the root chakra, Ladhara, would be the command center for Prithvi, the earth tattva. Swadhisthana would be the command center for water element, Apas. So all the chakras are command centers for the different elements. And if they are not in harmony, we behave in a way that reflects that inharmonious nature. So when we talk about doing these chakra balances and things like that, it's more like we're balancing the root operating system of our physical body, which has an effect on our emotional body and our mental body.
Because those are the control points.
Yeah. If you look and compare the chakras to this Vedic stuff, you'll see that each one of those chakra points, especially the lower 5, are directly linked to one of the elements, and 2 of the sensory modalities. For example, one deals with smell and the organ of smelling. One deals with taste and the organ of tasting. One deals with the sound that we receive and the sound that we put out. So these are all different aspects of this machine that we're operating down here.
So let me ask, so if we're to see time as, or accept that time has no beginning or end, right? Because it's a man-made concept. So everything doesn't have a beginning or an end, and that matter is just constantly changing. Then would you say, oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was just talking to Egg.
Oh.
He's being moody. Look at him.
Oh, he's cute.
Oh, I know. He's very tiny, even though he's 5 or 6 years old now.
Oh, that face.
What are you doing? Anyway.
Okay, so let me try to remember what I was saying. So, okay. So, right, if it has no beginning or no end, and we are just matter that's constantly changing, then would you say that our ancestors are ourselves reincarnating over and over again?
What's up, Amar?
No, I like the thought of that concept.
I do too, because it's kind of like it kind of makes sense as to why we would have things such as axiological behaviors or epigenetics, or things that repeat over and over again through the experiences. Like, what if we were our ancestors and we just keep recycling, going through going through time, changing form.
Does anybody else in this group have any experience like past life regression?
Like on yourself or like just any type of past life readings and stuff like that?
With yourself?
Yeah. I mean, I just recently I've had like on my past shroom trip, that was like my intention was to
what trip did you have?
Like on this week, what day is today? Thursday. On like Saturday, I took shrooms, and my intention was to like tap into a past life.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that happened. So
cool.
Yeah, I've had a couple of experiences as well, for sure.
I had a really positive one recently. Like I would say like maybe a month ago with my roommate, who is my roommate that I really connect with the most out of my other ones. And I've had something that's been troubling me for a while that's still kind of troubling me, but it's all completely in my mind. Like completely. And I know that's what's going on. It's just like a situation I'm in that I'm not used to being in. And when I was in mushrooms, it kind of like helped me be more at peace with what was going on. And I usually haven't had very many positive experiences with mushrooms. I'm kind of more of an acid guy because acid just kind of makes me laugh at absolutely everything. Like everything's fucking hilarious to me when I'm on acid, like everything. Like the first time that I ever did it, I was eating peanut M&Ms and like I got this peanut M&M that was like undercoated
peanut M&M.
Yeah, and it was hilarious to me. It was like the fucking funniest thing on the face of the earth. And then like, let's see, on January 2nd, I actually took a shit ton of ketamine. And normally I don't take that much, but like when I first started taking it, I was having a feeling that I wanted to expound upon, that I was like, okay, why am I feeling this way? What are the reasons behind it? Why am I being so emotional behind this feeling that I wasn't expecting to have? And so I was just like, whatever, I'm going to shove more of this fucking white powder into me. See how it goes. And it actually helped me like come to terms a whole lot with like this feeling it was that I was having. And I had a lot of it, and I was just like continuously doing it for 3 hours because like I was just like, okay, there's quite a few people who like use ketamine for like depression treatments, etc. And I was just like, you know, whatever, I'm gonna fucking do it. I don't give a shit. It's fine. I'll be fine. So I listened to the same song by Catherine Wheel for 3 hours. I shit you not. 3 hours. I was just on Spotify, just having it repeat. And I was just lying in my bed sobbing. Then I was just like, oh, that's why I've been lying around the last week and listening to Alex G every night and crying. I feel better now. And it actually did help me a whole lot. Hey, shit works sometimes, man. I'm not against it. Totally not against it. It all depends upon like how you handle it. My Virgo ass was at the point where I was, yeah, I'm super high, but also I could give a PowerPoint presentation as to why I feel the way it is that I do. So
Virgos make a lot of PowerPoint presentations.
hell yeah. Love doing it. I love doing it. Anybody wants me to clean their bathroom? Love it.
I need some help with that. but I don't think you'll get here in time before the feng shui changes. Maybe I could
Shit.
bring my room to you.
Okay, isn't that when we're all gonna get superpowers?
Yeah, that's in about a week, 5 days from now, I think.
What?
Yeah, this is when the white women have a chance. Because before it was you may not bring your white wife.
You may not bring your white wife.
Not bring your white wife.
You may not bring your white wife. If you're bringing a non-African,
No. That was the December 21st. Umar Johnson was on the committee. No. They voted him off the committee for this one, so y'all get a chance this time.
I don't know what's going on at this point.
Donations.
We went from
Donations.
Donate.
Donations.
oh fuck, man.
That video. Oh man, that was funny.
Dude, can I use like my Mediterranean points for this? Nah.
No.
Nah. Nah, I fucking can't. I can't, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh,
All right,
Schitt's Creek,
so
dog. It's all right.
for real though. I know about all the Vedic fuckery that's gonna go on soon. What do I do? How do I harness? Help.
Yeah. I foresee a lot of people jumping on the Vedic bandwagon this year, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But just know where it came from. That's all I'm saying.
I am actually excited about this being the age of Aquarius because there is there is a there is like a bunch of I don't know if this has anything to do with it or not, but there was a very interesting point being made where they were like, this is a time for air. So we spent so much time kind of fucking up our material world that now this is going to be within these next 30 years, you're going to see massive changes of religious structures having different having more intellectual conversations, really focusing on building the intellect more than the destroying the earth realm. But I don't know, maybe that's a blind hope. But I kind of see it happening. I mean, I don't think these conversations were happening that well, I don't know. They were more underground. I felt like maybe 13, 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm. So
people had to go through that law of attraction shit to get.
Ooh, law of attraction is extremely real. It's activated for me in the most mundane ways.
I agree, but I think that was one of the big sparks that happened to people, where they were like, "Oh, my thoughts create my reality."
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The ways that this is manifested for me. God, I sound like the white lady that I used to clean houses for, who had an tattoo in the back of her neck, yet was the least chill person I've ever been around. Anyway.
Hey.
Manifest.
Man. That bitch is fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
Hate to say it. Oh, what's up?
Check your Instagram for a gift.
Love presents.
Allura, the world will not be saved. It's going to continue to be trapped in its cycles of ignorance, just because that's the nature of humanity. However, a very, very infinitesimally small pocket of us are receiving the benefit of this knowledge that's been passed down from generation to generation. And as for us, to continue to pass it down until the age of Aquarius actually happens in about 432 years.
Oh,
I don't
But
think I'm going to be alive at that point.
And that's okay.
oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll still be around.
I mean, maybe if that's what you want.
I don't know. I've been debating on it. I was thinking
Red
maybe like
Lobster.
200 years.
Gifts, donations, more gifts.
Damn.
You have Instagram, Alora?
I do not.
Well, you don't get to partake in these gifts.
Boo.
Sorry.
Boo.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. So, like, when I originally joined this chat, it labeled it as Saturn Return. Y'all done with that topic?
Wait. Oh, did you weren't here for that part?
No.
It
Did you go to the
happens
website?
every 7 years, and that correlates.
True. I already went through my last one, apparently. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's so horrible. It's so bad. Guess what? Life is hard. When I experienced mine, that was a few years ago. But you know, everybody's situation is different.
What sign is your Saturn in?
You know, it's in Capricorn. I have a stellium with that Uranus and Neptune, which is really great, and it does not affect my life at all. Just kidding. It actually makes my life fucking hard and miserable. And it's
hanging out right now though.
It's in my house of health and work, which is like, isn't that like 6th or 7th?
6th house.
Yeah, it actually applies to me a lot, and it's horrible.
Are you talking about your Western astrology, like your Cancer rising?
Yeah. It's my Western.
Okay, so then
whenever it is that I have a job in which I work underneath someone, it makes me feral. Like, I can't stand it.
Feral, like a wild beast.
Oh yeah, I can't stand that shit. Somebody tries to tell me what to do. Mm-mm.
Uh-oh.
Not about that. I don't like being told what to do, and I don't like to tell people what to do.
I don't know what's happening to Travis's screen right now.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god, he's fucking zerging out right now.
I know. I'm like
He's
listening to
unlocking.
you, and he's just like,
Cities, man.
oh.
Somebody in the chat said Saturn Capricorn means the crumble of the Western Empire. Yeah, I'm crumbling, bro.
The Western Empire might be spiritually ignorant, but they're very logically sturdy. So I don't see it crumbling anytime soon. Maybe in another 432 years. But
God damn it. I don't think I'll be alive then. That sucks.
There's a lot of shit to crumble. Well, while we may not emotionally feel good about the Western Empire, we got to give credit where it's due. They did a great job with building it.
Yeah, there was some Taco Bells in the 80s that looked cool. they had some good seating. Some bowling alleys had pretty cool carpets.
Okay.
Yeah. Hall and Oates.
I appreciate the creation of grape nuts.
Grape nuts. What the hell's a grape nut?
One of the best cereal ever.
The cereal?
Is it what? Are you being serious or are you kidding?
Name like that?
I'm serious. Grape nuts. Oh
Get
my
you a bowl
god,
of
they're
grape nut.
delicious.
There's a bunch
Grape
of good
nuts.
industrial bands. I don't know.
What kind of animal logo do they have for grape nuts?
It's just a bowl of grape nuts.
You don't even have a logo, so you got to
No.
take it as it is. Get you some grape.
Yeah, it's just grape nuts. It's amazing. It's in like a regular old cardboard box. So good.
And they,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to see for myself because that sounds very strange. That doesn't sound appealing at all.
Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember Pepsi Blue?
No, but I do remember the Shack soda. Do you remember Shack's cream soda?
I don't know. Okay, when did that come out?
That came out in like 2012, 2011 maybe.
Damn, I would have remembered that. What the fuck?
Yeah, he had like blueberry cream. He had like all different types of cream sodas.
Oh, wait a minute. I think that sounds familiar actually.
Yeah. It's like the Shack's cream soda.
Shack's cream soda. From grape nuts to Shack's cream soda. What is next? What is next?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, dry ice.
Oh my. Y'all got the people in the chat thinking we saying great nuts.
Great nuts. I don't have great nuts, but if I did, they'd be great. Pristine.
Pristine. It just hits different.
Oh, absolutely.
Man, so the age of Aquarius isn't going to happen for another 400 some years.
Hey, you got to talk to Krysten about that. She's the manager of the astrology stuff.
Damn,
I
man.
have such a difficulty with Aquariuses. Okay, here's the thing. I always like them more than they like me.
Alex is like, I can wait on that.
Like, I think that they're the coolest.
Yeah.
And then they're like, yeah, you're great. We get along great. And then they're just so aloof.
That's because they're rebellious.
I know.
So they, yeah.
Why,
so they have
why won't they be true to me? They're so cool. It's like, yo.
You gotta learn how to navigate Aquariuses. They're a lot like Gemini. It's all about appealing.
They are.
Nation.
They
love what ifs.
No
I think
wonder
they
I like
do
Scorpios so much.
Say that again?
I said, no wonder that I like Scorpios so much because they're there. I'll look outside my bedroom window.
Oh my.
They're there.
I wonder.
It's great. Love it.
Do you have one out there now?
Mm.
Is that why you keep saying that? Is this a cry for help? Do we need to call somebody?
Oh no. I love it.
My window.
I'm hoping that there's one outside of all my windows, then I will feel protected.
Okay.
She's sending out
Scorpios are very
buzzwords.
underrated. Love them. If you're a Scorpio out there and you're watching this, you're great. Just do what you do. I appreciate it because I'm insane. So Hoping that there's some Scorpios in the chat that
No, just
feel
one,
me.
just inside one in this conversation we have currently, but he's being very quiet, taking notes of you talking bad about him.
Oh no, I'm talking positively. I love it that they're sitting outside my window staring in. I feel protected. Because I'm an insane person.
Wonderful.
Love it. Love it.
Can we get a close up of that chalice, please?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Oh, this boy's being knighted. This little squire is getting knighted.
Fabulous.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh, what's going on right there?
A mess. There's a horse in there, which means it's a mess.
Hey, what's going on top of the horse?
Or I think he's stabbing a girl.
No. Ooh, yeah. It kind of okay. So he's holding a girl, but also I don't know where the fuck it is that his sword is going.
To her
That's kind of
yoni.
sus. That's kind of sus.
It
is a pimp cup.
What is she into?
Some shit I don't identify with, bro. All right, these are some bros just okay, this guy looks like he's holding the other guy. They look like some Dark Souls ass bros. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on there.
This is the kind of
I think like one guy is like reaching for the other guy's sword, and personally, if I was a guy who's gonna get sword grabbed at, I would not be about that. Fuck that.
Especially if you have a giant ass sword, like what the fuck?
I do. I literally do. That's just not my username for nothing. Okay, here's a little twink ass squire getting knighted. They need honor, and yeah. Here I'm back to the girl doing her thing, I guess.
We got a lot of Aslacia activity going on.
Mm-hmm.
Gracious.
Anyway, yeah. Anyone who's a Scorpio in the chat, I appreciate you. You're great. I hate how they're hated against. So underrated. Anybody who can't handle them are a coward. They're a coward. Let's be real.
Look at the chat, giant ass sword. Be amazed.
All right, I see Pimp Cup. I see Scorpio Rising. Somebody says Cancer Snoop's blood.
Oh.
I mean, I told you. I got this shit.
Well, this person just joined the chat. I don't think they heard that.
Well, I have Snoop wine, but it's gone now.
Snoop Doggy.
Snoop wine. Cancers give the best advice.
It's not all they give the best of.
Oh.
Hey,
What
Mike.
does that mean?
You know. Mike.
I don't know what that means.
Hey, happy Hari Taki Rumba, everybody. Happy.
Rumba. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta take that shit.
It's the divine day. What's going on? How's everybody doing?
About to get the Roomba on.
I don't know. My right hand smells like pretzels for some reason. I don't know why.
What the hell?
That's what's up. Dude, I don't know why I don't know why it smells like pretzels, man. Dude, I don't know.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Hariom Tatsat to that.
Hariom Tatsat.
Oh.
Hariom Tatsat.
That's how life is sometimes. Sometimes your hand smells like pretzels. Amar, what's your Western?
My like, which placements? I mean, so I have basically I have a Cancer rising, and then my Sun, Moon, and Jupiter and Sagittarius, and then all my other signs are Capricorn.
Nice.
Except for my Saturn in Pisces, but all the other ones are Capricorn.
Those are all very conflicting.
Yeah.
That's chill.
Well, even in the Vedic astrology, like my Gemini rising, and then
I'm a Gemini rising in Vedic too.
a Gemini?
I'm a Gemini rising in Vedic.
Oh, hell yeah. Gemini risings are lit. Yeah.
I'm good at talking to people.
Yeah. I feel like it's like there's like I've noticed I have like two sides to my Gemini, and I could like, I mean, obviously, but like it's like one moment like I can just like switch it on. It's
word.
I don't really know how to explain it, but it'll just be like a tag team, basically. Like that's how I think about it. Like if it's like a boxing ring and you get like a tag team, you just like switch.
I kind of like have this weird thought of Geminis being like a more direct version of Libras in a way.
Maybe Libras are a more diffused version of a Gemini.
Diffuse in like what way?
Just in opposition.
Like not as in like maybe not as intense.
That's Gemini- so weird. That's so weird because like I have a shit ton of Libra in my Western chart, but I'm annoying and direct and intense. And if somebody's bothering me, I am. Oh, they know. They fucking know. But like the way it is that I talk to people, if I actually like them, which I do like most people, then I don't want to talk to them like I'm insulting them, but I will be very direct. But if they piss me off, dude, I got fucking Virgo and Mars. They're gone. They're
Wait, so
gone.
how many Virgo placements do you have in like your Vedic?
A lot. A lot. I'll just like go to friends' houses and be like, oh, you got dust here. I'll clean that for you. And then they're like, no. And I'm like, hey, it's fine. I'll clean it. I'm not judging you. I just like to clean stuff. Like, God knows how many times I've stepped in someone's car and they're like, oh, God, I'm so sorry. My car is so dirty. And I'm just like, you just have like a couple McDonald's boxes. It's chill, man. I'll help. It's fine. I don't really care, but since you're so concerned, I'll totally help. It's chill.
Yeah, I have in my Vedic, my like the degrees come out like it's in my 7th house, but the degrees come out to the 6th house. So like I found that like both of the descriptions like play out in my life. Cause like 6th house, like my job, I work with like kids that have like autism, ADHD, like bipolar and all that. So that like goes with the whole like 6th house Virgo, like serving underprivileged population.
Dude, yeah, I used to work in a group home.
Yeah, wow.
And it was actually one of my favorite jobs that I've had. I got a scar from it, but I almost had my left eye taken out. Happens.
Amar, do you find yourself to be very disciplined in like certain arts or like passions that you have, like very disciplined?
Yeah. Basically like this shit, I'm pretty like when it comes to like metaphysics or like occult, whatever, like I'm pretty on top of my shit about that.
Yeah, I think that might be the Capricorn and Pisces mix, because I got I train capoeira, and I
Oh,
got a
cool. Dude,
yeah.
I used to take oh my God. I'm very tired right now. What is a Malaysian Indonesian martial art?
Muay Thai?
No. It's very like central, like ground based.
Jiu-jitsu?
Silat. I used to take Silat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that.
It affected me a lot because everything is very ground based, or oh, I know where to strike you upon your spine.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. I know how to, someone punches me and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna grab this, and then I'm gonna chop your spine. I'm sorry.
That's great. Good skill to have.
Hey, it's geared towards people who are short, and I'm like 5 feet tall, but
so those 4'9" people or below, watch out. I dig it. Yeah, well, okay, so I go to Brazil to visit this dude who's a really, really, really like good capoeirista, and he's like insane with it, and he's a very big asshole, like huge asshole, but he's like amazing at this, and he's super disciplined, and he's Capricorn. And so and
Yeah,
I
like
think
a
it's
Mars and Cap.
I think it's like that need for the order, like that order and creating a structure
And just
to
like
be able to follow
control
through.
too. Like for my Western, my Mars is in Capricorn. And like to me,
interesting.
Like my day off, like to other people, I'm doing work, but to me, is my day off. But
dude,
like
I wish that I had that.
But it's, I don't know, it gets like because to me it's like I'm just chilling, but I'm listening to like lectures, but that's just me not doing anything.
Dude, yeah, like that. I definitely identify with that a lot, like being a Virgo and such, yeah.
It's pretty interesting because like oh shoot, what was I gonna say? The order. Oh yeah, and like I don't know if you have this correlation too. I don't know if this is Capricorn thing or not, but like, so when this guy was in his school or whatever, he got like super pissed at his teacher, and he was just kind of like uncontrollable. Like he was just like, fuck this, and like burn the bridges. And then he started his own shit, but he became very successful at it. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe there's like a certain sense of rebel to authority, or to like having someone over you, that might also be the factor like that comes with that control with Capricorn, like you can't really, like they're meant to be the manager, not the managed.
It's like I am the authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that like when I was like more in like I guess like unbalanced. I felt that like, yeah, it's like I am the authority on this shit. So it's like I don't know how to go to anyone else. But
yeah, like I personally am like, I will get along with figures like that just as long as like we're able to like collaborate equally, because like I'm kind of the person that's like, oh yeah, whatever suggestion is that you make, like I can expound upon that but just as long as like you're open to my ideas, then like we'll get along. You know, like I'm not completely against like whatever ideas is that somebody has.
Yeah.
Because like I like people who are able to like take charge of things and like know what they want, just as long as they're not complete control freaks about it. Then that's when I get fucking mad. I get so pissed off. Like somebody telling me what to do in an aggressive way, I'm going to fight them.
Oh yeah, I got a
Like,
coworker.
I'm not about that shit. Just as long as like we're on the same level, then I'm like, great, this is wonderful.
That could be the Virgo Cancer combination for you too, because like I have a coworker who's a Cancer rising, and she's a Sagittarius sun, or moon, or something like that. But anyway, we have this other coworker who speaks condescendingly and to people, and
can't
like it's
stand
just her
that.
way of communicating. Yeah, so like I'm the only one at
Ugh.
work that can like handle this coworker, because you know, I can be like, okay, well, why do you feel like that or whatever? All right, well, we'll meet on a middle ground or something. But like my Cancer rising coworker, she'll just be like, okay, I am leaving. Like she
Oh
has to
yeah.
like exit from the situation. She can't do it. She's like, and she gets like a little like attitude, and then she has to
Oh
walk
yeah,
away.
yeah, totally. And it's like it's personally taken me a long time to know how to deal with people who have an attitude, because I used to not be able to deal with it at all. Like I used to just let people just like step all over me. And like the guy that I'm seeing right now, he has no ill intentions at all. Like I know this about him for sure. But like he's a Cancer rising and everything else is fucking fire. And so like he'll come off as like really snippy kind of by accident. And I'll just be like, dude, don't be mad about this. Ha ha ha. Then he's like, no, I'm not mad. Then I'm like, bro, you sound mad. He's like, oh, I'm not. And he actually is not. He just like kind of has a tone. And I'm
Mhm.
just like, I'm gonna call you out on that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
my coworker. It's so funny too, because she's the yoga instructor and one of the therapists. So like it's really funny how all that correlates into like she
Yeah.
can handle all these other stresses, but if a coworker gives her like, you know, speaks to her condescendingly in that way, or in that tone, that would essentially make her feel like she's devalued in a sense, like it's done.
Mhm. Also, like the guy that I'm seeing like is like a Greek immigrant, and like I don't really know that much about like the cultural like disconnect like personality wise, like with Greek people and like with like, you know, people who are from the USA. Cause
They're
like
really loud.
he's oh yeah, he's very loud, but I love that because I'm loud and annoying and obnoxious. And so like we get along very well. Like a couple of weeks ago, he stepped into like my house, and like my roommate was eating a bunch of cooked lamb on a plate in the dark. And like this guy, his name's Cosmos, he stepped in the door and he just went, man, it smells like thick meat in here. He just yelled it.
Thick meat smells like thick meat.
Yeah, he was just like, it smells like thick meat in here. And yeah, he just like screamed that. And I was like, you're cool. You're cool. I appreciate that. But yeah, also like I live in Minnesota, and like a lot of people are like super passive here. And like I'm from Michigan, which is like kind of essentially like the East Coast and Midwest.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh
we're
yeah, we
all
talked about you brought that up the first time that I met you on the live, and I was like, I was born in Michigan too. Yeah. And I
oh
was
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
but I did, but yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. So yeah, just like I'm just used to more like super direct people and stuff, and like yeah, he's like extremely direct and like blunt about stuff, which is great for me. But yeah, it's for me, it's also just like kind of how somebody like words something, because like I'm really direct too, but it just like I kind of know like how to not really offend someone, because most of the time, unless they really fuck up, then I'm a Virgo Mars. I'm gonna rip them to shit. They're gonna be dead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the meanest shit. Like, but that's only if I'm super pissed off. Doesn't happen that often. But yeah. I'm kind of a person like, ugh, sounds like I'm jerking myself off again, but getting my bad side kind of sucks. Because I will PowerPoint presentation rip someone apart.
That's how my friend is too. Oh, he's terrible.
Oh no.
No, I mean he's great, but like he'll make you like think about your entire life and all of your life's decisions.
What you described with the martial arts, I feel like with the like Gemini rising in Vedic and the Cancer rising in Western, it's like I could do that with people with words, basically. Like when someone's talking, I'll know, like knowing them, I'll know exactly what buttons to push to get a response, that if I wanted that response.
So that teacher, one of his reputation is to be an asshole, because that's what he'll do. Like he will manipulate, like, and he would be like an asshole. Like he would like manipulate people or like just fuck with them because he wants to get them pissed off. Like that's what he likes, is getting the reaction from people when they piss him off. Like he likes to like poke the bear. Like he really likes to do that. And like just the way how he'll spar with people, he'll like be so fucking shitty, but like he's really good, so no one can talk shit about him, you know, like he's really good.
Yeah,
but
just like I don't know,
such
like,
an asshole.
yeah, like personally for me, I just like those are the kinds of people that like I wind up butting heads with so badly. You know, because just like, yeah, just because you're good at something doesn't mean that I'm gonna take how it is that you talk. You know, because like you can be an authoritative figure and know what you're talking about, but also like you can control and like have some kind of fucking semblance about how you talk to people. You know, because like if somebody like talks to other people in a condescending way, like they're going to be egotistical, aka they're very insecure about themselves in like a way that I just can't fuck with.
Like,
and like they're just going to step all over everyone. And
for me, go ahead.
Yeah, those are the kinds of people that like I honestly like hate. Like it's just like, dude, chill out. Chill out, buy a bead curtain, drink some almond milk, calm down. Like, dude, it's fine. It's fine. Like, we all have issues, but man,
my my Mars is in Libra, and so it's really interesting because with people who are outwardly trying to manipulate me or something, I just become disinterested. And then they get really upset because I'm not giving them attention. I'll just be like, well, you're kind of just mean, so I'm just gonna go over here now. And and that works out, but I definitely don't like develop long-lasting relationships with those people. Like my friend who's a Sagittarius, I don't know what his Mars is in, but like he was able to spend like 6 years learning from this guy simply because he was able to see past all of the shit and be able to acquire the art form that he was learning. Like he was able to like just be like, okay, well, that's
Sagittarius. Because I said maybe it was in Sagittarius, because that's some shit I would like if I'm like studying under somebody, like if I'm there for like to study with them, like I don't care what they do like personally, because I'm
Yeah.
there for whatever like I'm there for.
Right.
I
yeah.
get along with most Sagittarius. Like over the last 2 years, for some reason, a bunch of fire signs have like just flooded into my life, and they're fucking great. I especially like Sagittarius.
Yeah, I do too. I love it because Sages are they're so thorough, and I'm the type of person that really likes that. So like even though like like for example, I had a coworker who was she was so funny. She so she would like we would have like a group meeting, right? Scheduled for this day. And she'd be like, okay, it's on the calendar. And then she'd send like a reminder email. And then she would send like a fax and be like, just let you know it's coming up on this date at this time. Okay. We'd be like, all right, we get it, you know, and like, but she was just so thorough with like,
And then
okay, we're all
people
gonna
still
be there,
forget.
right?
People still forget. Oh, I didn't get the notification.
Well, so one time we had a guy who was an Aries and he didn't like her at all. And so he like would not invite her to the meetings that she knew about. Cause she'd be like, I sent him an email and a fax and reminders. And he still would have it without me. Like she was able to pinpoint where he would try to sabotage her because she was so thorough with her like note taking and all of that. It was just like such a hoot to see. But yeah, and I really enjoy that. I enjoy that bits because it kind of keeps people honest, you know, and it keeps you honest and checking yourself. But it takes certainly a certain type of personality. And it makes sense that, like, okay, so Travis, now I have a question for you. As a Gemini, do you find that if you enter into a room full of people, that you're able to easily feel out how to approach people?
I feel that personally as, you know, a Virgo, you know, Mercury is looking upon me.
Ah,
You know, I got Thoth looking over me.
that's nice.
Most definitely. I think
Because, like, yeah, just because, like, you know how to talk to various groups of people doesn't mean like you're like manipulative. It just like you're able to like read someone and be like, okay, this is how this person wants to communicate, and I want to personally for me, I'm just like, oh, I want to make this person feel comfortable. But yeah, I don't know, Travis, like, do you feel that way? I don't know.
it's kind of hard to decide whether to blame it on the astrology or something else, but on more than one occasion, I've been accused of being a chameleon. And when I pay attention to myself, I mostly uh, analyze who I'm speaking with first and then adapt my communication style to that person.
That's
That's
exactly the answer that my old roommate gave me, and he was a Gemini. And he told me that that's exactly how he functioned in group settings.
Dude, yeah, and that's like usually how
I'm
I
blaming
am
it on the
too.
astrology.
Yeah, because like in Western, I'm a Libra dominant, but I'm like, I'm really direct and I'm intense. I just want to make sure everyone's good. Unless they suck, then mm-mm.
this is a large part of why I study the NLP because knowledge is power. The more that you understand about human nature, the better you can communicate. Most people aren't very good communicators, and that's
No,
because
they're not.
most of us are coming from from a me, I'm special, I'm important, I've got to get out what I have to say, and we don't listen. So I find that if I learn about people and I listen more than I speak, then I can craft what I say to be precise. That way I don't have to waste words. I hate wasting words. I think that's
Oh, yeah.
I think I used to waste words easily because I wanted to make a comfortable setting, and innately I would almost try to compare myself to others, like try and measure up, like, oh, I feel like I need to measure up to this person wherever they are, so then we can meet on that same level. But when I stopped comparing myself to others, my communication became more clear, because I
Move.
didn't have so much to say.
It's so hard to not do that. I like struggle with that a little bit. Just like everybody has like had their own life path. Certain people's like have like had certain privileges over other people. Like, you know, it's like it's like unfair to yourself to compare yourself with other people, you know, because like they'll be strong in like certain ways, but also like you'll be more adept in certain ways that they aren't.
Yeah, well, and my viewpoint with that for a long time, and it still is in the back of my mind, but it's that I'm such a team player. Like I want us to work together. I want that. Like I want
Mm-hmm.
that more than anything when I
Yeah.
communicate with someone. And so it was a hard lesson for me to learn to kind of just sit back and let it unwind as it would be. That I didn't have to force cooperation. Like it would just be. Or it would not be. Yeah.
It can be really hard to not compare yourself to other people.
That's true. Well, yeah. Or really compare yourself to yourself in a way.
Yeah, like having like your own standards that you feel like you're behind on, because I definitely struggle with that.
Yeah, like one of the things I thought of was I've been thinking of a lot is like what would happen if we had no mirrors? Like none. Like what if that wasn't a part of our society? So we didn't know what our faces look like.
Oh shit. I used to have mirrors in every angle of my room. What I found recently, since I started getting a lot more serious with the spirituality, I drastically reduced the number of mirrors. I mean, there's still one on north, south, east, and west, but that's for other reasons. But I found that when I stopped looking at myself so much, that did help to change things subconsciously. The vanity started to reduce, which is good. But yeah, you're right. With these mirrors, I mean, how many you put a mirror there? How many of us stop for even for a split second? You know, just to check. Like,
Right. Or even like in our communication, like, I know as a female, one of the big things that went around, probably for males too, right? Feminine energy is that, those stupid duck lips were a thing, So like when people would talk, they'd be like, girls would be like, or like smile or do like,
Yeah, they just be like
stupid shit, right? To make their face
like
look this
what?
way when they would talk and smile and be like, oh, it's
oh,
natural,
you mean
kind of thing. Like, what if that never happened? What if we were society completely built off of no mirrors? Like what would our
Exactly.
conversations be like? What would our mentalities be like? Would our communication patterns be different? Would we have the same enneagrams?
I think that we would find another way to distract ourselves. That's the thing. We're plagued with so many distractions. Taking away just one won't change much because we're gonna jump to
Yeah,
another.
I was just thinking like shit. I just go to the fucking lake or go to a pond, look at my reflection there.
Right?
Oh,
I was
good.
thinking
Yeah.
I was
It's
thinking that
funny.
too, right?
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, a couple of weeks ago, whoever it was that was like I was telling my Vedic chart too, and she was saying that like the certain aspect is I have about myself, like I'm like usually like drawn to bodies of water, like I'm always around water and stuff.
Hmm.
And it's absolutely true. Like when I was like, I grew up in Michigan. I like used to like to swim a lot when I was little. I live in Minnesota now. There's lakes everywhere, and like I know that wherever it is that I want to wind up at, I want to be surrounded by water, and that was in my fucking chart, bro. True.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to think about that.
Water's a life force, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. I have a Weird Al tattoo on my leg. Whoever said that in the chat.
Weird Al came to Tucson, the city I'm at, and he like gave the cafe I was working at a shout out. He was like, "Yeah, shot in the dark. Woo!" I was
Dude.
like, "Yeah." That was the
Yeah.
cafe that had the whale sounds.
Yeah, man, like one of the first CDs it was ever had was like I had Running with Scissors. And
oh, that was a great
yeah,
movie.
I love Weird Al. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and like music is like my thing, but it's just like, man, if you don't like Weird Al, no matter how pretentious, no matter how much free jazz it is and like noise that you listen to, if you don't like Weird Al, don't talk to me. Don't. That means you have no sense of humor. That means you're a miserable person. You take yourself too seriously. I don't have anything to do with it. Bye.
That's great. I was thinking about do you guys remember that guy where he's like, I was gonna go to court and then I got high. I was gonna do this, and then I got high.
Yeah. Fuck.
Afro
Man?
Yeah. Was that his name?
I think that's Afro Man, but I'm gonna say I'm 90% sure.
Okay.
You know what's really plaguing me right now? So I had this box of blueberry frosted mini wheats, and I was ready to eat. Then I cracked open the milk, the almond milk, to make the cake. And then I bought frosted honey bunches of oats because it looks healthy, but also indulgent because it's frosted. But I opened the frosted mini wheats first, but I really wanted to taste the honey bunches of oats. So every time I go for cereal, I'm like, I want to try the other one, but I already opened the other one first. I can't open 2 boxes of cereal. And it's literally a battle that I have every time I go to get cereal.
Oh, shit.
You know what I'm going to do?
Open both the boxes.
Open both of them, just like you did with initiation to hermetics and fucking mystical Kabbalah. Just say fuck it. Just do them both, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I don't, it's literally going to chew me up until I finish the frosted mini wheats. How silly. But how
Dude, that's one of the best cereals.
I don't know, man. I love grape nuts.
Wait, that's a real thing? I thought you were kidding.
No, dude, it's a real thing. And it's like
No,
my
dude.
favorite cereal ever.
Fuck. When I was in high school, I was obsessed with those.
Yeah, they're so good.
I just like Chex now.
Grape nuts. We're going to need a
Grape nuts.
I'm Googling this right now. Why?
That's
this
my
looks
shit.
like oats.
Yeah, they're crunchy. They're really good. I don't know what to tell you, man. I just love them.
Does it taste like? Do it have like a grape flavor at all?
No, no grape flavor.
No, they're just called grape nuts for some reason, which is completely misleading.
Yeah, because they're not.
And it doesn't.
No, like
grapes or nuts.
No, they don't taste like either of those things. They're just like these bran squares with a hole in them.
This is getting worse and worse the more you guys talk.
Okay.
I thought it was
They're
clusters
really
of
little.
granola or something. Brand
They're
squares.
Just gotta look up
dude,
on the top on the
you need the
cereal
brand.
boxes. Have the
They're
picture.
so dry the milk don't even moisten them up.
That's not true. That's
not true.
That's not true.
They're
Brand
so
squares.
good.
Accept the brand, Travis. Accept the brand.
I mean, you're gonna have to have some kind of sweetening up or something. Brand squares.
Okay, they're a little bit sweet.
Yeah.
That's where the grape part comes in, huh?
The grape nuts.
You're not wrong.
Might have sold me on the grape part, but the nuts and the brand, that's a huge turnoff.
Okay, all right. I have something to say here about junk food-esque things. All right, so the Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah.
Hear me out. The Kool-Aid Man is fucked up. All right, so he will bust through people's walls nude and serve them gallons of his own blood happily.
Oh yeah.
He's fucking stoked on it. Like I saw this very recent ad with him in which like he was like at a spa and he was wearing a robe and like there was someone polishing him and then some poor child was drinking something and then like they reached the bottom of the glass and there was just the sound it is where like you're sucking the bottom of a glass and there's just ice in there. And then he just had like this Batman-esque sense where he was like, oh no, not on my watch. He just ripped his fucking like robe off, aka he was nude then, and he busted through this child's wall, which is hundreds of dollars in damage. And then he just made this child drink a gallon of his blood. That bro's fucked up, man.
Assuming that it's his blood.
It's his blood.
I don't know if that's much worse than the M&Ms.
Ooh. Dude, so many people want to fuck the green M&M. It's unreal.
That's so gross. Like some weird, what do they call that? Necromancer? No, what do they call that?
No.
Someone who like fucks dead people.
No, because like she's
And
not
then eats
dead.
them.
She's a fictional character. Like I can't even say that she's a furry. Cause like people that want to fuck the green M&M, I don't have anything against furries at all. Like
Didn't the green
It's
M&M
chill.
used to be male before?
no, she's always been a lady.
Might want to look that up.
Furries are chill. People want to fuck the green M&M.
It started with the yellow and the red.
Yeah, it did. And now look at what society's progressed into.
All because of those damn M&Ms.
Damn M&Ms.
Mm-hmm.
Bastards.
I don't know, but like, if you're still an adult and you like want to fuck the green M&M, I think that's very weird, but we're all really, really little. Like, I feel like everybody had a bizarre like cartoon crush,
I used to have the biggest crush on Sailor Mars.
Dude.
Sailor Mars?
I used to carry around this little cardboard cutout. You know what? That's where I first learned how to astral project, because when I was really little, I'd go under my bed where no one could find me, and I would astral project to Tokyo and have a date with her almost like every night. It was legit and serious too. Like it, yeah.
No,
Dude,
it's bad.
dude, someone
It's
in the
bad.
chat said green M&M is a baddie. That's fuck. When I was little, I had a crush on Sailor Jupiter, because like she was tall and like she would just beat men's asses, but she like baked cakes and shit.
That's a keeper.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Mhm.
I don't know who any of these sailors are.
I was obsessed with Sailor Moon, so I could go on about it. But
Oh, it's Sailor Moon. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I necessarily had a cartoon crush.
dude, one of my first cartoon crushes was on Johnny Quest.
Nice.
But I'm not about white blonde boys anymore. They're always trouble.
True.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Not the green M&M that used to be male. It's the brown M&M that used to be male.
Okay.
Wait, the brown M&M was a lady.
Now,
I think you're getting your wires crossed.
Well, technically, they could always be both,
easy to
or
use.
neither, really.
Somebody in the chat said their first cartoon crush was Space Ghost, which is pretty funny. But I kind of understand that he had a good personality about him. Very good personality. But yeah, I totally like Johnny Quest. And then like when I hit high school, that's when I discovered Keanu Reeves, who is my constant. He's my number one. Like he's it.
So, did you ever see him in that movie where he plays Siddhartha?
Plays what?
He's in a movie where he plays Buddha, like Siddhartha.
Oh no, what movie is that?
I forget, but it's where like, so the Buddha gets reincarnated, like once every 1,000 years or something like that, into 3 or 4 kids or something like that, and they call them like the parts of Buddha, and they bring them together in Tibet. So like one of the kids is Buddha's heart, the other one is his mind, the other one has like some other shit, I don't know, but yeah, like they bring them all together, and at the same time they're like telling the story of Siddhartha, and Keanu Reeves plays Siddhartha, and like he's still in like TED mode though, so he's like, I think I'm reaching enlightenment. Like it's just so bad. Oh
Dude,
man. But I
I
love
love
Keanu
him.
Reeves too, so yeah, he rocks.
I have the same birthday as him.
That's awesome.
I have the same exact one.
Dang. Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Okay, someone in the chat mentioned play Cyberpunk. I pre-ordered it. I started playing it, and then like it crashed like the day it was that I got it, and I haven't touched ever since because like I've just been doing other shit, and I'm just kind of like waiting on them to like, you know, do more updates and such. And it just sucks because like they made all their employees like do all this crunch and stuff, and you know, like ever since then I'm just like, if I play this game, is it gonna crash on me again? Because I wasn't able to save my file because it just crashed. And
Yikes.
yeah, I really want to play it. I want to see the Keanu I want to see the Keanu. God damn it. He's my number one.
Wait. Did you say Will, like, from Castaway? Who
I
are you
heard a
quoting right
Wilma.
there?
That's Wilson.
Thank you. Okay.
I thought that I heard Wilma.
Who's
from,
Wilma then?
Wilson's wife.
Oh my god. It all makes sense.
Yeah, I want to pick up Cyberpunk again, but I'm just going to continue playing Monster Hunter as I usually do, which I have like 500 hours on. Oh well.
Hey John, what's this Saturn return calculator?
Yeah, I like meant to mention that. Like, what's up with the Saturn return shit?
So, Krysten was going through breaking down the Saturn return for us, and basically you put in your birth date and you can find out where Saturn is in your chart and when it was going through its major transits.
Mm-hmm.
And she was just mentioning the types of things that were going on in your life when these things were happening, and also what it means depending on what sign your Saturn is in. Basically, every 7 years you go through this major transition. Yeah. I know.
Wow.
Were you able to
Go
do
ahead,
it?
bro. Yeah, I'm looking at mine. Yeah, 28 was definitely that was when I was doing the EFI shit, or coming out of it at least.
What? Okay, so which one was that? Which Saturn aspect was that?
All right, so it says your Saturn is in Capricorn. You were born when Saturn was in the Earth sign of Capricorn at the ages of
Sorry.
approximately 28, 59, and 89. Saturn returns to the degree of Capricorn and it occupied when you were born, instigates a new cycle. Over the course of the past 28 years, it circled. Yeah, wow.
My bad. I just said wow because like the Saturn in Capricorn and then the experience you had is like that's very Saturn in Capricorn.
Oh
But
shit.
kind of like you being the authority, like type of shit.
Yo, that's weird because at 89, Saturn at 89, so at the ages of approximately 28, 59, and 89, I was just talking to my wife about fucking flying a plane into the North Pole and shit at fucking 89 and going into 90.
You said the 89?
Yeah, like I was saying, like hopefully I live to like 90 because the way I'm gonna go out, I'm not gonna do the Tate death. I was gonna fly a fucking jet into the fucking North Pole and shit. I was just talking shit, and it's crazy.
You thought you were talking shit. But...
Yeah.
Shit.
I felt this fucking calling to fucking fly a plane to the North Pole just to see for myself. Oh shit.
Wow. That's interesting.
So is that all she was saying about it? I didn't mean to damper the flow of the convo.
Too late. You
Oh shit.
pissed the ladies off.
Oh man, I'm sorry, Miss Alora and Alex.
No, I'm still
Cause
here.
y'all was going in. Y'all were going in.
Oh no, I mean we were just talking about M&Ms and stuff. Nah, take it on over. I'm actually probably gonna head out because it's like 5 in the morning here. So I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, same. I just want to go brush my teeth. So yeah.
Cool. All right, guys. Well, good night, everyone. Or good morning.
Same.
Peace.
Bye.
Yo, Mike. So for like Capricorn, that's cardinal. Like Krysten was saying that the like there's like power. It's the power and danger of persevering over the protection from authority figures. So like authority figure in any way, shape, or like that could mean basically like any spiritual authorities and stuff like that.
Yo, that's crazy because I think it was around 28. Yeah. So I've been here 2 years. Then when I was over the road, I actually went to Africa. I want to say 2018-ish. Yeah, about 2018, and I'm 31. So that was what, 3 years ago, right? Yeah, and that was when I was rebelling against that Babalawo because like I felt really drained and shit. Like that's been like a big theme I've seen in my life. Like giving too much and then being drained or something. So, but he was looked at as an authority figure because of I was just coming out of the spiritual shit with the church, going into that. And then like when I started waking up, that's when I started really listening. Actually, I was listening to Bobby heavy, but the guy that actually got me in touch with that Babalawo, he introduced me to Panic because the mindset that I was at during that time was like, yo, my main calling was I want to be able to learn how to do this myself so I can just kind of cut out the middleman and go straight to the divine myself.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the rift that happened when I left. You know what I'm saying? Was like, I remember last time telling us like I could do what you could do, instead of having to learn EFI and stuff like that. But Panic definitely helped really seal that. So I guess looking at booking up to that type of authority figure, spiritually too. So I don't have to keep getting pimped, that was literally when I was 28. I don't know if that's exactly what that means, if what I said.
No, yeah, I mean like
means that.
like it's like the danger and the power in it. So it's like both like the negative yin and yang aspect.
It was interesting, Mike. We were doing a little bit of some NLP quizzing. One of the things that I do when people talk a lot is I try to analyze the modalities that they use when they speak. Just trying to, test my observations. What made it really interesting is that the two of them had so much in common and so many similarities. It was like, shit, we're seeing like a reflection of, same type of person. And then it just kept getting deeper and deeper to the haircut, the tattoos, the the sun sign, the experiences in life. Like it was getting outlandish.
Yeah, when they were like, oh, she talked like I think one of them brought up working at a restaurant. And then she was like, "Oh, I worked at a restaurant too." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
And they left at the same time too.
And they left at the same
That's
time.
it. I was like, "Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
I love seeing that though, cause like when yeah, that's dope. I love seeing that like that flow like that, and kind of like well to me, you know, to me when Krysten and Grace were going back and forth and stuff, and they were vibing. I really felt that energy too. I felt like they were like one entity speaking to itself. You know what I mean? Like having a conversation with itself, just being the different ends of the same entity, like literally talking to itself. You know, um, um, that's the vibe that I got from it. You know, what I picked up, and I thoroughly enjoyed that exchange. And theirs too. Just listening to them.
Yes. Yes. Observation, you know, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 mouth. Sometimes it's, you know, at least for me, I find that it's incredibly educating to observe, no matter how much I think I know. And it usually serves to be beneficial. That to me was a real example of how Kristen is able to identify a person's nakshatras, you know, by looking at the facial construction. Well, that right there was an example. You know what I'm saying?
yeah."
Yeah.
Had a lot of similarities in their chart, and then you could just see it play out as they explained themselves. You just saw the reflection. It was even down to the, like I said, the modality of how they were talking. They were very kinesthetic. I think that's my end assessment. Words like "I feel," you know, that was a big thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Wow.
But just
Yeah,
think,
I saw the like in the facial, like the like physical facial features. I saw um not Alec. I think her name was Alorha. Her like like the cancer, like Cancer moon characteristics. I could see that when comparing it to Alex because I know how they have a lot of the same um like sun sign, but their moon sign was different. I could see that.
Mm.
Yeah.
hmm, I love it. And you know, with this information, it's really hard to like really on the spot, you know what I'm saying, make detailed deductions and assessments and stuff. But you know, just the longer that you listen, the easier it is to kind of put those things together. But I do this in person also, but you know, you don't might not have everything, but even just a little bit can help you to communicate best, you know, and help you to understand where the other person's coming from best as well. Yeah, I just thought that was a really cool example of doing that in real time.
Yeah, those.
And we can't help it. We can't help it. It just comes out with when we conversate. But it also goes to show how much we don't listen. You know what I'm saying? Most of the times when we talk, it's like we have what we want to say, like built up like a bubble, and we're just waiting for the next person to shut up so we can spit it out. But
Hmm.
what if we're able to resist that urge and just listen to the other person? You begin to pick up more in real time. So whatever it is that you were gonna say, if you were really listening, then you could even edit it in such a way, not because of any type of fear or anything, but because there might be a better way to deliver it based on who you're talking to. So, like I said, if this person was very kinesthetic, what if I'm able to restructure my words in a kinesthetic way? that's something that was tested and it worked. You know what I'm saying? Like, it had great results. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, this stuff is real. Ain't no joke.
Yeah, I noticed what my difficulty was like when I do take that position back to listen. I guess when I feel like doing it,
Mhm.
um, it tends to continue to go on for long stretches of time.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
those talk, but like I've been trying to figure out like what do I do to because it for me it could be a little draining listening so much. Um, I have my days where I don't have shit to say and I'm just quiet as fuck, and then there's some days where I'm just like real talkative. And I find it very consistent. Those days where I'm not speaking much, I find myself in that position listening, and then but then the listening goes on to like really long life stories about stuff, or I'll attract those type of people that love to give you the stories. You know, it's definitely fun to listen to because you pick up on a lot of stuff, but it can continue to keep going on, you know. Because what was it? I don't know if this was in this book. I don't think it was, but I remember when I was going through college days, and the guy that I was doing my little network marketing with, he would always say that 99% of the time, 99.9% of the time, people are focused on themselves, and only 0.1% of the time they're focused on you. And and that's good because when people get to talking, they feel like they've had a conversation. You didn't have to really say much, you know, and they'll be like, man, this was great. I really appreciate the talk. You know, you're a very interesting person. I've never fucking said shit, you know what I'm saying? I just, nodded and agreed and stuff like that. But I think the next step is definitely like once you do that, you can start gearing the conversation more
right,
towards,
right.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. So there's an active part of this as well. Like the whole gathering, and I think that might be one of the I don't know. The more that you do this, the more you can kind of fine tune it because it all goes down to what's your primary objective, right? If there's no primary objective, then you get lost in that life story shit that goes on forever. Nobody wants to do that. I'm sorry. Nobody wants to sit here through life stories time after time after time after time. But what I find is that when you sit there and you do listen, for me, it's like an intel thing. Okay, now I can figure out what kind of person I'm talking to, what kind of triggers they have, what they're attached to, what they identify with, what modality they like to speak through and respond through best. Now, if you've got a primary objective, you can utilize that primary objective and express it through all those categories that you just collected. So now the message is received with ease. There's no objection. You know what I'm saying? You're talking to a kinesthetic person, but now you know to use kinesthetic language as opposed to visual language or auditory language or whatever. You know to put it in feels. You know to put it in heaviness, put some weight to the words. You know to, you know, grab a hold of the concept, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
But if there's no primary objective, you suddenly become a therapist for free.
right.
Yeah, pretty cool. You're such a great conversationalist. I didn't say anything. But yeah, man, if you tie that into buzzwords, you got a and the 8 basic needs, you got a dangerous weapon right there, man.
I'm actually thinking because now and I gotta get off here in about like 10 minutes, but I'm going through this training on how to train people and shit, and I'm definitely seeing why I because I've been avoiding it for like 2 years, but I'm definitely seeing why I'm supposed to do this to come out of my shell in certain areas because um, I definitely have an issue with telling people what to do. but then when I say it, it can come across a certain way. So like they're giving certain techniques that I'm correlating with a lot of the NLP stuff and stuff that we're talking in this group. So I'm really getting a chance, I think, at this point in my life, and maybe when I deal with Krysten, she'll be able to see it more, but I'll highlight it more. But I definitely think kind of doing my karma yoga thing, Amar, like seeing how this benefits me in other areas too, with like training people, you know, and teaching people things, and they're definitely going into like deep on like how when you actually are dealing with these people, basically getting a lot of things um, set up front, you know what I'm saying, expectations and stuff. They call it mutual expectations, and going over that stuff. And they said that kind of getting a lot of those things up front have definitely um, nullified a lot of issues later on. So I think it was Alex that was saying she definitely vibes with people who are really direct and upfront. And I think that is a great approach to, I guess, whenever you meet somebody or start communicating with them, to just kind of flesh out like, you know, a lot about yourself. So this way you kind of giving people forewarning as to like, you know, what to expect, and then having that type of conversation in a cool way. So this way you get to know the boundaries and stuff like that. And I think that definitely helps, you know, especially in these positions too, because there's a lot of people, a lot of trainers and stuff, and dealing with this time, we're in very sensitive times. Um, you know, um, being able to you know, mitigate a lot of issues just by being upfront and honest and communicating. That's been a huge thing lately. A huge theme for me, at least lately, is more effective communication. But just like you said, like being able to sit back more and listen, I'm going to really hammer in on identifying those things. So to me, this is like real world practice, you know. Um, so I'm going to definitely be going back through a lot of those videos and stuff, and seeing how I can apply this daily to help speak to these students and explain the job to them in their modalities, you know. So I think this is like field practice for me at this time. I didn't look at it like that because I was scared as fuck running away from it, you know. But I'm definitely seeing why I need to exercise this aspect of myself, you know.
Nothing but useful. Yeah, that would be perfect for training individuals because, you know, like we said, if you're able to assess their communication style, you can deliver it to them so much smoother. Like there's no arguing or butting heads if you know who you're talking to and you talk to them in their language. Most of the time, we try to force people to talk in our language. But to get on the same,
Exactly. Hmm.
yeah, listening.
Yeah, yeah. I was just kind of looking at like, fuck it, whatever. I'm just gonna go through the shit. But like, I had to really realize that all of this stuff is definitely for my training, you know, for other things, and definitely
I can't hear you. Hold on.
a lot of people that these guys are saying that fail for like trainers and stuff is because they don't switch up the learning style. And see, the way they show it, and I'll show the paperwork when I'm done, because today's my last day training. I thought it was going to be two weeks. And and um people seem to think in their, think only of themselves. Like they, some of these drivers would be like, they're just not getting it. And then they would try to write them off as like, they can't understand some shit. But then they would just say, okay, well, let's try somebody else. And then they would just be fine, So, you know, the ability to know how to switch between back and forth for people. And then, it's crazy because they definitely said the three main learning styles that people deal with is, visual, auditory, kinesthetic. And I said to myself, well, I know there's two more, but they're trying to touch it, you know what I'm saying? But the way they doing this training and how they deal with people, I think it needs to be just revamped a little bit, because they do have a high turnover rate for some reason, you know. Um, but um, but there's other things that go behind that, like budget and stuff like that, to train people. So I guess since they're trying to cut corners, I don't know. But I definitely see the reason why I'm supposed to be dealing with this, to exercise those things. So hopefully I have some interesting stories to bring about, to see how I can help, remove myself, that, non-attachment, and really, you know, really be there for the student, and see how I can really exercise those abilities to communicate more effectively, um, and get my point across in their main learning style, and people tend to switch, you know, but they definitely have some things down pack here that I like, that I'm going to incorporate, you know.
And even just looking at that, the dynamic you have, like you're training them, like that symbolic relationship already has like subconscious weight, like you being the authority. So it's like just whatever you say to them, since you're training them, that already has like a pre-effect, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, man, I think I had such an issue with authority, that I have an issue with that positioning. But it doesn't have to be like that. Like, it doesn't have to be like real strict, and like, like, I love what David Snyder said, it's like NLP works best when it's subtle, and call attention to it, it doesn't work. So, you know, leading from the subtleness, leading from the, behind the scenes, just like with John, when he was first, when he first started doing the group, you see a different change from once KP, gave some of the material, you know what I'm saying? Or, like, he introduced certain material, and then John started reading it, and then now it was a whole completely different change, modification to him interacting with the group. It definitely helped out a lot more too, in many different ways, you know. So like, that shit definitely does work, and so I'm just interested to see how everything will play out, and because it's a lot of responsibility, and that's one thing that I was running from when it comes to that aspect.
I think a lot of it has to do with that prime objective, with that initial intent.
Yeah.
As long as that intent is coming from I guess to say a pure place,
Hmm.
then it's almost as if you can trust it no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yeah. Once these I guess techniques are applied and this philosophy is applied, you're right. You definitely see a change. What I think is a lot of the misunderstandings start to get cleared up where they could be in any other situation.
Hmm.
Communication, man. That's all we got between each other.
Yeah.
I think I mean, what gets me with NLP is like before even the words communicate, it's like the nonverbal part of the NLP. So like, I mean, even with the like like you in the horns and like me with the eyes, like that's NLP too. You know, like the whole like it's what Mike just said about it works when it's more subtle. That's like non-verbal shit. You can't get more subtle than that.
Right, because here's the thing:
when you talk about memetics and all that shit, like that's
right. Nothing. Well, I can only speak for myself, but nothing is done without a reason. Like,
yeah,
you shouldn't just do shit just because you fancy. Like, it should all line up with prime objective. Like, it should all line up with your intent. If it doesn't, then you out here doing this one day, this the next day, this the next day, this the next day, giving off these confusing signals. Confusing, that just shows that you're confused, you know? But yeah, man, symbols, those non-verbals, the thing with those is they're directly accepted by the subconscious mind because the conscious mind doesn't have time to debate or figure it out or analyze or clear it. Like you just accept it. Like, I may not know Naruto, right? But I see those eyes and it's got some kind of subconscious effect.
Mm.
And if I don't know, it's going to relate to something that I do know. I don't know the story behind the character, but I know that the red Sharingan has something to do with power, or even better, I might be watching the stream, and the next day, someone might be watching Naruto or post a picture, and I'll be like, "Oh, damn!" Right now, that association kicks in. Where did I see this? You know.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna head out, guys. I'll see you guys on Sunday, okay? Peace. And
like
peace to YouTube chat. Oh man, we'll talk to y'all later.
so
Have fun.
Mhm.
I guess the feminine energy was very strong on this night.
yeah. It was the nakshatra symbol is yoni, so that's because it's in Barhini.
Oh, Barani.
Barani, yeah.
Nice. That's my moon and my Rahu.
Ooh, that's interesting. That like one of these girls that I talked to, she's her moon is in Barani. What to look at it. Yo, that's the other thing when so like when Django brought up the his concept when it's like when you focus on a matter and you tap into that frequency. So this girl, I'm doing her like I was helping out with her chart. So I'm thinking like, yo, I have her whole elemental everything. Like yeah, it was just like, oh shit. Like if someone has your chart, that shit's like they tap into every single fucking part of you.
Yeah. And with this science being so endless, they can only go as deep as they can.
Yeah.
I don't think many others have the tools that we do to go that deep. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, cause I'm like me, like I mean, like us, like we study this shit like every day, so it's like no, it's normal to us.
Right.
And like when I go out, I project hella, so I think that people know about this shit too, or even like not even like this shit, but like even like NLP. Like I'm thinking that's Psych 101.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not. It's like, damn, what do you guys fucking do with your time?
Right. What are y'all doing? It's so weird for me to see. Well, I ain't gonna say that. That's judgmental, but
yeah,
there's a lot of things that people spend their time doing that don't seem productive. But you know, the mind wants to be entertained. The senses want to be stimulated. You know, so I can't really blame people.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. When this it hits different when this is a daily practice. Like you are this. You are an astrologer. You are a spiritual scientist because this is what you do. Research, experimentation, Like, yeah,
It's like just by default now. It's like it doesn't matter what I'm doing. It'll just be filtered through like some filing system that I have that relates to this.
yes.
Yeah.
I find it useful and appropriate. I think it's nothing but helpful. I mean, I feel like I have a more complete system to work with. All my systems before, there were loose ends and open spaces that didn't seem to tie together, but this, it's like so complete, from the 5 elements to the 3 gunas to, the Shiva Shakti. With this resume that we have, I don't think there's too many people that are able to understand this stuff in the same light that we do, because just in our trail and our path, we've covered so much, and like all the right stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, there wasn't a moment where we wasted time on something that wasn't useful.
Yeah, it's like I can even go back and look at experiences that I thought that, oh, they didn't mean anything. And it's like, oh, now it's like now I have the tools to know that it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise, man. I can remember reading Mystical Kabbalah and just like thinking, when she talked about these mystical meditative exercises and stuff like that, she wouldn't divulge. I remember thinking, like, maybe one day I'll get a hold of some of that stuff. Maybe one day I'll know what she's talking about. But I never would have thought that we would be in the thick of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a concept I want to bring up to you, because in the Agora book, he talks about like basically someone asked him, the Vimalanda guy, like how come that someone could be practicing this shit for 40 years, and then someone that supposedly they just walked in and they unlocked cities and all this shit in like 1 year, 2 years. And he was basically saying that with someone like that is like it's lifetimes of work. Like they basically been doing this shit for like 100, 200 lifetimes, and that's why they just, when they get back into it and like then like chakras line up, whatever it is, that shit just exponential. And then versus that person that was doing it for 40 years, like this is their lifetime that they actually just started.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the only explanation. Like, how is it that we can pick up something that is so complex and foreign and get
Yeah.
it? You know what I'm saying? Where you, like you said, there are people that are living this over there in India and whatnot, over in these countries, haven't even gotten this deep yet. 50 years old, 60 years old. But yeah, that's the only explanation, taking into consideration past karma, past lifetimes, the fact that we've done this before. Like you said, it may have been hundreds of times, maybe even thousands of times.
I mean, that's what the whole Agora practice is. Like I like during the like clip off meditations, basically after the first one, like my first one was last year, so it's like I really opened the gateway or whatever like a year ago. So it was basically like when I was reading the Agora book, when he was talking about like doing sadhanas on these corpses and stuff. In my mind, I was like, yo, I was like right there with him, you know what I mean? And I was just like getting excited and shit. And then like after the meditation, Vedic came to me like a bit in my mind, I was like, yo, like where can I do a sadhana like this? Like trying to like low key, you know? And I'm like, yo, like I would kill my body and do a sadhana on my body. Like if I couldn't find it, like, you know what I mean? Like just like thinking like, yo, I'm hungry for this shit. And then like when I like zoomed out of that thought process, I'm like, that has to be the only explanation, because I'm reading that shit too. And it's like someone else might look at that and be totally like, yo, what the fuck, like all this other shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, like I could, like when he was like saying it, I was literally like imagining the whole thing. And like how like I spent hella time at the graveyard already and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Meanwhile,
it's definitely just like eye-opening just to like apply it to myself basically. And be real with myself too. Like honest enough with myself to accept that and like to walk with that basically.
yeah, making the self the laboratory. It's a different level to even, I don't know, man. I feel like when I talk about the self and like what am I, what is I think I'm not sure if people sit with that long enough. I think it's usually that knee jerk response that's like, oh, well, I got an answer for that already. Anyways, what I'm getting at is with this lack of self, and tying into what you were just saying, it's a little bit easier to use this body as an experiment, as a laboratory, to test these things out on this self. Because I mean, what better responses are you going to get from the self that you know? You don't know anybody else. They don't even know it themselves. When I read a lot of these things and I don't have anyone to practice on, I usually practice on myself. I mean, sheesh, working with the Goetia and all that stuff. I mean, you're really working on yourself when you call up these spirits and ask them to do things for you. It's being done to you. Beautiful morning.
Yeah, that's yeah, like even if you think it's being done, like even if you come at it, like people come at it from the point of like, oh, I need to get revenge and shit, that's still doing it to yourself.
Right. What part of you wants revenge? Where's that coming from? The tough answers, right? All these different aspects of self we think is one thing. But if you can get into the different segmented parts of this machine, you can understand it better. There's a part of my ego that feels bruised because it either didn't get what it wanted or, basically something that I planned on didn't go the way I expected. Left an emotional imprint. And
Yeah,
now
like this, you got disappointed.
I got disappointed.
Yeah.
And now I feel that instead of repairing that, I want to make the other
It's
person.
8 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. I want to make the other person feel what I feel. But you can't make anybody feel anything. What if that person has been doing the inner work, and by the time you think that you finally get this chance to lash out at them, it don't even go the way you planned it? More disappointment, more suffering.
Yeah.
Or even worse, say you do trigger them and get upset. What do you think they're going to do now? They're going to do the same thing you did, find a way to lash out at you. And this shit keeps giving birth to itself. Meanwhile, you never addressed the cause or the root of that suffering.
The root, I mean, that shit was major for me. Just these past couple of days, I found the root to like basically my first time, like I was like 14, and this is like when my mom was like going through her chemo and shit, and that's the first time that I remember masturbating, and that shit was on accident, like, and I basically covered that up. So like the link between like my sexual energy and then that relating to like the trauma, like with my mom, and that was like I knew that there's like obviously like a link with sexual energy and like the mother and like moon and shit like that, because that's like creative energy, but on more of the like specifically like where it started, like why it started, you know what I mean? Like being able to see that from being able to see that not from a Mars eyes, basically. That really like changed like, yeah, it just made me let go of it, the any type of like guilt, shame, all that, like the stuff that was still lurking, like even though I thought I was like, oh, I did the work for it, it showed me that like the root, like I wasn't able to get it done until I found out the root cause of it. And now that I was able to pinpoint the root cause, now I'm able to like finish it off. No pun intended. But yeah.
Man. I'm just catching up on comments.
Yeah, I was looking at them too.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, this NLP has been coming up a lot lately. It's interesting that it came up actually in this conversation. I was kind of reorganizing my bookshelf and I pulled out one of my books on the founder of hypnotherapy. And I was just looking through some of his stuff, and there are some things in there that I'd, you know, forgotten. I think just like how uh, I naturally kind of mirror people, I did the same thing with these books. Like whatever I'm reading that's fresh on my mind, it really makes itself evident in my behavior at the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Kind of
think
like not a medium. What's the word for it? Like kind of medium, but like that. Just keep on going. I can't think of the word.
yeah. But yeah, I just find whatever I'm reading that's fresh on my mind, it really has a way of shining through how I think and how I talk. But that being said, I'm might need to crack open some of these books again to get some refresher and check my highlights, especially now after getting more in depth with this Vedic stuff. I got to look over everything now after getting in depth with this Vedic stuff.
Yeah. It's like putting on HD vision and then going back and seeing that, oh shit, that was there? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Hell yeah. Glasses now. But just, kind of rough because seeing how clear and straight to the point that these Bihar School of Yoga books are, not a page wasted. And then going back to these other books that we've been reading, and it's like you got to wade through a lot to get the gems because you don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
Knock it in there. Westerners,
Oh
man.
man, yeah. I mean, I haven't gone back to any of the other books yet. That, nah, actually, yeah, I have. But yeah, it's definitely like you get kind of spoiled from the Bihar School of Yoga.
Yeah, man. Spoiled.